I've known Nathan Liddell for a long time. He is our second son, and we named him Nathan because that means gift of God. Gift of God. And he has been that to us. He has worked to specialize in philosophical apologetics, and I'm glad he has. I see more and more the need to have a knowledge in this area for Christians. And so he's going to be talking about tactics. I'll let him define that for you. He has preached for 26 years, a 2003 graduate of the school, and worked in Colorado for a long time and has been in Abingdon, Virginia for the last 3 years. He is the director of the Daily Apologist, which you can access at thedailyapologist.com. And can I announce what you're starting soon? Okay. October the what? 27th? October the 27th, he will begin working full-time as an instructor at the Tri-Cities School of Preaching, where he will be involved in teaching philosophical apologetics. I know that you're going to benefit from this. As I have talked with Nathan about these things, I've learned a lot, and the more I learn about it, the more I appreciate the need for it. We live in a world that if we're going to be effective, we're going to have some knowledge in this area. And so I hope you will listen carefully and learn a lot. And as I announced, be sure you take good notes and turn those in at the times required. And so I will turn it over to Nathan.
Well, it's so good to be with all of you. I've been looking forward to it since I was invited to come and speak to you. I'm so thankful to have the opportunity to see all of you. I don't know if I'll get to meet all of you, but man, it's so great to see such a large number of students. And I know some of you perhaps have graduated and are now visiting with us, but very good to see all of you. And I hope, as Dad said, that this is beneficial to you. What I will be sharing with you is a strategy for an apologetics conversation, a strategy for an apologetics conversation. And so this is the kind of strategy that will prepare you essentially for any kind of apologetics conversation that you're going to have. It will also prepare you to answer philosophically, or rather apologetically oriented questions in Bible studies, and or to know where to start in a Bible study based on the kinds of apologetics related questions you may be getting from the person with whom you're studying. And so the seminar is titled Tactics. Could very well have been titled Strategy, but that didn't sound as good. And so I'll be giving to you a strategy for apologetics conversations. Now, this will also carry over in application to your preaching and to your teaching. And so I hope that it will be useful to you in various areas of your ministry. It will be a strategy for approaching apologetics questions and conversations. It will include tactics. What are some kinds of tools that we can use within that conversation? And it will give you a large amount of apologetics content, a large amount of apologetics material, which, if you will take notes on and study, will prepare you to answer a great number of the questions that you're going to need to answer. Now, I appreciate Dad's mentioning that I have made a focus in philosophical apologetics, and I would like to tell you why that has been the case in my life. When I entered into my ministry after graduating here from the school, I began working in a suburb of Denver, Colorado. And very quickly I realized I was no longer in the Bible Belt because I was dealing with people who did not have in common with me a shared belief in the Bible as the authority in religious matters. I might want to share with someone what the Bible had to say, only to find that they did not believe that the Bible was from God. And so, as I'll mention later in our presentation, I remember sitting down in my office and calling Dad and saying, Dad, here's the problem. If they want to know what the Bible says, I can tell them that. So, but they don't want to know what the Bible says. They've got all of these questions that come before the Bible. They've got these questions about the existence of God and about what we can know about reality and about whether the Bible is from God. I said, I have to answer all of those questions to get them to the Bible. And so I saw in my own personal ministry the need for a knowledge of this kind of subject matter. And through life events and ministry experiences, that put me on a road to study this material. And so my passion and my mission is to give to preaching students, future preachers, this information, to equip you with a kind of knowledge and a strategy for approaching these questions that I did not have when I began my ministry. And so that's my goal in our 12 hours together over the next 2 days. I would love to give to you an outline of this material. I don't have an outline of this material right now, but Lord willing, within the next week or so, I could send you a brief outline of the major points of this material. But that being said, please continue to take detailed notes, as I know you've been instructed to do. All right, so this is a seminar on tactics, and in this seminar, we hope to learn how to defend our faith with grace and boldness. Okay, our first lesson is this: we need to talk. We need to talk. And the point of this lesson will be that this is a subject that we have to talk about. We have to talk about it. We have to be prepared to have this conversation. Now, I will be using a framework. This framework will be the framework of chess. Chess is going to serve as a kind of metaphor and illustration for what we try to accomplish in our apologetics conversations. Where are my chess players out there in the assembly this morning? Brother Brendan, you're a chess player? Okay, an avid chess player?
Not good, but I play.
You like to play? See some, let's show me your hands. I saw a few other hands. Oh, got several chess players here. Anybody rated? We have any international masters in the assembly?
Sure.
You're an international master?
No, I'm rated.
You're rated. What? Do you mind sharing? Do you mind sharing your rating?
It's closer to negative than it.
All right. Anyone else out here rated? Do we have any international masters or grand masters or all potsers? Okay. All right. Well, we're going to use chess as a kind of framework to illustrate, serve as a kind of metaphor for what we're trying to do in our conversations. Now, tell me your name, brother.
Desiree.
Lazari?
Desiree.
I apologize. Desiree. Desiree, when you're...
It's destroy, no T.
Okay. All right. Desiree. When you're playing chess, what are you trying to do?
Checkmate.
Checkmate. What does that mean?
That the king is conquered.
The king is conquered. He's under attack and he can't remove or escape the attack, right? Okay, so the game of chess has a goal. The goal is we want to checkmate the king, okay? So notice there's a goal. The ultimate goal of chess is to checkmate the opponent's king, meaning to place the king in a position where it's under attack, it's in check, it has no legal moves to escape the capture on the next turn, all right? So there's a goal in chess. Then there's a strategy. We will approach the game of chess with a strategy. That strategy is oriented to the goal. Well, we want to checkmate the king, and so we have this plan in mind of a kind of opening of the game, a kind of structure we want to build on the board, a way that we're going to orient our attack to the king, maybe certain pieces that we want to protect and the use of that strategy. All right, so notice point number 2. While checkmate is the primary objective, players also aim for strategic advantages, such as controlling the board, developing pieces effectively, and winning material to create winning opportunities. So if my dark square bishop is the key to my strategy, then I want to remove your dark square bishop. Okay, now if I do that, my dark square bishop is powerful, right? All right, so I've got a strategy. I'm trying to accomplish something that leads to my goal. Okay, and then there are going to be some tactics. Point number 3. In chess, a tactic is a move or a sequence of moves that each makes one or more immediate threats. So a check, a material threat, a checkmating sequence threat, or the threat of another tactic or otherwise forcing moves that culminates in the opponents being unable to respond to all of the threats without making some kind of concession. Well, that's a mouthful, but we'll give you some examples of what these tactics are. But one example would be this. I may line up my queen and my rook on the same file as your king. And I may remove my rook to reveal the attack of my queen. All right? Or I might move a knight and suddenly here is my queen attacking your king, called a discover check. Okay? Well, there's a tactic. And if I've got you busy thinking about my knight and you don't see my queen, then I'm going to deliver my tactic. I'm going to move my knight. I'm going to spring my discover check on you. And then you're going to lose your rook that my knight is attacking. Okay, because you're going to have to move your king to escape the queen check, and I'm going to take your rook. Okay, that's a tactic. That's not the whole plan for the game. But it's one thing I can do in the game that's going to support my strategy, which is in support of my goal, all right, which is checkmating your king. I didn't bring a chessboard on purpose, brethren, because I do not have the time to play right now. And I don't know how it goes for y'all, but when I get into a game, it might be hours over the board, and I'm completely consumed. That'll have to be another day. All right, but notice we have goal, we have strategy, and we have tactics. Now, what's our goal in apologetics? Before you read the board, all right, what is our goal in apologetics? Okay, tell me.
Defending the faith.
Defending the faith, all right. What's our goal in apologetics? Conversion. What did I hear over here?
Winning souls.
Winning souls. All right. Our goal ultimately is to win souls. Okay, that's our goal ultimately. It is to win souls. I like 1 Corinthians 9:22 for this particular idea in this application of apologetics. To the weak I became as weak, that I might gain the weak. I made all things to all men, that I might by all means save some. As we think about apologetics, we're going to be thinking about how we can be flexible in our presentation of the gospel, in our defense of the gospel, as was mentioned back here. That's what apologetics means. In our defense of the gospel, as we try to meet someone where they are so that the gospel can change who they are. All right. Now, is every person that we ever meet going to be in the same place in their faith or their lack of it? No, in fact, they're going to be in any number of different places, aren't they? One of the exciting and interesting things about ministry is that with every opportunity to study, with every opportunity to aim at this goal of conversion, we're meeting somebody new, we're finding out who they are, we're finding out where they are, and we're facing this very fascinating challenge of now, how do I meet them where they are so that I can allow the gospel of Christ to win their soul? Okay? So the goal here is to win souls. That's the goal, okay? But we've got to have a strategy for winning souls. And I would suggest to you that our strategy is that in one way or another, we're going to approach this soul so that every thought can be brought captive to the obedience of Christ, and every imagination, every high thing that exalts itself against the knowledge of God can be torn down. All right? So we're going to have a strategy by which we tear down those ideas that are exalted against the knowledge of God, and we build up the truth of the gospel of Christ such that that person comes to be obedient to the gospel of Christ. So notice, the battle is fought on the level of thought, all right? This is a battle of ideas. We are playing a kind of mental or intellectual chess, where we say, what is the position on the board? How do I respond to that position? What attackers do they have that I need to remove? Now, how can I demonstrate to them the truth of the message of the gospel? Now, in this process, we're going to have to be very specific or specialized in our responses. So before we have an apologetics conversation ourselves, which we're going to have in this class, how many of you have had a personal conversation with a non-Christian that was apologetically oriented? Personal conversation, non-Christian, apologetically oriented. Okay, here's what I want to ask you to share. Dustin, without naming the person or revealing who that was, what was their position? Where were they at?
they were learning about Judaism and how we as Christians don't follow the Old Testament as the authoritative Word of God as we do in the New Testament. And so I approached it in the way that I would a Jewish individual. I went to the Old Testament to prove that there was a new law that was in effect and that we need to follow that, specifically Jeremiah 31 through 34.
Okay. Now, were they a non-Christian but also a non-Jew? But interested in Judaism?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you made a case from Scripture that if they were interested in Judaism, they should be interested in Christianity as that toward which Judaism points. Mm-hmm. All right. Very good. How effective was that?
Well, at the end of the last conversation we had, which was a couple years ago now, the gentleman that I was talking to reviewed the Scripture and says, "You're right.
Okay.
You're absolutely right."
Now, how long did that take?
That took about two to three studies.
2 to 3 studies. All right, very good. Somebody else who's had an apologetics conversation they can share with us. Yes, ma'am.
Well, mine, it wasn't long because it was on a bus ride. It was somebody from a Rastafarian background.
Uh-huh.
And I felt the conversation was really deep in terms of how well they knew the Bible. And I didn't really get a chance to go in depth, but it really opened my mind and my thought to really have this apologetic standpoint in terms of defending the faith, because if the opportunity comes again, I want to be able to continue the conversation.
Mm-hmm. What would you say their position was?
I think it was from the standpoint of, it was some time ago though, but it was from the line of Judah. They were comparing Christianity to the line of Judah and why, I don't remember, but I think it was from the line of Judah.
Okay, so you recognize we're going to have to talk about some things about the line of Judah and Christ to talk about where they're at and what's true. Okay, so you identified they're in a special place. Here's what we'd have to think about. Okay, a couple of other examples. You had an apology. Yes, sir.
I've had many conversations with both atheists and agnostics, and what I typically find is that even if people claim to be agnostic, they're really hiding behind that and they're atheists. They don't want to have the conversation to begin with. They say, I need more knowledge to learn, but I don't want to have that conversation about the knowledge.
The skeptical two-dance.
Yeah, exactly. I had a conversation with a young lady, and I said, what would it take for you to believe in God? And she said, I don't know. I said, okay, what if God came down to the earth and talked to people and explained things? Would that convince you? And she said, maybe.
Yeah.
I said, great. His name is Jesus, and he appeared 2,000 years ago. And it just shuts the conversation down. They have no real desire to learn.
Interesting. So you encounter a lot of skepticism, and at the heart of that is, do they want to know the truth?
And they don't.
That's right. And you reveal that by offering some solutions or some possible answers. Okay. Where are you having those conversations? Are those in person, or are they on some kind of online forum? In person. How did you encounter this number of agnostics or skeptics? What kind of context?
Because I grew up atheist.
Oh, okay.
And so this is kind of my background.
All right. Very good. So you had to work through that process, and you understand their mindset.
And it is extremely difficult, I can tell you from personal experience.
All right.
Your entire paradigm of reality has to shift.
That's right. That's exactly right. Okay, very good point. Let's hear one more, an example of an apologetic conversation. Yes, sir.
Two people. It was at work. In my previous job, they were both. Well, I got many atheists, but one of them transitioned to be an agnostic. So I agree with what Jordan said as well. The first one, atheist, he's just trying to prove that he's smarter than everyone. He's not trying to learn anything.
Okay.
He's trying to prove, basically, that Christians are dumb, because in the same way that in the ancient Greece, they believe in myth and these mythological creatures.
Mm-hmm.
We believe in the God of the Bible. So the setting was job at our work and break room, and everyone was there. So they were just trying to prove their knowledge, trying to bring facts that at the end doesn't add up in a logical or in an argumentative way. And I tried to present evidence. Not all the time from the Bible, because he didn't like to talk about the Bible at all. But in all these cases, they were just not paying attention. They don't like to argue or discuss about that. They just want people to hear them, and they don't like to present evidence. Or if they want to, they just mock you or make fun of you.
Okay.
And it's really hard sometimes to start a conversation with people like that. The other one that he was atheist, he was he was an agnostic. He was more willing to open and discuss and talk. He was more willing to learn. But the thing is that he was also caught into that wave of the other ones that, oh, you're falling for that now, because he was more reading. He liked to know more. And so I had 2 or 3 times, really short times, because I think that they're in their minds, if they feel like they're learning or trying to understand what the Bible says, they are like, oh, I'm falling for that. So in those times, he started talking about space, how big it was. He asked me, Bernie, what do you think if we find life out in space? And at that time, that was 10 years ago, starting at that job. And I said, well, the Bible says that God created everything, heavens and the earth, so it is from heaven. God had to create that. So he just was like that, thinking an argument to defend what I just said. And he said, okay, in that case, he said, I think you're right, because the Bible says that. So he had some tendencies to believe what the Bible says, but in general, he was kind of a skeptic in what he was trying to learn, I think. I don't know.
Okay, all right. So we have 4 different examples, and in each one of these examples, the person that we had a conversation with was in a different place. Okay? So when you encounter someone, you're going to have to find out where they are. And so I like what Paul says in Colossians 4:6, let your speech be always with grace, seasoned with salt. Now, whoever we talk to, our speech needs to be with grace, seasoned with salt. That's going to be an emphasis of our time together, is that we ought to be able to do apologetics and have apologetic conversations in a gracious way. All right? We ought to be able to season our language so that we are preserving the possibility of the gospel reaching the heart of the person. But notice he says that you may know how you ought to answer every man. Okay? So each person we encounter is going to be in a different place, and we're going to have to know how to answer them. So the strategy I will give you a way of finding out, well, where are they and where should we possibly start? But also we'll look at these tactics. These are individual tools that we can use within a conversation. And so that individual tactic might be something like, now when you say that you're an agnostic, what do you mean by that? Okay? Because you'll find out that one agnostic means one thing and another means something else. You could say the same thing with an atheist. When you say you're an atheist, what do you mean by that? Well, one may say, well, I know there is no God. But another may say, I just don't have a belief in a God. 2 different positions and going to require 2 different responses. All right, so the challenge of apologetics, as our goal is to save souls, is to recognize that every man is in a different place. So we're going to have to work hard to know how to answer every man. Now, what are we doing in apologetics? Well, of course, we're doing that which the classic text of apologetics charges us to do. 1 Peter 3:15, but sanctify the Lord God in your hearts, and be ready always to give an answer to every man that asks you a reason of the hope that is in you, with meekness and fear. Jesus Christ is our Lord. He's the Lord of our hearts and our minds. He's the Lord of our lives. We preach His gospel. We serve Him. We stand up for Him. We defend Him. And when people ask us, why do we have a hope in Jesus Christ, we want to be ready to give them an answer. And while we may encounter those who will ask that question in a very disingenuous way, perhaps in a way that is malicious at its core, our purpose is to offer an honest answer that would open the door for the gospel of Christ. To be ready to give an answer to every man, wherever they are in their own faith and view on Christianity, and to be able to do that with meekness and fear. All right, what does it mean when it says that we must be able to do that with meekness and fear? Humility. All right, well, he's an atheist. He's denying the existence of the God who created us and wrote the Bible and gave us his only begotten Son. What part does humility have to play in that?
You can't get your feelings hurt just because they don't believe the same thing you do.
All right, you can't get your feelings hurt just because they don't believe the same thing you do. One thing I like to say is, don't take offense, make a defense. All right? All right, you mean we have to be humble even if they're not? All right, you mean if they reproach us, we are not to reproach them in return? All right, if they revile us, we don't revile them in turn? Okay, so there's a kind of unevenness about the playing field here, isn't there? An atheist, not all will be, but some will be insulting in their comments about your faith. They may even use those insults to draw out unchristian behavior so that they can use your unchristian behavior as a mark against your Christian claims. See there, you don't really believe it because of how you responded to me. So there's a real challenge here, isn't there? That we respond with meekness, that we respond with humility, that we respond with a proper respect. And so if we take that task seriously, that means then that we're going to have a lot of work to do to prepare ourselves properly for that conversation. Hopefully we can do a lot of that in our seminar together. We need to talk because lack of faith is growing in the United States of America. These are the results of the 2024 Pew Research Center Religious Landscape Study. The 2024 Pew Research Center Religious Landscape Study, or the RLS. Okay, so let me read this to you. The first RLS, fielded in 2007, found that 78% of U.S. adults identified as Christians of one sort or another. That would be 4 out of 5. That number ticked steadily downward in our smaller surveys each year and was pegged at 71% in the second RLS conducted in 2014. The latest RLS, fielded over 7 months in 2023-2024, finds that 62% of U.S. adults identify as Christians. That is a decline of 9 percentage points since 2014 and a 16-point drop since 2007. But for the last 5 years, between 2019 and 2024, the Christian share of the adult population has been relatively stable, hovering between 60 and 64%. So from 2007, when it was about 4 out of 5 U.S. adults claiming to hold to some Christian faith, now about 3 out of 5 adults claiming to hold to some kind of Christian faith. Very interesting, but it becomes more alarming as we look at these questions on a generational level, particularly as we look at the youngest statistical generation, which is Gen Z. All right, so the study goes on to say, but despite these signs of recent stabilization and abiding spirituality, other indicators suggest that we may see further declines in the American religious landscape in future years. That is, in those years when y'all are ministers, right? All right, namely, younger Americans remain far less religious than older adults. For example, the youngest adults in the survey, ages 18 to 24, Gen Z, are less likely than today's oldest adults, ages 74 and older, to identify as Christian. Those who are 74 and older, 80% identifying as Christian. Gen Z, 46% identifying as Christian. To pray daily, Gen Z, 27%, 74 and older, 58%. To say they attend religious services at least monthly, Gen Z, 25%, 74 and older, call it 50%. Okay? So the youngest adults are more likely than the oldest Americans to be religiously unaffiliated. All right, so notice that last graphic there at the bottom. 43% of Gen Z, that's almost half, identify as religiously unaffiliated. Do you suppose that we're going to have some conversations about faith? That we're going to have some conversations about the existence of God, about the inspiration and reliability of the Bible, about the resurrection of Jesus Christ, about the truth of Christianity? I think we are. And we should expect that the need for these kind of conversations is only going to grow as we grow with this youngest generation. All right, here's a particularly interesting statistic. And here we're looking at birth cohorts, 2000 to 2006, 18 to 24. So Gen Z being that very last row at the bottom. Notice those born 1940s or earlier, so 74 years or plus at 2024, 64% say they believe in God, notice with absolute certainty. All right, and that number goes down by generation. So here in my generation, called the 70s, we'll call it Gen X, 44 to 54, about a 34% belief in God. That's a huge drop from the boomer generation. And now, 2000 to 2006, Gen Z, 38%. All right, so very close to 2 and 3 in Gen Z that were polled could not say that they believe in God with absolute certainty. Okay, so as older Christians pass on from this life and we think about building up the church and we think about new converts to the gospel of Christ, we need to realize the lay of the land. The lay of the land is we're going to have a conversation about God, the Bible, about Jesus' resurrection, and about the truth of Christianity. Now we might ask the question, why is professed faith or Christian identity so low in that younger generation? And 3 reasons are given. 3 reasons are given on average. Here are the 3 things that members of Gen Z in particular are saying as to why they are not religious, or perhaps why they no longer have faith. The first is skepticism. How many of you know a skeptic? 25 years or younger, how many of you know a skeptic? All right, I do. I know several. Okay. So of this group, 60% state that doubt about religious teachings is an extremely or very important reason, while 32% cite a lack of belief in God or any other higher power. So notice 60% saying they have doubt about religious teachings. They're skeptical. They're skeptical. All right, they need answers. And until they have those answers, they're not going to believe. All right. The second reason is church hurt. We might say negative past experiences with the church. Church hurt. How many of you have heard of church hurt as a reason why people left the church and, quote, will never come back? Okay. How many of y'all have been hurt by the church at some point in your life? Okay, I don't mind saying that. Somebody in the church has hurt me. Church is made of people. People hurt each other. Okay, church hurt's a real thing. Right? We're not saying it's not a real thing, just like the need for answers is a real thing. For church hurt, the second major driver of non-affiliation is a direct critique of religious institutions and the people associated with them. Well, why aren't you religiously affiliated? Well, if you knew what they said to my mom when she was a single mother trying to raise us, I will never go into a place like that. If they say they're followers of Jesus, they treated my mom like that, not a chance. Okay, more than half, 55% of nuns in ONES cite a dislike of religious organizations or bad experiences with religious people as a key reason for their lack of religiousness. Lack of time or lack of need, the third reason. So too busy. Other things are more important. Third cluster of reasons for non-affiliation revolves around pragmatic disengagement. Just doesn't make sense for us in our lives. All right. Roughly 4 in 10, 44% of nuns say they are non-religious because they do not see a need for religion in their lives or do not have time for it. Okay, is life busy? Life has always been busy. Somehow it seems that it's busier than ever. And I don't know if that's the fact that we have an online life now as well, and there's so much going on in that regard. Maybe it's because everybody's got a side hustle now. Right, and a side hustle to their side hustle. But everybody's so busy, there's no time for religion, but also they're making it. So there's no need for religion. Right? There's no need for God, the Bible, and Christianity. Okay, so we're dealing with people who are skeptical, they've been hurt by the church, and they're real busy. How do you reach people like that? What does it take? What do you think?
A lot of patience.
Why do you say that, Dustin?
Because you're going to be dealing with people like for the church here. You're going to have a lot of people that are going to look at you and say, well, you're just like them because you affiliate yourselves with them. A lot of patience because we have what a lot of people call the curse of knowledge. We know a lot of things about the Bible and all these things, and trying to explain that to them while also being humble and being long-suffering with them, because they're not going to be on the same level that we are when it comes to knowledge. It's going to take a lot of patience to get them to that point.
So we have to suffer long with them. Our other reasons, what are other ideas? What does it take?
Love.
Sir?
Love.
Love. Takes love. Have to care about them. Care enough to endure the slings and arrows of their opposition to Christian faith, and to be patient with their objections. How long does it take to convert a person today from atheism to Christianity? Months, if not years. Who said that? Yes, sir. Months, if not years. How long does it take?
It takes quite a while if they are even willing to
Okay.
get to that point. I think one of the things we can do is think very strategically about when we broach the subject. If somebody is in a dark time of their life or something that has happened that has shaken up their life, that's the best time. If
Very
they're
good.
comfortable and complacent, they have no need of God.
Very good. So it may be that God has to work through the circumstances of their lives to help them see their need. And we need to be looking for those who are in that moment, so that we can say, you just lost a parent, you're wondering about where they are, you've come face to face with some serious spiritual, we might call them metaphysical questions, and you can't put them off any longer, right? God has stopped the clock for you. He's made you sit down and decide this is the most important thing. So now be ready. Be ready to say, hey, I'd love to have that conversation with you, right? Let's get coffee. Let's find out where you're at, okay? One thing I want to point out to you is that in a book I read recently called Empty Church, which is concerned with sort of the prospects for the Lord's church given where an individual congregation might be in terms of its size and its likelihood of keeping its doors open and are growing and these kinds of things. One thing they say is that it now takes on average 18 months to convert a, quote, unchurched person. So here is a person who has no religious background, very likely coming to God and the Bible with a certain amount of skepticism, and it takes on average 18 months to convert them. Well, there was a time when it took 3 studies. The Open Bible Study system is 3 studies. And still it can be at times that we may have 3 studies and convert someone. My experience has been that it takes months to convert someone out of the world. It takes more time. And we're going to have to answer more questions. And a great number of those questions are not going to be about what does the Bible say. They're going to be about all of the things that keep them from asking, what does the Bible say? All right, so this is the fun part of this session. It's 9:43. I thought it was not. Yeah, it's 9:43, and our break is when? At 10. Okay, that's probably just enough time. Okay, so now you get to meet Aaron the Atheist. Okay, for those who are streaming, watching on the online stream, this is a role-playing session. I do not affirm the positions I am about to advocate as Aaron the Atheist. These are the very things I oppose, and they're the things we're going to teach against in this seminar. Okay? I do not hold these views personally. I am not advocating for these views ultimately. I am using them as a heuristic. Okay? This is an opportunity for us to do a kind of diagnostic for where we are in our ability to have a conversation with an atheist. Okay? So we're going to have a conversation. I'm going to role play as an atheist. There are 2 ground rules for this conversation. The first ground rule is that if I say something that genuinely affects your faith, you tell me. And you give me an opportunity to talk with you about it so that we can head it off quickly. Okay? That's thing number one. Thing number two is that if anybody comes into the room and they hear me saying all these things, whoever is next to them says, it's a role play. Okay, he's role play. All right. Okay, so I'm going to take my jacket off, and when I do, I will become Aaron the Atheist. All right, so I will introduce myself to you, and then you'll have an opportunity to interact with me. All right, so I just want to say it's so great. I mean, it is an unusual situation as an atheist to be invited into a school of preaching. I mean, it's kind of uncomfortable for me, I'm sure you can imagine, because you guys believe exactly what I don't believe. Right? In fact, I used to believe what y'all believed. In fact, I planned to be here at this school as a preaching student. That was my goal in life. And what you should know is I was raised by faithful members of the church. My dad was a deacon. My mom was a Bible class teacher. My dad was headed toward being an elder. And we were faithfully in every service. We had our Sunday best on. We brought our Bibles. We did our Bible class work at home. We memorized our verses. I probably have as many verses memorized as you do. I was in all of the youth group activities, loved them. I was baptized at the age of 13 at summer camp. We went to Christian camp every summer. At the age of 13, I heard the gospel preached, and several of my peers responded, and I responded too. I was baptized in the swimming pool at the church camp and came home and received a real warm welcome, having been baptized into Christ. Was quickly put into service in the church. I was given an opportunity to lead a prayer, to read scripture, was asked to lead a song on Wednesday night. Eventually, I had the opportunity to extend a devotional or an invitation, and got started in my life as a Christian. I dated a Christian young woman, and life was going well for me as a Christian. As I got older, I started to have some trouble with my Christianity. Late in high school, I took a class called the Theory of Knowledge. I was in a program called the IB program. And in the IB program, they have a class called the Theory of Knowledge. And really, it's kind of like an epistemology class, right? And this class raised some questions for me, really opened up my mind to help me see how intellectually arrogant or perhaps ignorant I had been before. I'd really been dogmatic in my claims about what I could know about the world. And this really helped me see that, maybe I think I see the world a certain way, but maybe it's not that way. And maybe I should be a little more reserved in the kinds of claims I make about the world. I especially started having difficulty making claims about things I had never seen happen. All right, I had never seen the events recorded in Scripture. I'd never seen those things happen. Those things were really based on miracles, and I kind of started to doubt miracles because I thought, if miracles are true, then why wouldn't I see those today? Why is it that they would be allowed to see miracles, but I wasn't allowed to see miracles? And is it really smart, or does it make sense to believe in miracles when it seems like the whole world works according to these natural physical laws? In fact, all of science is built on that, and science is so powerful. I mean, here I am with a MacBook and an iPhone and a PC and an Android, and I've got an electric car, and that's what science did. We've put men on the moon, and we put rovers on Mars, and we've sent satellites out beyond the galaxy. It's just amazing. And I kind of started to wonder, should I really believe in those things that I've never seen happen? But then I got into college, and I'll be honest with you, it was not my peers that made me fall away in my faith. It wasn't that I couldn't say no to drinking. That wasn't a problem for me. I don't drink now. I don't do drugs now. All right, that's not who I am. That's not what took me away from Christ. It wasn't because I wanted to party or just have fun. I think the hedonistic life is shallow. Okay, I think there's got to be more to life than that. Really, it was, I took a religion class. I mean, I guess being raised Christian and still holding on to that identity when I got to college, I thought, I'm going to take a religion class, and I'm going to answer all these questions. I'm going to get it from the professor that has studied the ancient texts, the ancient languages, that has the knowledge of the ancient Near East. And I'll tell you what, that class hurt my faith more than any other class I'd ever taken, because I found out that my professor started out as a divinity school student who planned to be a minister, but that he himself had lost his faith. that my religion teacher was actually an atheist. And this shocked me. But of course, it also intrigued me. I wanted to know, well, how could he be an atheist if he knows all of these things? And I'll tell you what I really started doing. I kind of started doubting that my parents had really tried to tell me the truth. I hate to say that because they're good people and I love them. But I started to think that probably what they had tried to do was control my behavior and just make sure that I didn't get into trouble or turn out to be a horrible person. And so they taught me this structure of religion that imposed on me these moral expectations and gave me these moral disciplines. And that really helped me. And I can see the practical value in that. And I understand why as parents, they would be concerned about that. But my parents couldn't tell you why they believe the resurrection is true, except because the Bible says so. Right? And when I went to them, I said, now, Mom and Dad, can you show me how this miracle could have happened and Christianity could be true? And they said, well, the Bible says it right here. I had to say to them, don't y'all know that the Bible has some serious problems? And I got this from my religion professor, but I thought I should share it with them because I thought they would want to know. You know, the Greek New Testament has 138,000 words in it. It has 400,000 errors in it. Now, how can I take that seriously? How can you ask me to base how I live my life, what I affirm to be the actual ultimate reality, the truth out here, what I'm going to raise my children believing, what I'm going to try to impose on others, and what I vote for? How could you expect me to do that based on a book that makes these wild miracle claims and is filled with errors? What I began to see was that my parents were Christians because that was the kind of culture they were raised in. If they had been raised in another place, they wouldn't have been Christians, they would have been Muslims. Or they would have been Jews, or they would have been Hindus, or they would have been Shintoists, but they just had a belief because that was what they were raised. It was a cultural belief. And when I came to them with my questions, they couldn't answer my questions. And that's when I realized that my faith wasn't real. And what I want to tell you is, and I, I don't want to upset any of you, and I don't want to disabuse you of a faith that makes your life better. But I found a lot of freedom in giving up a faith that was really just a superstition. I find so much confidence and so much comfort in the power of the human mind, the power of science and of reason to find the real truth. And I don't want to be deluded by hopes that are fake or false or that will only be disappointing. I'd rather just know the harsh reality and live with that. And so now I consider myself a virtuous humanist. I want to do the very best I can do to relieve suffering in this life. I want to do the best I can do to promote flourishing now. I want to help every person have the highest standard and quality of living that they can have. And I want to help them to live that good life too. And so that's where I'm at. And I just want to share that with you. And now what I would like to do is just let you, whatever questions you have, feel free to shoot them at me. Okay, back here. What's your name?
My name is Jordan.
Jordan the Christian.
Jordan the Christian.
Okay, Jordan the Christian. What is it, Jordan?
I've got a couple of questions for you. You said you believe in science, right?
Well, I believe in the power of science to help us.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I agree with that too. Science has done some pretty incredible things. You know, we've learned and grown so much in the past 50 years
that's
or
right.
so. You know, we've run experiments all the time. It teaches us so much, right? We've had so much advancement in the studies of evolution and all of these. We've learned so much, and it seems that those are that's the perfect way to explain all things, right? That God didn't create all things, but instead that we formed through evolution. But my question for you is, I've always struggled with abiogenesis.
Yeah.
How did life start? I mean, with all of our advancements in science, all of the wondrous things that we can go to the moon, but we cannot create life.
Right.
And the two theories that I've heard, and I would like you to explain which one you happen to stand on, is either the primordial soup or panspermia. And if you choose panspermia, you're just kicking the can down the road and saying it happened somewhere else under some other circumstances.
Yeah, that's a great question. So, I mean, the origin of life is a problem for all worldviews. I mean, it's a problem for Christianity just like it is for science. And so the way I think about it is it's a problem for everybody. So I just pick whichever problem I think is easier or easier to live with. Now, as far as my personal leanings, I lean toward panspermia. I noticed that Richard Dawkins is open to that. He discusses that in Expelled, No Intelligence Allowed, which was Ben Stein's documentary about the fight between intelligent design and evolutionary theory in American public schools. And I believe it was Richard Dawkins who allowed for the possibility of panspermia. And, you know, when you think about just how big the universe is, it seems like it would be an awfully big waste of space for there not to be other life out there. And so it seems like the most likely explanation for the origin of life on our planet would be that it arrived here from another planet where it existed previously. So that is how I deal with the idea of life on this planet.
And what about what Carl Sagan said, that the chances of life spontaneously generating is 1 in 1 times 10 to the 100 billion, that it would be more likely for a tornado to go through a junkyard and assemble a fully functioning 747.
Yeah.
It kind of seems to me that if you are taking the view of science and taking the view of evolution, and therefore abiogenesis, that if you look at all of the historical records of Scripture in opposition to 1 in 1 times 10 to the 100 billion, if you're looking at just statistical probability, God is more probable.
Yeah, you know, I think that Sagan's point there really kind of helps my point, and I would suspect that Sagan would probably be open to my point. You know, Sagan was involved in convincing Lyndon Johnson to set up the SETI program, the search for extraterrestrial life, and that because he clearly believed it was out there. And so I would suspect that Sagan must have some concept of the pre-existence of some life form prior to the life existing here. Now, what I'm open to, and I'm not affirming this, what I'm open to is that there could be some kind of natural life that exists infinitely or eternally or immortally, such that it could be a kind of perennial source of life. And it just exists there. It never had a cause before, it just exists.
So can you tell me what the distinction is between that and God?
Well, this is in the universe, it's physical.
So the universe is therefore infinite as well?
Yeah, it could be, or it could be a part of a universe, a multiverse of universes. And so this could go back infinitely simply based on the number of universes that exist. If there's an infinite number, there could be infinite multiverse. And these could arise kind of chronologically in terms of, you know, one bubbling up off of another and life kind of permeating that multiverse slowly.
So
But
with
surely.
both panspermia and the multiverse that you're talking about, you just keep kicking the can down the road and saying that it happened some other time, in some other place, in some other dimension or universe, and it just happened to trickle down.
Well, I think everybody has to kick the can somewhere. You know, I mean, if I say it's here, you know, here's life here, well, there's got to be something, you know, that life came from, unless I affirm, you know, spontaneous abiogenesis or try to construct some kind of physical, you know, explanation for biogenesis, the arising of life from non-life. But I'm less inclined to do that. I'm more inclined simply to assume that life is this kind of thing that can only come from previous life. And so perhaps there's just been an infinitely long existence of natural life within an infinitely, populated multiverse.
But if you look at entropy, the system is winding down. So if
Yeah.
you keep saying that something is budding off and something buds off that
Yeah.
and off that,
Yeah.
there has to be a first mover.
If it's not infinitely existing, if it's infinite or eternally existing, then there wouldn't have to be a first mover. If it just eternally exists.
So there's an eternally existing natural universe that all other universes have budded off of, that there is no entropy there, but there is here.
What are you telling me?
I was taking to go back because you skipped the slide, so I think.
Oh, I skipped a slide. I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay, so entropy is an interesting question. I mean, entropy is one of the natural laws I believe in. And so, yeah, so all energy is moving toward a state of equilibrium such that at some point in the future, all of the physical universe will reach a state of entropy wherein it will experience heat death. There will be no more energy, no more movement, no more life. So, I mean, I think that state's coming, but I suppose all that we can infer is that it hasn't arrived yet, and the multiverse must be very, very big. So it's feeding into our universe energy, and that's why our universe hasn't yet become depleted of energy.
This eternal, infinite universe that
That's
has
right.
no entropy is feeding into our universe.
Well, I'm not saying it has no entropy, but I'm saying it overcomes the entropy.
And how does it do that?
I'm not sure. Not sure how it does
So
that.
you have a first mover as an eternal, infinite universe that has caused all things. And again, I ask.
Well, I would push back in terms of its having caused all things, only because it exists causelessly, and so there's all that is it that exists causelessly. But as for kicking the can, I think Christians kick the can, and the reason I think Christians kick the can is we get to this point, which we all admit that we can't explain where life came from, and so Christians kick the can to a God. And they say, well, here's a place where I can't explain something, so God has to be the explanation. What this is called is a God of the gaps, move. And I would just rather not make that kind of move. I'd rather say there's got to be some kind of natural explanation. Those are the kinds of explanations we observe every day. And so presumably there's a natural explanation for the things I see. So, yeah, great question. Who else has a question? Yes, sir. Tell me your name again.
My name's Willie.
Willie?
Willie the Christian.
Willie the Christian. I think you had a conversation with Nathan the Christian in the parking lot of some restaurant in Sevierville last year. Do you remember that? We met there. That's what Nathan the Christian told me. Yeah.
Oh, man.
I don't remember where that was, but he said you were a great guy, but I heard you were coming to preaching school, so I was kind of concerned for you. Guys, listen, I recognize it's 10:01, but since we're in the middle of this exercise, if I can hold you another 10 minutes or so, and then we'll go to break, okay? Willie the Christian.
I just want to know more about you before, because I don't want to sit there and just bash you. But
Well, listen, as a Christian, I would hope you wouldn't bash me, but
I'm just saying, I just want to know where you came from. So, what made you turn away from Christianity?
Hey, that's a great question. I don't think anything made me. I think I saw the light, as it were. I saw the light of reason. And one thing I believe is that there's a certain external component to our belief formation. So what's your name? Drew. Drew, if I said I'll give you $1 million if you could believe that there were a pink elephant flying over your head, would I be giving you the $1 million? Why couldn't you believe that? Because there's not one, right? And what you affirm as true is affected by what you see out here in the world, right? Right. That's how we all work. Okay, so this is kind of an evidentialist approach to belief formation. So I just was exposed to things I hadn't been exposed to before. I really think that's the answer. My parents sheltered me. There were things they didn't want me to know. There were books they wouldn't let me read, right? There were people they wouldn't let me talk to. There were classes they wouldn't let me take. In 7th grade, I couldn't take the sex ed class, right? They just kept me out of all those classes, all the science classes. And so I think they sheltered me. So then when I was exposed to this stuff that they obviously viewed as a threat to Christianity, well, it was because it revealed the truth and it undermined my faith. But, the way I see it is, whatever I believe should be informed by all of the options that are out there, right? I should have all the information. And then I should form my belief based on all the information. If I'm forming it just on this little bit of information that my Christian parents give to me, well, I don't think that's a very healthy way to raise your children. I think that kind of biases them toward a false belief, perpetuates a superstition.
I do that last part you said. We don't know how internet works from the Bible, right? No, because there's no.
That's right. We don't. Yeah.
Or different things are explained not by the Bible, that we kind of get this general idea of everything. But are you not like taking the Bible and what it says there and just throwing it out the window when you say, well, it's not real, it's not true, Got like, and then you said 130,000 Greek words, right?
138,000, I believe.
My bad.
All right.
But 400,000 errors.
Yeah.
Do you know everyone? Like, can you tell me them?
I've seen enough of them to believe that they're important.
What are they?
They're textual errors. So if you look at one text and then you look at another text, you'll see that there are variants in those texts, which suggests that the copying process by which the text was transmitted was not very accurate. And so what that leads me to believe is we probably don't have the originals. We probably don't.
Show me one of them.
Well, it would take more time than I have right now, but I'd love to sit down and show it to you sometime. Yeah. I could recommend to you Bart Ehrman misquoting Jesus. That's a good place to start on that. Another question, anybody? Yes, sir, Drew.
So
Drew the Christian. Okay.
So first, I'm sorry that you didn't get your answers to your questions initially, but you had mentioned that in your philosophy class, your instructor had taught you all these things. But I was curious, what did your studies look like? Did you study both the negative and the affirmative, or did you study heavily to the negative of Christianity? What did that look like?
You know, I had studied Christianity so much in the home that I was almost overwhelmed by it, you know. And so I felt as though I had a very good grasp on Christianity. And so I really kind of leaned into my studies in my religion class. So that was primarily what I studied. Now, I did come back with questions. I asked my preacher and I asked my parents, and I didn't feel like they gave me very good answers. Yeah, so that's a good question.
Did you dive into individual study into these questions any, or did you mainly just rely on the external information from other people?
Yeah, I mean, I would say I definitely looked at, you know, the questions individually. I mean, one of the ones that I was particularly concerned with was the question of the resurrection. I was very concerned about the resurrection. And in my philosophy class, I encountered the teaching of David Hume. And David Hume was a Christian, but he thought that it was hard to believe in miracles. And I kind of sympathized with that. As I told you guys, I did have a little trouble with that in high school. But he thought it was hard to believe in miracles. He said, you know, if you've never seen one, and if the way you justify your belief in the testimony of others is based on what seems possibly true based on your own experience in life, then you would never have good reason to believe the testimony of a miracle because you have no evidence of that in your own experience, right? And so if you were just using the weight of the evidence of your own experience, you would say that can never be a credible testimony because I have no point of comparison that would say that's a plausible answer. And so to be honest with you, it was David Hume and his inquiry into human understanding, his objection to the possibility of miracles, both as violations of the law of nature and as incredible testimony that just has no comparison in our own experiences. And we use our experiences to weigh testimony. And so that just really, man, that made it, I just didn't feel like I could be rationally honest and keep believing in miracles. And the resurrection is at the heart of Christianity. That's how Jesus is declared to be the Son of God with power, right? And so if I couldn't believe miracles, I couldn't believe Jesus was the Son of God, well, then I couldn't believe Christianity. And so that was a problem. But then, of course, in my religion class, what that showed to me was the strong comparison between the dying and rising of Jesus and the dying and rising of mythical or pagan gods. And I realized that Christianity was really just derivative. It was kind of a first century apocalyptic Judaistic amalgamation of previous Egyptian and Canaanite dying and rising god myths. And that it just was really, the culture was ripe for that kind of a doctrine. They were all looking for a Messiah at that time. And so this one took hold. And so that's how it gained the cultural power and legacy that it's had. So I'd never been exposed to that before. So when I saw that, I was shocked. But in combination with the problem with miracles, that's really what happened. All right, good question. Yes, sir.
So,
Your name?
Walker the Christian.
Walker the Christian. All right, good.
I have a friend that's actually Parker Christian.
Yes, I've met Parker.
So, you don't believe, the view is that you don't believe in miracles because you have not seen them, correct?
First of all, I don't think anything can violate the laws of nature. I learned that when I was a kid. I mean, if I fell off my bike, I scraped my knee every time. My kids have a trampoline now. Every time I went up on the trampoline, I came down. A lot of times it was in the springs, right, of the trampoline. So, I mean, that's a law. And I don't think anybody gets out from under those laws. And so I don't think anybody could have in the first century. So I don't believe the laws of nature can be violated. But I also don't believe that I have good reason to trust a miracle testimony because nothing in my experience suggests that that's possible. So that would all serve as a kind of evidence to inform the probability of the truth of the miracle claim, and the probability would be greatly weighted against the truth of the miracle claim based on all of my personal experience in life. Yeah.
So if it's based on personal experience, whether miracles could occur, then why were we able to look and say that there is multiverse when nothing about our personal experience shows that?
Okay, well, I do believe in inference. I do believe in knowledge through inference. So for all of scientific knowledge, it's based in causal explanation, and that's all knowledge through inference. So what I would look at then is I would look at what we see in our universe and presume that there may be some causal influences that we can infer based on what we observe in our universe. So if we look at all that happened in our universe before Planck time, in the Big Bang process and that hyperinflationary period before Planck time, which we know must have existed. There must have been a time when all of that matter and energy that was expanding from that initial singularity, it must have been expanding from that initial singularity at a speed faster than the speed of light, which our physics at present will not allow us to explain. The best explanation I have for that is that there's a multiverse outside of our universe that had some influence on those laws and that matter and energy to be able to cause that kind of hyperinflationary period. So I actually think that a multiverse is the most rational explanation for hyperinflation pre-Planck time.
So what I would ask is, with looking at the multiverse and looking at something outside affecting the inside,
Yeah.
we look at an outside universe affecting an inside universe, when that outside universe must have an outside after that using inference. What makes that more reasonable than looking at just simply a God outside, rather than looking at one over the other
Yeah.
and just be equal views?
Right. Well, I think that I don't think that there's not an explanatory stopping point. I mean, I don't think that we have to multiply universes to infinity necessarily. I think it could be that they are. It could be that there's one that happens to be the most powerful and can, eternal and can cause all the others. What I think makes it more reasonable is that it's a physical explanation, and I think we should use physical explanations if possible. Because everything that you've ever experienced in life had a physical explanation. Same for me. And so I think that I just draw the line at physical explanations. I think that makes more sense. So I actually would say it's more reasonable. Now that means I'm putting it on the table with non-physical explanations, and I'm suggesting that physical explanations are more reasonable than non-physical explanations.
Is your definition of physical abiding by physical law?
It's a good question. So I think of physical as that's encompassing all that is either physical itself or supervenes on the physical, that is, arises out of the physical. And yes, I would say that all that is physical or supervenes on the physical is governed by natural law, governed by physical law. Yeah, good questions. Anybody besides Jordan the Christian? All right, Desiree.
Let me first say thank you.
Hey, is anybody telling our man back here what's going on? Remember ground rule number 2? All right, Brother Desiree.
All right. So first, thank you so much for braving.
Yes, a lion in a den of lambs here.
The shirt. And like you, I did not grow up with in terms of getting to the point of being faithful in terms of understanding what my faith is and reasoning. I too had questions.
Yeah.
What did it for me though? And I think something along this line may influence your thinking as well, is what if you are wrong?
Yeah.
In terms of what are the consequences of being wrong in terms of your search for the truth.
Yeah.
And finding the truth. So what if you are wrong? What are the consequences?
Yeah. All right. You tell me what if I'm wrong.
So the consequence of being wrong.
Yeah.
meaning that
What
you
happens to
choose-
me if I'm wrong, according to Christianity?
According to Christianity,
Yeah.
you will be damned
Damned where?
in hell,
For how long?
eternity.
Because I just couldn't come to believe it because there wasn't enough information.
Yes.
That sounds fair to you?
It's not a matter of fairness.
Is it? So God's not fair?
I'm saying to you,
Okay.
God is fair. In
Okay.
that you were given the opportunity, and that's what I say. What if you are wrong?
All right. Well, I mean, I'm living my life and I've never seen it.
Yes.
So I would just assume that if God is good and powerful, then he could cause me to see it. If he really wanted me to be saved.
But you haven't shown it based on what you were saying before that you. got the
Yeah.
opportunity
No,
beforehand.
there were no answers there. Like I told you, I sought the answers and they were not there. So I
Is it
would.
that the answers were not there,
Yeah.
or you chose not to believe the answers that you received that were there?
No, I think the answers weren't there. When I asked my parents, how do you explain the resurrection without basing it in Scripture, they had no answer.
So you were given an answer, but that was from the. Remember, the basis
Mm.
that you're looking at now is that what if you are wrong in not believing what the evidence that you were given?
Mm-hmm.
That's the right or wrongness that you're looking at now. So you were given this body of evidence,
Yeah.
but you chose not to believe this body of evidence, and that's why I said, what if you are wrong in not believing this body?
Yeah. Well, you're familiar with the idea of sufficient evidence. Yeah. So I think we all have to have sufficient evidence. And I would say that you would agree with me that there's some amount of evidence that's not sufficient evidence. It's evidence, but it's not enough. So if I were to say to a non-Christian, no knowledge of Scripture whatsoever, I'm a Christian, Jesus Christ is the Son of God. That would be evidence. That'd be testimonial evidence. Is that enough evidence?
But for you,
Okay,
As you-
but it's not enough evidence.
I agree.
Okay, so a person can say, I need this much evidence to believe, and some of that's out of our control. I mean, Drew can't believe in the pink elephant, okay, because he needs more evidence than he has.
Yeah.
And what I'm saying to you is I went to the people I trusted, the people who told me this is true, and I said, where's the evidence? And they didn't have it. And so I'm an honest broker here. If the evidence is there, I want it. But I don't see it. And you know, Bertrand Russell was asked this question 100 years ago. So what happens if you die and you see God? And he said, I would just look at God and say, not enough evidence. And that's what I would do too.
so then, and this is the other part of the question. So then you are willing to live with whatever consequences of being wrong.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what you're saying to me.
Well, I'll just be honest with you. I can't believe in a God that would punish me to hell. Because I believe I'm an honest seeker. And, you know, we oftentimes want to make the atheist the bad guy, right? Like he's an evil person, obviously. He's probably a drunkard, a drug addict, an adulterer. I'm none of those things. I'm a faithful husband and father. I'm committed to helping my community. I'm trying to do what's good in the world. I still largely maintain Christian morality, even though I'm not a Christian anymore. I don't hold it for those reasons. But I can look at a God that sends people to hell and say that's not right.
No. So first,
I mean, because if I lived for 80 years
yeah.
and I were the most evil and wicked person ever for 80 years, I mean, how does that equate to eternity in conscious torment? Our Geneva Conventions won't allow us to torment people, but God will let us. He will will that we be tormented for eternity. Yeah, I just can't believe that. I mean, I'm just telling you outright. I just think that's unethical. So if I were to believe in any kind of God, it wouldn't be the kind of God that would do that, right? So I just don't believe that's true. So that's why that consequence doesn't bother me, right? And frankly, I'm a little concerned for you because I would hate for it to be the case that you're affirming your beliefs simply because you're afraid to go to hell. I mean, that's one of the advantages of atheism is I'm not forming my beliefs in the fear of what might happen to me if I don't affirm them. I'm free simply to say, here's what the truth is, which I think is very liberating. I would encourage you to check it out. All right. Any other questions? Brother Dustin, I heard you're a lot of fun. I heard you ask a lot of fun questions.
Yeah, something about crows named O'Shaughnessy. Anyway.
Yes, that's right.
What is your stance then on the historical Jesus as
Yeah.
a person?
Well, that's really interesting. I'm glad somebody finally asked about that because I'll tell you, when I think about Christianity, I think about Jesus, right? And if the story of Jesus is true, then Christianity is true, right? So that's where, I mean, I probably was the most shocked in my study because as a Christian, I just never asked that question. I mean, it was just taken for granted that Jesus really lived, that he really was a person. But I'll tell you now, I doubt that somewhat.
What makes you doubt that?
Well, here's what I see. You know, I have a problem with miracles. I've shared that with you. I look at the accounts of Jesus in Scripture, and they're so highly legendary that it causes me to wonder whether any person actually existed who was the actor named Jesus in those accounts. In fact, as I look at the comparison between the 4 gospel accounts, I think it's interesting that we have 4 and they're sequential in nature, so that it seems like one's kind of trying to fix the last one and make the story better, maybe even respond to cultural pressures that might have arisen since the writing of the last one. I mean, Luke even says, I'm trying to get this right? I'm trying to tell the story right. It almost seems like it's a pastiche of stories and of viewpoints, and that all of this is being applied to a person. Now, maybe there was a guy named Jesus, you know, during this Messiah time, and maybe he was a pretty influential person. But arising from virgin birth, don't think so. You know, resurrected on the 3rd day, don't think so. Think probably he was at most an influential teacher, but possibly he's just a historical pastiche that was useful for a people at a time, and that gave them a great deal of comfort, and that gives us a great deal of comfort now, if we believe in him.
So what about the accounts of individuals like Josephus, Tacitus, Tonius?
Well, clearly the Josephus account has been corrupted. I mean, that's what I would say about the Josephus account.
Corrupted how? By who?
Well, somebody else came along and added their own interpolations to the text. So yeah, I don't know that the.
Iliad?
What about the Iliad?
What about the Iliad?
What
Has
about
the
it?
Iliad been corrupted?
Well, I think there's probably a better chain of custody with the Iliad than there is with the writings of Josephus.
What about with the writings of the New Testament?
I would say the same thing. Probably a better chain of custody with the Iliad.
Okay, so 5,000, almost 6,000 manuscripts with the New Testament, but yet
Yeah.
the Iliad is.
But if it's a bad copy, it doesn't matter if we have 5,000.
But what if they're 99% accurate? You would say that versus the 80 to at best 92% accurate with the Iliad.
Yeah.
And we're going to say the Iliad is more. Is that intellectual?
Well, I never made the claim about the Iliad.
But you just said that it was more.
I was allowing for the possibility. If you're saying that the Iliad is not corrupted, perhaps there's a better chain of custody. That's all I was saying, is that it would just be about the chain of custody. And of course, we don't have the originals. So it's hard establishing a chain of custody.
My question also about this, specifically the resurrection of Jesus the Christ.
Yeah.
So, we'll say there was a Jesus. We'll play, pardon the expression, devil's advocate. We'll say that there is a Jesus, right? Historians react in a way that say that he was crucified and he was buried.
Yeah.
Especially during the 1st century. We're talking at most about 60 years after
Right,
the death of Jesus the Christ. A man who was a Jew. The Romans did not look kindly on the Jews, as we can read so many historical accounts of. But yet they felt the need to talk about this Jew in particular, the movement that was started by this Jew. The Romans did not like, as even Tacitus would speak evil of the Jews, and Christus, which is the Latin name for Christ in his account. What is your explanation for those things by Jesus, and why, if Jesus did die on the cross, as these historians say, and they were buried, he was buried, why not produce the body? Why don't we ever read of a body being produced? Because would that not have killed the movement? If we have this story of a resurrected Savior, why not produce the body, thus killing the movement? But yet, the Jews, even in the Talmud, which is hostile to Christian testimony, they never produced a body. The Romans never produced a body.
Well, have you noticed how many conspiracy theorists there are today?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So I think conspiracy theory mentalities have always existed. A tendency not to trust authorities and to believe things that are true that go against the authorized narrative. So I think it's very possible that the apostles did that. That they thought there was a kind of authorized narrative about the death of Jesus, but that they believed in Jesus' resurrection so much that they believed he was resurrected. And they didn't believe the state account. And so they probably saw in that resurrection the truth they were wanting to see, confirmation bias, right? And that way that would affirm the hopes they had about having a life in Christ and having eternal life. And so they preached that message with all their hearts. I just think they were sincerely mistaken, that's all. And I think they wanted to believe it was true, and they were deluded by some conspiracy theory type influences. Perhaps they were the source of some of those as well. So I think that's probably what accounts for the existence of the movement, in the same way that we see the deep state and systemic ideas in culture today as well, motivating some pretty radical behaviors. Even, people who will fight for those ideas and things like that. I think that could be a possible explanation.
What about then someone who wasn't an apostle? What about someone who didn't believe in Christ, but yet later on in life, after the resurrection, the supposed resurrection, we'll say, did believe in Christ? That is James's brother. We also have historical accounts of individuals talking about James, the Lord's brother, believing in him. But at first, he didn't believe in him. So
all kinds of religions start in false claims, and I would think you would agree with me on that. I mean, Muhammad didn't fly to God from Mount Zion. I mean, but the Muslims believe that. So, I think it's possible for religion to arise from a false claim. In fact, I would think that you, most of all, would say it happens more often than not that way, that Christianity would be the lone exception. Which, of course, would cast doubt on the claims of Christianity. All right, great questions. I appreciate it. Okay, it is 10:25, so we're well past our break. Let's take 10 minutes for a break, and I'm going to put my coat back on and no longer be Aaron the Atheist. I've done it all I can do it. I hate doing it, to be honest with you, but I think it's a valuable exercise. All right, so let's take our break, and then let's assess how we did. All right. Thanks, guys. Great job participating. I appreciate it. Okay. Well, time for us to get back to it. I want to remind everyone, I do not believe or affirm any of those things that I just said to you. And I wouldn't say them to you if I didn't believe that you could hear them and also understand that they are not true. Okay. So I trust that I haven't damaged anyone's faith by sharing those things with you. And the rules still apply. If anything I did say, in fact, impacted your faith in any way, please let me know. A large portion of those things we'll address in our seminar. We won't address all of them. So if there was something I said that was especially bothersome to you, please let me know. A lot of that was just made up on the spot just to try to avoid having to give you an answer. Okay? How many of you would say I really just got to the point and gave you a straight answer? Did I say yes or no? No. But I tried to make you feel like I was saying yes or no, right? I tried to seem like I was very clear in my position, but my answers were not, in fact, very clear, were they? So you guys tell me, what were your impressions of Aaron the Atheist in terms of how he answered questions, in terms of the answers he gave? Was it easy or hard to have that conversation? All right, Dustin?
You use a lot of big words.
Big words. Why did I use big words?
It sounds smart.
Well, it sounds smart, so that could be intimidating, or that could establish some perceived authority. But also, if you don't know those big words, then I've immediately gained an advantage over you because now I'm talking about something you don't understand, so how are you going to continue to have the conversation with me? I brought up Planck time and the hyperinflationary period to support an inference to the multiverse. Well, buckle up, right? Go study all of that, because if you want to talk about the origin of the universe, you need to talk about those things. All right, so welcome to the conversation. That's going to be a part of it. All right, Planck time and the hyperinflationary period are a big problem for Big Bang cosmology. They need an explanation. Best explanations are things like we don't know yet or the multiverse. Okay, so all physical law breaks down prior to Planck time according to physics, and so, well, then it's just inexplicable. Okay, well, you've got a problem in your system there. All right, so didn't give straight answers, used big words. What else would you say?
You were confident.
Oh, confident. Confident. Brother Jordan, are atheists and agnostics generally fairly confident in the things they believe? They're always confident. Why is that?
They're well read.
Sir?
They are well read.
They're well read. think about it. If I've left Christianity for this position, you think I've studied it? I've studied it. Okay? If I live in a context that's Christian, but I've chosen not to be a Christian, you think I've studied my position? I have. I've got reasons. All right, what you're going to ask me is, what are my reasons? And you're going to find out, well, if those are the reasons, then where do I start, right? I've got to know if that's the reason. If the reason is Jesus didn't really live, then I've got to look at historical Jesus claims, right? If the reason is miracles aren't possible, then I've got to have an answer to the claim miracles aren't possible, and so on and so forth. All right, what else? Impressions, Willie?
You were well informed of what other men said.
Okay.
You seem very studious in like what these philosophers said. I mean, I'm not saying that's a negative or a positive. It's just that was something that caught my attention. You were quoting a lot of other men.
Okay, so you guys kind of picked at pieces of my viewpoint, right? You picked at the piece of, do you believe Jesus really lived? You picked at the physical piece about the existence of the universe, about life arising from non-life. You picked at some of these pieces of my view. Well, as we're going to see, there are pieces of a worldview or of a system of belief. And so for each of those pieces, I have to have some justifying evidence. And so for one who holds the position of agnosticism or atheism, they're going to have justifying evidence too. They're not going to quote Scripture because that's not their source of authority. Instead, they're going to quote Richard Dawkins or Michael Roos or whoever the source of authority is in that particular, Carl Sagan, that particular area. All right, so I quoted people, but that's nothing different than what Christians do, right? They quote authorities too. Okay, so we can expect that. We can expect that they'll quote authorities we're not familiar with. Okay, so we may need to familiarize ourselves with some of those authorities. All right, what else? All right, Jordan.
One of the things about having that conversation, and atheists in general, it's very hard to nail them down because their position is there is no God and there has to be some explanation. If you disprove one explanation, I will find another one.
Good.
It doesn't matter what I land on. It doesn't matter how convoluted or contradictory.
That's all right.
As long as it is a different explanation than God.
Panspermia is a wild theory. And yet it's preferable to belief in God for an atheist. Right? And so they'll affirm panspermia before they affirm theism. All right, very good. So it's hard to nail them down. I would say there are exceptions, and we don't mean to generalize to the point of an unfair stereotype. There are exceptions, but generally speaking, it can be very difficult to nail them down. You may find yourself circling back to another point in the conversation where they take up some point that they've thought about and they've got a new idea to share. But if they hit a roadblock, they'll circle around to something else, or they'll raise some new question. They'll try to avoid the roadblock. And as we like to say, it's kind of like nailing Jell-O to the wall. Right? It's real hard to do. Okay, so one tactic is to get them to commit to what they mean by something they claim to believe. All right, and we'll talk about that. Okay. Other comments? What was it like talking to Aaron? What was that experience like? All right, Dustin.
Well, he didn't answer the question at hand, which we kind of talked about already. He danced around it, but he didn't answer the question at all.
So I a bit like a politician, right? Answer the question you want to answer. All right, don't answer the question they ask. And so I'll look for your question and find something in it that serves my position. And then I'll talk about that instead. And so as Dustin points out, I did not answer all of Dustin's questions. And that's because I didn't want to. Maybe it was because I didn't know how to. But in any case, I avoided answering questions, and I think sometimes you'll have that experience. Okay, any other thoughts, impressions of, yes, sir?
I'm just thinking, of course we're role playing here.
Yes.
I just get a feeling that even if you win this kind of argument, we will just have won the battle but lost the war.
Good. So we can look at this conversation and ask, well, how does this connect to our goal of saving a soul? All right. What do you think the odds are of saving the soul of Aaron?
He was very dogmatic.
All right, I'm going to ask Jordan, what are the odds?
Very low.
Okay.
Because he had a knowledge of the truth before, he walked away from it, and now he has to base his entire ego and self-worth on, I didn't make the wrong decision.
All right. So we want to be careful, when we say, well, we'll never convert that person, because we don't know that. That's right, and God's involved. Circumstances are involved. But if we have to ration resources, in this case, time and energy, we may have to say, this might not be the best place for me to focus my time and energy. Here is Susie over here, and she's genuinely seeking. I don't know any Susie, so if there's she's genuinely seeking, and here's Aaron over here, and he's hard-headed and ornery, and he just wants to win the argument. Well, I'm going to choose the genuine seeker over the one who just wants to win the argument if I have to ration my time and resources, right? Okay. Any other impressions? Yes, sir.
While I were looking at all the arguments that were made, and I realized that Aaron, maybe he was trying to convince you as a Christian and picking his side, and someone asked me, I said, it was hard for me not to use the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's where my faith is, and if I stray from the Bible and go to another source where I don't know nothing, it will feel that I'm not firm, while he is firm on his stand.
Tell me your name. What's your name?
Nico.
Nico? Said Nico the Christian. All right. So Nico says it was hard not to use the Bible in that conversation. All right. And that's where my faith is, as it's where it ought to be. Right. In these conversations, we may find, though, that we have to reason our way to the Bible, and that invoking the Bible may not be what will be most useful in that particular moment. Now, I say that, but I want to, add the caveat that I am not saying we can't use the Bible in these conversations. For example, I think we can talk about what a Christian position is, but what about abiogenesis? In my view, as a Christian, I believe God created the heavens and the earth, and I believe he created all life. Now, to me, that makes sense because there is in God this principle and power of life, and he could impart that to other things. We don't have that power. We have never observed nature having that power. And so it would seem to me that invoking a God in that case is not a God of the gaps explanation. It's a necessary explanation for the conditions at hand. We need the kind of thing that has that kind of power. So it looks like to me that what the Bible has to say fits with what I observe in the natural world. And so that's a proper belief. And what do you think about that? All right, so I'm not saying we can never use Scripture in this conversation. Don't hear me say that. What I'm saying is we may have to contextualize it in this frame of reference here. All right, yes, sir, you.
I think I saw in Aaron a level of arrogance, but I think a lot of it stemmed from persuasion.
Mm-hmm.
I think he really believed what he was saying. And what he was saying, he was able to switch foundations. With our argument, we're basing it on Scripture. That's one foundation, and we have to know that foundation. But I think that helps us because if we just have that one foundation, we know that foundation sure. He would have to try to find new foundations for his argument.
All right, I believe we can use both reason and revelation. And I'm going to suggest that in our seminar, that there's a place both for reason and revelation, and that together these are like two sides of a scissors. All right, they work like this. And so I think we have both reason and revelation supporting our case. So that's an interesting point. And Brother Willie, do you have a comment?
Yes, sir. When you were talking about the manuscripts and whatnot,
Yeah.
that was something that I've been trying to study myself, because that is there are those type of criticism, and I was wondering, are we going to cover those, or do you have?
We will. We'll cover that. Cover that, I believe, in lesson 6. Is there a comment over here? Yes, sir.
Yes. Aaron, for me, was a person that we didn't get to know more about him. And I think when he started describing his life, I can also perceive some pain or some way of, he was probably feeling bad. I forgot the right word right now. But from his parents, and I think that's part of Robert was saying, like that. He was trying to express probably his pain through all this knowledge, because apparently his parents didn't do a good job trying to help him. So in that way, I'm going back with Nico. It's kind of hard because there was also this phase that is not really Aaron. And we don't know who really Aaron is. And I think as Christians, we also have to keep the high hopes for that person, because we don't know that person well until we figure out what's actually going on. Because it seems like he was talking, explaining things, but you were holding the posture the whole time. And it's hard for us to know if you are actually getting the voice or not, and we usually get discouraged with that.
Yeah.
And at the end we think like, oh, we're not gonna waste our time with that.
So if you'd been having this conversation with me, would you leave encouraged or discouraged, or how would you leave the conversation? Discouraged, probably. Frustrated. Okay. Did any of you lose the sense that it was Nathan and kind of get caught up in this is Aaron the atheist? Did any of you get into that mindset? It's interesting how when we do this role play in seminars, very often people will say, I forgot that you were Nathan. All right? And the real colors start to come out. All right, 2 more comments, and then I need to direct us in some thoughts. I had a couple back here. Yes, sir.
I think Aaron the atheist is the most contradictory person I ever heard. Not our Aaron. We have a good Aaron.
All right.
So,
He's the most what person?
the most contrary.
Contrary.
Yeah, or contrary.
Oh, he is indeed contrary.
Because he doesn't believe
Yeah.
in God because he has no evidence. But the source that he used, he has no evidence for them also.
Yeah.
Because when he believes in something, for example, he believes there is a source. But when asked him about that source, he doesn't know. So he has no evidence for that.
Uh-huh.
The books that he believes in, the reading. So almost every year those things change. So they say that, all right, that was not like that. So they change.
Uh-huh.
And then the book that he doesn't believe is a standard book that never changes.
Mm.
Everything in it remains from that book written and changed, and it will never change.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I would say that's a good point. And that may lead to a kind of question we might ask, which is, did we ask Aaron, hey, could you tell me why you believe that? You know, what leads you to think that? Did we go straight to the step of, now, if you believe that's true, what about this? I think we did more of that, didn't we? Yeah. All right, right here, somebody's been patiently waiting to ask a question. Was that you that was wanting to ask a question? Oh, it was you. I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
I think similar to what Jordan said is because Aaron had a bunch of different reasons that he kind of loosely believed some of them and yet spoke very dogmatically, because a lot of times you'll speak to atheists and they will say that they can't definitively say there's no God because of these reasons that they have, but then they don't really fully subscribe to them and think through them logically, but still speak very dogmatically about things.
All right, good. So there can be a kind of dogmatism and then a kind of, I can't think of the right term, but a kind of refusal to commit to any particular position at the same time. So again, when someone says I'm an atheist, one of the great questions to ask is, what do you mean by that? Right? You might offer a couple possibilities. You know, classically that would mean that you affirm that there is no God. It seems more recently people would say, well, I lack a faith in God. What do you mean when you say? So notice, there can be that dogmatic position, God doesn't exist, or that there can be that softer position of, I don't have good reason to believe God exists, so God probably doesn't exist. 2 different things. And it could be that one person holds both views depending on their usefulness in the conversation. All right, very good. Okay, so let's talk about how we did. Now, I love to do the role playing of Aaron the atheist because we're in a safe environment here. We can have the experience. We can assess how we did in the experience. Sometimes it draws out some things that it would be better to find now than later. All right. So a friend of mine was doing this role playing on one occasion at a church, a congregation, and so he's doing all the Aaron the atheist stuff, and man, they are in it. It is getting really good. And all of a sudden, one man says, "Well, I hope you've got a really good igloo cooler, right?" And the fellow role playing says, "Well, why is that?" He said, "Because it's going to be real hot when you go to hell." And the one doing the role playing had to stop and say, "Hold on now. You remember that I'm not Aaron, right? We're all Christians here, right? Okay. Okay. So would that be a good way? So are we likely to win souls if we talk like that? Okay. Okay, but could we imagine how he might get to that point because of frustration in the conversation? Okay. I goaded you about the hell point, right? Okay. If we talk about hell, it can raise some real big problems. in the conversation, right? I'm just going to turn that around. Well, what kind of God do you believe in that sends me to hell? Right? I'm a good person. Okay. So to talk about hell, we've got to have a lot of other things in place first, right? To talk about how that could be fair of God. Yeah, and it is, right? But it can be a very hard conversation. All right, so let's ask how we did. Were you loving? What do you think? Were we all loving? Did we speak the truth in love? I would like to commend you. I think you guys all did a very good job of trying to be reasonable in the conversation. Were you persuasive? You know, Agrippa said, almost you persuade me to be a Christian, to Paul. Were we persuasive? What do you think?
I think that's a question for Aaron.
Okay. Aaron says, yeah. All right.
I think persuasiveness is an attribute of it that comes from authority.
Mm-hmm.
And Aaron basically had all the authority in leading the discussion.
Okay. So it seemed like Aaron was in the driver's seat in the conversation. All right, good. So that might be a way to measure whether it was persuasive. Winsome. Were you all winsome? Would I have liked you at the end of the conversation?
Not all of us.
Not Desiree. Sir? Not Desiree?
Yeah.
Okay. I tried to goad you a little bit, and you know that's just for the sake of the exercise. So what we would want to do is have that person say, I enjoyed this conversation, let's talk again. Yes. Right? That's the goal, okay? So we want to try to have that conversation in such a graceful way that that's possible. Okay, did you keep your cool? Be swift to hear, slow to speak, slow to wrath. Did you keep your cool?
Yes, we did not explode and talk about
All right. I'd say you all did fairly well at keeping your cool. Was it obvious in the way that you communicated that you cared about the soul of Aaron the atheist? You don't think so?
No.
What do you think was most obvious about our communication?
Christians, we were trying to win an argument. We were trying to convince that he was wrong. Even though we're trying to act in love, we were trying to just prove him that he was wrong.
So it wasn't unloving, but maybe it was about, I'm going to prove you wrong. Yeah,
because
okay.
we know, as Christians, we want that soul to be saved, but I think that we were just trying to win an argument.
All right. Sir, hold on back here.
I think there's already care because the question you did ask, if you find out that you are wrong.
Yeah.
I think that was
Okay.
I think it was mixed as well because Willie asked, he probably didn't phrase it right about bashing you, but he asked about your background, where you're coming from.
Yeah, that was a good evidence of caring. Okay.
I think it turned more into us defending our own faith rather than to convert the soul.
All right, let's think about this for a minute. How does our context affect how we approach the conversation? What if I massively embarrassed you in front of this whole group? Would you be more likely to become defensive and aggressive?
Yes.
Yeah. So our context probably has some bearing on it. If we're having a discussion in a kind of open forum like online, very quickly we're concerned about what does everybody think about everything I say. And that could dispose us to not approaching in the right attitude, right? Okay, were you more concerned about winning the argument or winning the soul?
The argument.
Okay. Well, this is a particular kind of context, but I only raise that question because it's very easy for any one of us to become more interested in winning the argument than winning the soul. All right, was your speech always with grace, seasoned with salt? Did you know how to answer every man? Were you able to give a reason for the hope that was in you with meekness and fear? All right, did you know how to answer every objection I raised? No. All right. And I raised some of those simply to put into your world the possibility that is an objection. All right. Now, we will never know all the objections. There are new objections all the time. What can we do in that regard? If we don't know how to answer an objection, what do we do?
Research.
You have to be honest.
Okay, be honest and say what? Say, I've never heard of Planck time in the hyperinflationary period. That's very interesting. Let me get back to you on that. All right. Could we meet next Thursday for coffee again and talk more about that? Okay. So we're not going to know every answer, but we can still know how to answer every man. Okay, and in the case that we don't know the answer, we can say, I don't know the answer to that. That's very interesting. We might say something like, I don't know that my faith in Jesus depends on that, but I understand it's an obstacle to your faith, and so maybe I can go work on that and come back. How does that sound? Is that okay? Okay. All right. Any other thoughts there? All right, so what can we do about it? What can we do about the conversations we're going to have in a world that is increasingly secular, agnostic, atheistic, even anti-Christian? Okay, what can we do about it? Well, we can prepare ourselves. And so what I will suggest to you is that we're going to learn a systematic, rational, and evidentialist case for the Christian faith. All right, so that's what we're going to do about it. Any questions about those things before we move to that study? Come on. All right, guys, what time is it? All right, let's take a break. We'll get back on track with our breaks. We go to noon, right, and then we have lunch. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Okay, so let's take our 10-minute break, and then we'll jump into the system. All right, we'll look at the system. All right, guys, lesson 2. Lesson 2 is trust the system. Trust the system. When I was attending the Memphis School of Preaching, I was told somewhere in the process, probably somewhere along in the first year, trust the system. Okay? Any of you encountered that moment where you're like, why are we studying this? Why do I have to learn this? Why do I have to color a map?
That's the best part.
Okay. Why do I have to do this? Why do I have to go through this critiquing process? Why do I have to critique my fellow student? All of these kinds of questions that we might raise. And someone said to me, trust the system. Well, the system has been designed to produce preachers. And it has been producing preachers for a very long time. And the system works. All right? So, brethren, my word of admonition to you, trust the system. All right? These are good men. They are serving your best interest. They have your good at heart, and they're doing what's right. Trust the system. Well, in chess, and remember we're using this as a kind of framework, we approach a game of chess with a system. Okay, we approach a game of chess with a system, and we're going to talk about why that is. How many of you have ever learned a system for your game of chess? Anyone? Brother Desroy? What'd you learn? The London system? Did you learn the London system by chance?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, let's talk about why we have to have a system when we approach the game of chess. So there's something called the Shannon number. Okay, the Shannon number is an estimate of the lower bound of the number of possible unique chess games. Named after mathematician Claude Shannon, it is a staggering figure of 10 to the 120th power. Okay, in a 1950 paper titled Programming a Computer for Playing Chess, Claude Shannon, father of information theory, calculated this number to demonstrate the immense complexity of chess and why it would be impossible to solve the game through brute force computation. Okay, there is no solving the game of chess. All right, there is playing it as well as you can given the circumstances of the game. All right, so his estimate was based on a conservative model where he assumed an average length of the game is 40 moves. This is 80 half moves. All right, an average of 30 possible moves for each player at every turn. Okay, based on these assumptions, the calculation is simple. 30 to the 80th power is asymptotically equivalent to 10 to the 120th power. Okay, well, that's kind of an abstract number. It's hard for us to get our minds around that. This number includes nonsensical, illegal moves that would never be played in a real game. More refined estimates for the number of sensible games are much smaller, but still in the realm of 10 to the 40th or more. Still an astronomically large number. What's the significance of this number? The significance of the Shannon number is often highlighted by comparing it to the estimated number of atoms in the observable universe, which is roughly 10 to the 80th. Okay, so this comparison dramatically illustrates that the number of possible chess games is vastly greater than the number of atoms in the universe. Okay? So now you're going to sit down and play the game of chess. You've got 8 pawns, 8 pieces. All right? There are 64 squares, 8 ranks, 8 files, and you're going to play this game. And you're going to figure out how to win this game. Okay, well, quickly you're going to realize that with every turn you have, there is an immense number of possibilities of moves you could make. And with each move, you're going to consider not only what move can I make, But if I make that move, what move will they make? And if they make that move, what move will I make? And so it's said about grandmasters that they can see 3 moves ahead in any game. 3 moves ahead in any game. And they have systems memorized deeply. They have systems memorized out to 30 or 40 moves with all of the possible variations within those 30 or 40 moves. All right, so this overwhelming number proves that even the most powerful computers cannot solve chess by simply calculating every possible move. Instead, they must rely on strategic principles. Okay, so if you want to play chess and win, where do you start? You start with a plan, a system that tells you which moves to make and in what order. Which moves to make and in what order. And so one of the most interesting parts of the game of chess is, what opening do you like to play? Do you like to move your queen's pawn? Do you like to move your king pawn? Do you like d4, e4? Knight f3, what's your move? Okay. So there is the London system, a chess opening. It consists of a certain number of moves in a particular order. It's a kind of opening that's available to all skill levels from beginner to grandmaster. It's a flexible position. It gives good odds of checkmate. Every system that has been played has been recorded for the past 100 plus years in a database, and you can access that database and find out what the odds are that you'll win if you use that system, and if you're playing with white or you're playing with black. And so the odds of winning with white playing the London system are 50% or better. Those are very good odds. All right. Here's the system, and I'm showing you this not to teach you chess, although that's a dream of mine, okay, but rather just to show you there is a move order. And with each move you make, there's going to be a response. And if you choose to make these moves, then you're going to find that you have a strategic advantage, at least in the opening game. All right, so here are the moves. Okay, so there's the opening position. White has established control over the center. White has activated his knight and his dark square bishop. He's opened the light squares for the light square bishop. He's got a quick move for his queen to e2, and then he can castle his knight king's, or rather castle his king kingside, push his h pawn and make room and get his rooks connected on the back rank, attacking the center of the board. Okay, all of that in 5 moves because there was a system. Okay, so what I'm saying to you is, if you want to play chess, learn systems, okay? But if you want to do apologetics, learn a system. Learn a system, okay? Do not be, as it were, hodgepodge. I don't know, will I move my knight? Will I move my pawn? Should I push my bishop out here? Make a plan. Have a system, okay? Learn this system and then know where you are in the system in any of your conversations. All right, so when we ask the question about apologetics, what's our system, we can say, well, where do we start? What are our pieces? All right, so I know I've got 8 pawns and I've got 8 pieces. I've got 2 knights, 2 bishops, a queen, a king, and 2 rooks. They move in a certain way. I've got to do certain things to use those pieces. Okay, so I know what my pieces are and I know how I can use them. I know what moves they make. And I know how to use those pieces to make those moves. And then I might ask the question, in what order do I make my moves? Well, I want to make moves in such an order as to take advantage of all of my pieces. Okay? And then I want to remember that with every move I make, they will have an opportunity to respond with a move of their own. And that's going to influence what move I make next. Okay? And so if I can have a plan or a strategy for my pieces and the way in which I use them, then that's going to put me, as it were, in the driver's seat. Okay, that's going to give me what is called initiative in the game of chess. That means I'm pushing the agenda in the game. They're having to respond to me, right? Okay, in the apologetics conversation, I want to be in control. Aaron tried to be in control in the conversation with you. He pushed, right? Had a response, until he backed you down, right? And then he changed the discussion. Okay. All right, so we want to have initiative. We want to be able to have some influence over the course of the conversation. All right, so I'm going to give to you Norman Geisler's classical system. Norman Geisler's classical system of apologetics, which involves 12 steps. How many of you would have thought that apologetics involved 12 steps? All right, well, here it is. It's a 12-step system. Okay, so here's step number one. Truth about reality is knowable. Now, brethren, I've been talking for years in the church about the importance of arguing for the knowability, rather, of reality. That we can know that we exist, that we can know that we're in this room, that we can know the people we talk to are real people, etc. Okay, that we can know things about the world, and people look at me like I have a third eye. How many of y'all have encountered someone who says, I don't really know what I can know for sure about reality? Anybody? Brother Jordan? Yeah? All right, so we have to talk about the knowability of reality. And that may sound absolutely absurd to you. I remember the first philosophy class I sat in where this was discussed, and I was a young person at that time. And I thought, this is crazy. This is crazy. And it does sound crazy to our ears. Okay, but it is a real component, all right, of what we have to deal with in apologetics. All right, so that's move number one. What's move number 12? Baptize them. Move number 12. All right, what's move number 12?
The New Testament is true? Is that what it is?
The New Testament is true. All right, that's a good guess. That's a good guess. All right, here's move number 12. Therefore, it is true that the Bible is the Word of God, and whatever is opposed to any biblical truth is false. All right, so move 1, truth about reality is knowable. And checkmate is, therefore, the Bible is true, it's the Word of God, and whatever is opposed to any biblical truth is false. Now, if we establish that, then what can we do? We can talk about what the Bible says. And you guys are ready to do that, aren't you? All right. So if they agree with us on point number 12, well, now we're having a Bible study, aren't we? All right, so we have done our pre-evangelistic apologetics. We've gotten them to the Bible. So that's where we want to get them to. We could be starting at, I don't know that I can know reality. Okay, but where we want to end up is, can we have a Bible study now? All right? So, the question is, what are the moves in between? All right, what are the moves in between? Well, here they are. Okay, opposites cannot both be true. This is a discussion of the laws of thought. Okay, so we have to talk about the role of the laws of thought, and we need to find agreement on the role of the laws of thought. Okay, so we'll talk about 3 laws of thought, and what we're looking for is just agreement. You agree that opposites can't both be true, right? So this might be a very short step, but we want to establish this step because it's going to be important for us as we look at claims later. All right, here's point number 3. The theistic God exists. The theistic God exists. All right, so notice we're not talking about any kind of God whatsoever. We're talking about a theistic God. All right, so we want to establish the claim that the theistic God exists. Okay, we want to establish that miracles are possible. If miracles are not possible, then the resurrection is not possible, and Jesus Christ is declared to be the Son of God with power by the Spirit through the resurrection. So we need to establish that miracles are possible. But we also want to make this claim connected with miracles, which is that miracles performed in connection with a truth claim are acts of God to confirm the truth of God through a messenger of God. Okay? So we want to talk about the kinds of miracles that are recorded in the New Testament as having a confirmatory power. Okay, we want to talk about the resurrection as a confirming sign. Jesus talks about it that way. I will give one sign to this wicked generation. What is it?
Sign of Jonah.
Sign of Jonah. Yeah, sign of Jonah. 3 days in the belly of the earth, as it were. All right, and then he'll come forth. So he's talking about his resurrection. So Jesus predicts his resurrection, and then he performs his resurrection. Now, had he not predicted it, that miracle would have less confirming power than it has because he did predict it. All right? Okay. Number 6, the New Testament documents are reliable. Does that say inspired?
No.
No. Should we not talk about inspiration at all? No, I'm not saying that. The first thing we want to talk about is reliability. Let's talk about the fact that they are historically reliable. And then let's add to that the argument for inspiration, which we will do. Okay, number 7, as witnessed in the New Testament, Jesus claimed to be God. Okay, one of the attacks today is Jesus never claimed to be God. Deifying Jesus is something that the disciples did later. It's not something Jesus himself did. Number 8, Jesus' claim to divinity was proven by a unique convergence of miracles. Okay, Jesus claims to be God, and miracles support that. Okay, in particular the resurrection. That's where our focus will be in that point. Now, what can we conclude from that? Then Jesus was God in human flesh. Well, that is the defining belief regarding Jesus, that he is the Christ, the Son of the living God. Okay, so we have to ask the question or answer the question, who is Jesus? Is he just a good man? Is he a great teacher? Was he a prophet? Was he the Son of God? Was he a liar? Was he a lunatic? Okay, well, we want to establish that Jesus was God in human flesh, number 9. Number 10, what Jesus, who is God, affirmed as true is true. Now, if Jesus is God in the flesh, then if he says it's true, it's true. Is that right or wrong? That's right, isn't it? Okay, number 11, Jesus affirmed that the Bible is the Word of God. Jesus affirmed that the Bible is true. Therefore, number 12, it is true that the Bible is the Word of God, and whatever is opposed to any biblical truth is false. Okay, that's the system. Before we go farther, what do you think about that system?
Logical.
Okay, it's logical. Good. It moves from a starting point of maybe we don't even know reality, and it ends at the Bible is the Word of God through an apparent set of logical steps. Okay, what else do you think about it, Dustin?
I can see a couple hang-ups with those who are skeptics with 3 and 4. You know, the opposites cannot both be true, and then the theistic God exists. With skeptics, that might be a little bit of a hang-up, a little bit of a jump.
Mm-hmm.
But you have that foundation regardless.
Yes, we've got to establish foundations of thought and knowledge before we can talk about particular claims, right? Yeah, back in the back here.
The later bits are very step-by-step and logical, but the first 4, I can see that they are lacking support. It would take them a lot longer to prove those points with evidence.
All right.
While the later 8 tend to just lead into things.
Very good. So we'll notice at the foundation of our claims that we have fewer supporting claims. In fact, at the foundation, we may not have any supporting claims. We may simply have foundational facts, like the external world exists and I know it, or something like that. And so that's right. The farther we go, the more support we will have of our claims. Okay? Yes, sir.
I noticed that the very first claim starts with the reality of truth.
Mm-hmm.
It all begins with truth.
Truth and the reality of truth. That's right. Very good. Any other impressions? Okay. So notice we've got to talk about reality. We've got to talk about truth. We've got to talk about knowledge. Then we can start making particular claims, right? And start trying to establish those. All right. So that's going to be how the system works. All right. So would it make sense to put move 1 at move 12? No. That wouldn't make sense, would it? All right. We've got to talk about that first. All right. If I can't know reality, then I cannot know that Jesus was resurrected and that Christianity is true. Okay, number 2, are there any pieces that we have left out? Somebody out there wants to say yes. Yes, sir, Jordan.
Between 2 and 3.
All right. What are you thinking?
If you make the claim that opposites cannot both be true, and great, sure, an atheist can agree with that. But the next immediate claim is that the theistic God exists.
Mm-hmm.
And there is, if you start from 1, truth about reality is knowable, it logically follows that opposites cannot be true. It does not logically follow from there that the theistic God exists.
That's right. There's more of a jump there. Yeah. Could we put more steps in there? What are you thinking of?
You could look at scientific facts. You could look at moral facts. That if we have morality, there has to be an objective.
All right, but now that would be step number 3. So when we establish that God exists, we're making those claims.
Okay.
We're talking about that information that establishes that claim. All right? So what I want to suggest to you, this is a complete system, but perhaps not an exhaustive system. Does that make sense? So I believe this system is sufficient to move us from 1 to 12. I don't mean to suggest that it's exhaustive. Okay? So there's certainly a number of things we want to talk about in apologetics that are not included in this system. All right? We're trying to get somebody from, I don't know if I can know reality, to, yes, I'll have a Bible study with you. Okay? That's where we're trying to move people to. So don't hear me say this is exhaustive. I do think it's sufficient to accomplish that purpose. Where is baptism for the remission of sins in this system? Not there. Why not?
That's not the goal of these steps.
Okay, that's not the goal in these steps. Okay, we have to have a faith in Bible authority to establish the necessity of baptism for the remission of sins, don't we? And so right now we're trying to bring someone to a faith or an openness to faith in Bible authority. Okay, so notice this: we want to baptize them because we want to save their souls, but we're going to have to be patient, as Brother Dustin said in our discussion of Aaron. What about the church? Where's the discussion of the distinctive nature of the church? The one church, membership in the one church, the uniqueness of the one church, the worship of the one church. Where is it? Okay, it's got to be after step 12, doesn't it? Because we've got to get them to the Bible to talk about those things, don't we? Now, I'm not saying, please don't hear me say, that we never talk about those things with an atheist. Okay? I'm not saying that. I am saying that in a system in which we move someone from a lack of knowledge of the world to an openness to hearing what the Bible says, these are the steps that we want to take. Now, if they were to say to me, what do you believe about the church? I'd say, well, let's talk about what the Bible says. All right? Or what do you believe about baptism? Let's talk about what the Bible says. Okay. So we can talk about those things, but in terms of moving them through a certain set of steps that are necessary for openness to the authority of Scripture, these are the steps we have to take. Those other things are questions we want to answer later. Okay. So just as we would in a Bible study, if in lesson 1 we are talking about the authority of Scripture, and we're talking about the difference between the New Testament and the Old Testament, and someone says, okay, this is all very interesting, but do I need to be baptized to be saved? How are we going to answer that?
We can have that foundation laid first before they can come to that realization.
All right, so we want to lay a foundation before we answer the question. I would answer it this way. That's a great question. We're going to answer that in lesson 4. Can we hold on to that till lesson 4? Would that be okay with you? Okay. And put it off because we're not ready to answer it yet. All right, yes, sir.
I know we're preachers and probably we will preach about this and we will encounter people that have this mindsets, but does this apply to everyone in church? Talking about or engaging in this kind of conversations in which we need to apply, probably go with this system or not, or do you think that not everyone is, I don't know, fit to do this?
Okay, do you mean should every Christian use this system, or do you mean should we use this system with everyone who's asking a question?
Not exactly the system, because probably this will be the better one, like more logical one, but if every Christian should be fitted to defend this kind of arguments without, because I don't know the maturity of everyone. I don't know if it's like you mentioned, like if I said something here that might affect your faith. So probably we are engaging in something that I don't know. It's fit for every Christian to know all this.
All right. So am I saying every Christian has to be able to run this system? I'm also not saying this is the only system. Okay. I'm using this system because I believe it's very good and it's the one I use. Okay. I'm trying to put this in your hands because I kind of had to find my way to it. Do I think every Christian should run this system? I don't think every Christian should be a teacher. All right. James 3:1. Okay, not every person's fitted to be a teacher. I know it's the context of spiritual gifts, but in 1 Corinthians 12:29, Paul asks the question, are all teachers? I don't think it's every person's role to be a teacher. Ephesians 4:11, he gave some apostles, some prophets, some evangelists, pastors, and teachers. He gave some of those. So no, I don't think everybody is going to be qualified to do this. What I want to do as a minister in the local work setting is I want to demonstrate that I'm qualified to do it. Okay? So that I can say to people who have loved ones that are in the position where they need to have this study, I want to convince them, and I don't mean manipulatively, but I mean I want to genuinely help them have trust that I could help their loved one, right? I could help their loved one through a gracious, well-informed, well-rounded study, okay? Now, I would hope every Christian would have some, support for all of these beliefs, because I think they need to have a well-grounded faith. But whether that would mean that they themselves would be capable of running this system in a study, I don't think that requires that. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So let me make one other point, and I meant to have this as a question. If someone says to you, I believe in God, do you need to go back and do steps number 1 and 2?
Probably not.
Okay. Could you kind of nod in that direction and say, okay, so I understand then that you're saying you can look at reality and see there must be a God. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And so if someone else came along and said there isn't a God, you would disagree with that. Yeah, and so you would say that's false, your position is true. Okay, so I've established that they understand points 1 and 2. They've assimilated that into their belief system. All right, so now if someone says, well, I believe in a God, well, then we can start at 3, and we can say, tell me about the God you believe in. Because if they say they believe in a God, does that mean I believe in Jehovah God of the Bible? It may, but it probably doesn't. Okay, so when you say that, what do you mean? Okay, this is a tactic we'll talk about. When you say that, what do you mean? When you say I believe in a God, what do you mean by that? By the way, this is a great advice for spouses. All right? Now, my dear, when you say that, what do you mean? Right? Goes both ways. All right? I've got to leave early tomorrow. Okay, hold on. When you say that, what do you mean? All right? Does that mean 5:30? Does it mean I'm getting the kids ready? Okay, just let me know what it means. Okay, when you say that, what do you mean? When you say you believe in God, what do you mean? And we may find out they believe in the God of the Bible. All right, if they believe in the God of the Bible, I'm going to say, well, why do you believe that? How did you get there? How did you get there? Okay, so now if you're there, if you believe in the God of the Bible, does that mean you also believe in miracles? We'll have to find out what they think, right? Not necessarily, but probably if they believe in the God of the Bible. So we may find ourselves suddenly at point 6, right? We may say, well, we've ruled out 1 through 5. We don't need to cover that, okay? So in other words, we don't have to start at point 1 with every person, but I would suggest to you that every person is moving through these steps as they're pursuing truth about God and Christianity and so on. All right, so we want to find out where they are and how we can meet them there. All right, so here's what Geisler said about this system. And when I first read about this system and I read this quote, I thought, he's right. He's right. And so I need to learn more about this. Okay, so he said, if a theistic God exists and miracles are possible, and Jesus is the Son of God and the Bible is the Word of God, then it follows that Orthodox Christianity is true. And we could say biblical Christianity is true. All other essential Orthodox doctrines, such as the Trinity, Christ's atonement for sin, the physical resurrection, and Christ's second coming, are taught in the Bible. All right? So since all of these conditions are supported by good evidence, it follows that there's good evidence for concluding that Orthodox Christianity is true. All right, so now notice, if I get them to point 12, then I can talk to them about a triune God. I can talk to them about Jesus Christ being the atonement for our sins. Have you ever talked with someone about the atonement who didn't believe in the authority of Scripture? They would say, well, what kind of sense does that make? All right? Okay, I can talk to them about the resurrection. Well, bodies that go in the ground usually stay in the ground. Yeah, but not if Christ was raised. All right? I can talk to them about Jesus' second coming. So now notice Geisler emphasizes if all of these preliminary conditions have been established on good evidence, okay, then there's good evidence for concluding that Christianity is true. Okay, so what do we need as we work through this system? All right, that's the answer. We need good evidence, don't we? Okay, so let's remember this. What we're doing in this system is we are bringing good evidence to bear in support of each one of these principles in this system, and we're using that as what's called a cumulative case. We're putting all of these pieces together to create a cumulative case. If all of these pieces together are true, then Christianity is true. All right? So when you became a Christian, did you check your brain at the door of the church building? Let me ask you this. Do you believe that your faith is rational?
Yes, sir.
Reasonable?
Yes.
Do you think everybody should agree with you and hold your faith?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that your faith is supported by evidence?
Yes.
Okay. All right, well, that's the case we want to make. We want to make the case that our faith is rational and it is evidential or evidence-based. That's what I believe about my faith. I believe that my faith is rational. It's what any reasonable person should affirm. And I believe that because it's based on good evidence. All right, do you think that a person would be lightly swayed from that position? Do you think they'd go into a religion class and hear there's 138,000 words in the Greek New Testament and 400,000 errors, and they would say, well, I've given up my faith now? Or do you suppose they might say, well, there's got to be some explanation for that? Like the explanation is those are copyist errors where they left out a letter,
That's right.
which changed nothing about the reading of the verse or the understanding of any popular doctrine, important doctrine, such that 99.5% of all of the teaching of Scripture is established without any dispute. That'd make a difference, wouldn't it? All right, so if I start with a conviction that my belief is rational and evidential, evidence-based, then I'm not likely to be swayed from that. That's what we need our young people to have, is a rational, evidential faith, in which we've asked questions and we've given good answers based on evidence. We want to avoid fideism. All right, there is a name for a belief without evidence, and it's not Christianity. All right, there are those who claim that faith just means to believe what you know ain't so. That's what faith is. It's just believing what you know ain't so. All right, faith is what we call belief without evidence. That's what Peter Boghossian would say, a philosophy professor out of Portland, who wrote a manual for creating atheists. Define faith as belief without evidence, and then accuse Christians of having belief without evidence because they claim to have faith. Okay, so faith is not fideistic. Okay, fideism is blind faith. It's faith without evidence. God does not expect anyone to confess faith in Jesus Christ without sufficient evidence. All right, I believe we can hold that position and hold it strongly. Let's look at Luke 7, 18 through 23. Luke chapter 7, verses 18 through 23. All right, I don't have that on my slide, so if you have your Bible, please open there. Luke 7, 18 through 23.
The disciples of John showed him of all these things. And John, calling unto him 2 of his disciples, sent them to Jesus, saying, Art thou he that should come, or look we for another? When the men were come unto him, they said, John the Baptist hath sent us unto thee, saying, Art thou he that should come, or look we for another? And in that same hour he cured many of their infirmities and plagues, and of evil spirits, and unto many that were blind he gave sight. Then Jesus answering said unto them, Go your way and tell John what things ye have seen and heard, how that the blind see, the lame walk, the lepers are cleansed, the deaf hear, the dead are raised, and the poor the gospel is preached. And blessed is he whosoever shall not be offended.
Okay, so what did Jesus tell the disciples of John? Did he say, go and tell John just to believe? All right, now one of the most frustrating things I've ever experienced in all of my efforts to teach apologetics. I was teaching apologetics in a seminar at a congregation, and I was, as it were, leaving it all on the court, pouring my heart out, trying to teach apologetics, and feeling the challenge of that kind of undertaking, and not feeling adequate to it, and all these things, and so I had done all these lessons, and a deacon came up to me, and he was getting me set up with my microphone for the next lesson. He said, preacher, I think you just got to believe. You just got to believe. What do you mean by that? Well, I think he meant that you just have to have blind faith. The Bible doesn't teach that we have to have blind faith. How is it that we come to have faith in Jesus Christ? Well, it's based on evidence. So what did Jesus tell the disciples to go and tell John? It wasn't just have faith. It wasn't you just got to believe. It was what?
The things you have seen and heard.
Tell them the things you have seen and heard. All right? So what is our faith in Jesus Christ established on?
Truth and evidence.
Okay, it's established on the truth of evidence. All right, look at Luke chapter 1. Someone read for us verses 1 through 4, please.
For as much as many have taken in hand to set forth in order a declaration of those things which are most surely believed among us, even as they delivered them unto us, which from the beginning were eyewitnesses and ministers of the word. It seemed good to me also, having had perfect understanding of all things, from the very first to write unto thee in order, most excellent Theophilus, that thou mightest know the certainty of those things wherein thou hast been instructed.
Okay. So he's establishing an account of the things that certainly were accomplished among them so that Theophilus himself could be certain of the things that he believes. So notice an interest in certitude of belief connected with evidence. All right, John 20, verses 30 and 31. Someone read that for us, please.
And many other signs truly did Jesus in the presence of his disciples, which are not written in this book. But these are written that ye might believe that Jesus is the Christ, the Son of God, and that believing ye might have life through his name.
Okay. So these things are written. These signs are written so that you might believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God. Believing you might have life through his name. Faith comes by what? Hearing. And hearing by the word of God. And so we've got to have evidence. Are the accounts of the New Testament evidence? Yes, of course they are. Of course they are. That's testimonial historical evidence. And so we've got to examine the evidence in order to have faith in Jesus Christ. That is what Jesus Christ himself would want us to do, and that is why we are given the New Testament of Jesus Christ. It's written so that we might believe. Okay, someone read for us, please, 1 John 1, 1 through 4.
That which was from the beginning, which we have heard, which we have seen with our eyes, which we have looked upon and our hands have handled, concerning the word of life. The life was manifested, and we have seen and bear witness and declare to you that eternal life which was with the Father and was manifested to us. That which we have seen and heard and declare to you, that you also may have fellowship with us. And truly our fellowship is with the Father and with the Son, Jesus Christ. And these things we write unto you, that your joy may be full.
Okay, so notice his emphasis on his having direct knowledge of Jesus as the Christ in the flesh. Of course, John is concerned with Jesus being the Christ in the flesh in 1 John. And so he's emphasizing that he knows he is in the flesh, right? We've heard him. We've seen him with our eyes. We have studied him. We have gazed upon him as he's gone about his day. We have touched him with our hands. Okay? We know that Jesus Christ was in the flesh. And now he's writing these things so that they can not only know it, but so that they can be confident in this knowledge and confident in the joy that comes with this knowledge. So notice 1 John 5:13, I write these things to you who believe in the name of the Son of God, that you may know that you have eternal life. Okay? So obviously God, Jesus Christ, they want us to know that Jesus is the Christ. And they have given us evidence to know that Jesus is the Christ. And so we want to avoid in our own faith and in our response to the world when asked about our faith, well, you just got to believe. Well, what do I just got to believe? Does that work for the Muslim too? Does that work for the Mormon too? Does it work for the Jehovah's Witness too? Does it work for the Hindu as well? You just got to believe. Just pick one, and hopefully you make a good guess. No, apologetics is giving a reason for why we believe what we believe, and so we need evidence. All right, notice that Christianity is rational. Christianity is a rational faith. We confess faith in Christ because we believe it is what any reasonable person should do in the face of the evidence. All right, what does it mean to act rationally?
To take in evidence and information and use it accordingly. Not a brain that uses cause and effect. All
right. So we want to take in evidence. We want to use it accordingly or respond to it properly. Okay. We want to think about cause and effect. If this is the information I'm being given, what do I expect is going to happen? Okay. In the picture, I have a very foreboding and ominous looking tornado. And this because I want to use this illustration, which is that when I was about 5 or 6 years old, we were living at our house in northern Alabama, a town called Parrish, Alabama. Any of y'all from northern Alabama? Anybody? Okay, y'all have a few tornadoes in northern Alabama? It's kind of a tornado alley that people don't know about. There are a lot of tornadoes that way. Where are you from in northern Alabama?
Huntsville.
Huntsville. Well, yeah. Okay. So So we had what was called the parish tornado. Okay, now my dad was out in the driveway working on a car, as preachers are often doing. And he was working on a used car that he was able to purchase, afford on a preacher's salary. He's out there working on the car. I was sitting in the living room. My grandmother was sitting in the living room. My mom was in the kitchen. My brother and sister were in the back of the house in their rooms. And so my dad flings half his body into the screen door from the porch. And he says, "Get in the basement, there's a tornado." And so my grandmother and I get in a foot race to see who could get into the basement first. I'm racing my grandmother down these steps and into the basement. And I think she beat me, although I think she probably sprained her ankle on the way down. My mom comes flying down. My sister comes flying down. My brother comes to the door of the basement and remembers that he had forgotten his book. And so he went back to his room and got his book and his flashlight to come back to the basement. We always tease him, give him a little bit of a hard time about that. But what does a rational person do? What's a reasonable response to the information, there's a tornado, get in the basement? It's going to be you and Meemaw racing to the basement as quick as you can. All right, that's what I always think about when I think about rationality. I look at the evidence in front of me and I say, what would a reasonable person do based on this evidence? All right, that is what is rational. Okay, so when we talk about rationality, we're asking what would a reasonable person do based on the evidence? And our claim about Christianity is that what a reasonable person would do based on the evidence is become a Christian. That's what a reasonable person would do. We're making the claim that Paul made. Let's look at Acts chapter 26. Okay, so Paul is making his defense before Agrippa, and Festus is there present with him, having become the new governor of the region. And so, of course, in verse 24, Festus said with a loud voice, "Paul, thou art beside thyself, much learning doth make thee mad." How does Paul respond to that? Well, I hadn't considered that what I was saying was crazy. Maybe you're right, Festus. What does Paul say when someone says he's crazy for being a Christian? Does he take offense? No. Do you think anyone will ever believe or perhaps tell you to your face that you're crazy for being a Christian?
Yes.
Yes. Absolutely. Okay. So what are we going to do when someone says that? Well, I like what Paul says. He said, "I'm not mad or crazy, most noble Festus, but speak forth the words of truth and soberness." The New American Standard Bible, 1995 translation, gives the footnote, words of truth and rationality. Words of truth and rationality. All right? I believe that's what Paul is saying here. I am speaking words that are true and that are rational. Okay? Now, Agrippa indicates to us that, by his words, that this is what Paul was attempting to do. Agrippa says, "Almost thou persuadest me to be a Christian." Paul says, "I would to God that not only thou, but also all them that hear me this day were both almost and altogether such as I am, except these bonds." All right, so what is the force of believing that Christianity is the rational position? The force of believing that is, then every person should be a Christian. Right? If I believe that, if I really believe that Christianity is the rational position, and if I care about other people, then every person should be a Christian. All right, so now, if I don't believe every person should be a Christian, there must be some problem in my belief that Christianity is rational. There must be some problem there. Okay, maybe I think it's just a good faith for me. But if I think that it is the reasonable explanation of the facts and evidence, then I would think that every person needs to be a Christian. Okay, evidential. As apologists, we believe that evidence serves as a common ground for believers and unbelievers. All right, so notice this. The unbeliever is not going to be willing to check his brain at the door. The unbeliever is not going to be satisfied with "you just got to believe." The unbeliever is going to say, "No, I'm sorry, I need more than that." I need you to give me a reason for why I should believe. I need you to give me good evidence for your faith. But now if I say my belief in Christ is rational and evidential, it's evidence-based. Well, now we've got common ground, don't we? One of the tactics we want to always have in mind in our apologetics conversations is finding a common ground starting point, right? So someone raised to me the problem of morality. We didn't get into the problem of morality as we were doing our Aaron the Atheist role play. Had you raised the problem of morality, I would have had some answers for you, but I will tell you that I believe morality is one of the best inroads to an apologetics conversation. Because whoever you're talking to, they're going to have moral beliefs, all right? They're going to believe strongly in whatever those moral beliefs are. They're going to care about them, and this is going to serve as an opportunity. Well, I can tell that you really care about that. I care about what's right too, right? We're looking for common ground. But we can start with, I care about knowing what's true. I think you probably, would it be fair to say that you just want to know the truth? Right? And you feel like you need some amount of evidence to establish what you know is true. That seems reasonable. I just want you to know I agree with that. I don't want you to think that as a Christian I've checked my brain at the door. Okay? Instead, what I want to tell you is that I believe that the evidence really supports my Christian faith. I'd like to share with you why I think that's true. Okay? All right, what do you think about that approach? Okay. This gives us at least an opportunity to present Christian faith as something that a reasonable person could believe, could affirm. Okay? It's not outside of what we might call the plausibility structure. It's not just entirely implausible. A person wouldn't be a fool to believe in Christianity. Okay? So we're establishing evidence then as a common ground for believers and unbelievers. We believe that unbelievers have the capacity to hear rational argument and to be convinced of certain truths. Okay? We believe that this is how thinking and belief formation works. That we can hear arguments, that we can analyze them, assess them, and we can come to a judgment of those arguments and know what is true. Okay? Evidentialists, as I'm urging you to be, believe that Christian truth claims can be shown to be reasonable and true. Okay? And that is the task of this system that we're undertaking. This is an evidentialist system. We're going to make a claim and we're going to induce evidence in support of that claim. All right? Any questions? All right, so what is the evidence? When we think about these big subjects, reality is knowable, God exists, miracles are possible, Jesus was resurrected, Jesus is God, the Bible is true, what is the evidence? Well, that's what we'll look at next. All right? So any questions as we close this session? Okay, well, thank you guys so much for your good attention. I hope you have a great lunch, and we'll see you back here. Do we have a 1 o'clock chapel?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll see you back here after chapel. All right, we'll be dismissed. All right. Hope you all had a great lunch. Glad to have all of you back. There will be no sleeping. This material can be a little bit dry, I recognize. And so you may find that at times, but hopefully we'll be able to keep you connected and interested in what we have to say. Okay. So we are moving on to lesson 3. Getting the pieces in place. Okay. So here is a picture of Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura, 2 of the top 10 players in the world. And they're sitting down to play each other at a chess table in St. Louis, at the St. Louis Chess Club. They're playing for what's called the Sinkfield Cup. And so you can notice as they sit down at that board, all of the pieces are in place. All right, all the pawns are on their ranks, and all of the pieces, the rook and all of those things are on their ranks. And what you'll notice is that when the players sit down to play, they'll do this, and they'll just fiddle with all the pieces and get them all just right. Everything turned the right way in the center of the square, and so on and so forth. And they want to do all of that before they start the game, because there's what's called a touch move penalty, which is if you touch a piece but then do not play the piece, you forfeit your turn. And so if you touch a piece, you have to play the piece. And the only exception to that is if you pronounce jadu, which is I'm going to move this piece or fix it on the board. All right, so here they are getting all of their pieces in place. Okay, so when chess players play a game, they arrange all the pieces at the beginning of the game. Okay, because it's fundamental. It's a fundamental rule of the sport. Every game of chess starts from the same specific initial position. Okay, this standardized setup ensures that the game is fair, that neither player has an advantage from the very beginning. In apologetics, we have to set up the pieces at the start of the conversation. Okay, so here are the pieces we have to get in place at the start of the conversation. Okay, we've got to have these pieces in place in order to have the rest of the conversation. And these pieces are that truth about reality is knowable and that opposites cannot both be true. Okay, truth about reality is knowable and opposites cannot both be true. Okay, so as we said initially, as we were introducing this system, it may seem strange to us, maybe it seems strange to you, that we would have to make a claim that truth about reality is knowable. If you have ever sat in a philosophy classroom, then you have encountered the claim that perhaps we don't know reality as we think we do. Perhaps we don't know reality as we think we do. Okay? How many of you are familiar with René Descartes? Okay, René Descartes, the first of the so-called modern philosophers. Descartes was concerned with what he could absolutely know that he knew. Okay, he needed an absolute foundation of knowledge. And so his project was to strip away anything that he could possibly doubt. And so eventually he stripped away even his confidence in the reality of the external world. And he said the only thing that he could know that he knew for sure was that he existed. And the way he knew that was because he was thinking. If he was not thinking, if he was thinking, he couldn't possibly not exist, because to think one has to exist. Okay, so cogito ergo sum, I think therefore I am. Because I am thinking, I know that I exist. But Descartes was limited to that very minor foundational claim that he could be sure of his own existence. He even imagined, as he was stripping away the possibility of knowledge of the external world, he imagined that it could be possible that an evil demon had so influenced him as to cause him to believe in the reality of the external world, even though the external world didn't actually exist. He imagined that he could be, quote, a brain in a vat. A brain in a vat. And an evil demon could be giving stimuli to his brain, making him think that there was an external world when there really was not. What does that sound like to you?
Matrix.
The Matrix. That's what the Matrix is based on. The Matrix is based on the ideas of René Descartes. Okay? And so there are some who are not sure that we're not living in the Matrix. The most recent iteration of this is they are not sure that we're not living in, quote, a simulation. A simulation. And so perhaps we believe that all we see is real, but poor rubes, don't you know that you can't actually know that? All right? So we have to have something to say about our belief in the external world. This is, in fact, a thornier problem than it might on the face of it appear to be. Okay, because in essence, everything you will use to appeal to the proof of the external world will be some evidence from the external world. And so the question will be, how can you appeal to the external world to prove the existence of the external world? So it becomes fairly challenging. Now, we could spend semesters in epistemology talking about possible answers to this question. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. I'm going to offer to you some shorthand answers to the question of the knowability of reality. And then we're going to place those in a broader context of the knowability of truth. Now, I want to point out something to you. This is not, in the first place, about truth. In the first place, it's about knowledge. Okay, do you see that? The first condition of concern here is, what can I know? What can I know? Okay? And so notice the battle is not for truth. The battle is for knowledge. All right? The contest today, we may say, is for truth, but ultimately the contest is for knowledge. Can we have a knowledge of the truth? I like to do a seminar on worldviews in conflict. And what's at the heart of the three worldviews that are in conflict in our culture, scientism, postmodernism, and Christianity, is the question, what can we know? And postmodernism says we can't really know that we know anything. Okay, therefore, you have your truth and I have my truth. Okay, scientism says the only thing that we can know is what science tells us. Okay, Christianity says we can know truths about reality, and we can know truths not only about physical reality, but also about spiritual reality. So notice the claim is about knowledge. And why is that important? What comes with knowledge?
Power.
Power. Very good. How do you mean that?
Because there are some things that other people they don't know, that I can act upon those things that they don't know and get an advantage from that. That's one of the
Okay, so in part, if I have knowledge someone else doesn't have, I may be able to get an advantage on them. It gives me that kind of power. Of course, I was raised with knowledge is power, right? Or knowing is half the battle. And so we recognize knowledge is powerful. Yes, sir.
I'll kind of piggybacking off what he said. You did the same thing to us when you were playing as Aaron the Atheist, because you had more knowledge than us and things that we had no idea about, and that gave you the authority, the power in that argument.
Okay, good. You said authority. With knowledge comes authority. With knowledge comes authority. So I want to make an offer to you. I like to make this offer at my seminars. You know, preachers are always kind of looking for the side hustle. And so here's my side hustle. It's dental work. Now, y'all look at me and probably say, you know, I didn't know he knew anything about dental work, right? But here's the deal. I will do all of your dental work for half the price of whatever your dentist quotes you. Okay? I will do that dental work for you. Now, I know it's expensive to go to the dentist, so this works out for both of us. I make a little extra money. You get your dental work done a little more cheaply. So who can I sign up? Show of hands. Yeah, okay. All right.
Do you have qualifications?
Why would no one let me dig around in their mouth? Because I don't have knowledge. Therefore, I don't have the authority to do it. All right? So knowledge gives us authority. We are in a battle for who has control in culture, who has power to speak in culture. And that comes down to who has knowledge. And so those who oppose Christianity want to argue that Christians don't have knowledge. They make claims, but they're not making knowledge claims. They're really just asserting their opinions. Okay? So we have to fight for knowledge. That means that we have to fight in part for a knowledge of reality. There are three possible views of our knowledge of reality. Okay, the first possible view is skepticism. Skepticism. Skepticism is an attitude of doubt or suspended judgment. So on the one hand, a person may say, I just don't think that's true. I'm skeptical. Okay, now probably all of us say this about something and are well within our rational rights to do so. Skepticism can at times be a healthy attitude, right? I just don't think that's true. I'm going to check your sources, right? I'm going to research that for myself. I'm going to establish it for myself. The Bereans were more noble than those in Thessalonica because they searched the scriptures to see whether those things were so, Acts 17:11. So it's not the case that all skeptical attitudes are unhealthy attitudes. Skepticism can help us to find truth. In fact, one thing that we can say about skepticism and to a skeptic is that if a skeptic were to say to us, well, I have my doubts, we could respond to them by saying, perhaps you should doubt your doubts. Right? Is skepticism always a healthy attitude? Have you ever thought of being skeptical of your doubts? Okay, why don't you doubt your doubts a little bit? Let's examine those and see what the answers to those are. I encourage people to turn their doubts into questions and then answer the questions. Okay, so on the one hand, skepticism might be, well, I have doubts about that. On the other hand, skepticism may be a healthy suspension of judgment. A person may say, I don't believe right now there is enough information to make that decision, and so I'm going to suspend judgment. But now that attitude of suspending judgment may turn into an attitude of we should not make truth claims. We should not make truth claims. You know that you don't have enough information to make that judgment, and therefore, not only should you not make truth claims, but honestly, it's unethical for you to make those truth claims. Actually, that's That's kind of dishonest of you. You're claiming to know more than you know. Okay, so skepticism can lead to the position of saying we should suspend judgment about any truth claims and in all cases. All right, so skepticism is the practice of questioning whether claims, especially those that lack empirical evidence, are true. So we'll notice that skepticism is most at home in opposing claims that are not empirical in nature. They don't have to do with claims about the physical world or scientific facts. Okay? All right, now you see in parentheses that I say that there are two kinds of skepticism. This is kind of a shorthand for remembering the two kinds. There is ordinary skepticism and there is ornery skepticism. Okay? Ordinary skepticism is someone who just says, well, I don't know, I'm not sure about that, I'm not ready to make a decision on that, I couldn't make a truth claim right now. And ornery skepticism is the skeptic who would say, I know that I don't know, and I know that you don't know too, and we'll never know. All right? And so this is the one who is committed, perhaps presuppositionally, to skepticism, and who will fight for skepticism against anyone who claims that any position other than skepticism is the right position. Okay, so this is the one who, in the face of all evidence and argument, will still say, well, I'm skeptical. All right, we'll talk more about that position in just a moment. A second possible response to reality is called Methodism. This is not religious Methodism. All right, this is Methodism of a particular sort, a scientific Methodism. A scientific Methodism. This could also be called empiricism. And this is the position that appeals to the senses as the starting point of knowledge and takes the senses to be the sole criteria of truth. So if I can see, touch, taste, smell, or hear it, then I can know it. But outside of that, I just can't know it, because those are my means for knowledge. Those are the avenues to knowledge, and so those are the only things that I can know. All right, so here is a trust in the senses to know the external world, but a limitation of what can be known by those senses to what can be sensed in the external world. All right, so this is better than a skepticism about the external world. This is a positive claim about the knowledge of the external world. We can know the external world because we can trust our senses when functioning reliably, etc. Then a third view of knowledge of the external world is this. It's called particularism. This is the view that people can know specific, clear items of knowledge about the external world. A kind of paradigm example being 2 + 2 = 4. 2 + 2 = 4. Now, that's not something I sense with my senses, but it seems to be something that I can know to be true about the external world. All right, now, as Christians, we would plant our flag in the camp of the particularists, claiming not that we know all things about the external world, but that we can know any number of particular things about the external world. We would incorporate into our position the fact that we can trust our senses as a starting point for knowledge, that when functioning reliably, they are fitted to understand the truths of the external world. All right? And we would use this kind of argument in the face of skepticism. All right, let's talk about ornery skeptics. Ornery skeptics can also be called Pyrrhonian skeptics. Okay, this is the most radical form of skepticism. It's named after the ancient Greek philosopher Pyrrho. Pyrrhonian skeptics argue that we cannot know anything for certain. They believe that for every argument there is an equally strong counter-argument leading to a state of, I believe it's pronounced epike, or suspension of belief. The goal is to achieve ataraxia, tranquility, by no longer being troubled by the quest for absolute truth. All right, so here's the position of the absolute skeptic. It's impossible to know anything for sure. Okay, and so the best thing would be to just be at peace with that. Just be at peace with that. Just to say, I can live with that. I don't know that I know that, but I don't have to know that I know that. It's okay. All right. Any of you familiar with a modern day skeptic that does this kind of skepticism all day, every day? Any of you know one like this? Any of you spend any time on YouTube watching atheists or skeptics? Well, you're probably better off not doing that, okay? But if you do, there's one named Matt Dillahunty. Matt Dillahunty. He used to host what was called the Atheist Experience, based in Austin, Texas. And he does what I call the Dillahunty two-step. All right? It's always, I don't know that. I didn't claim to know that. You can't know that. Right? Whenever he's pinned down on what he does know, he says, I'm not making a truth claim there. I'm just saying maybe that's how it is, but I don't know for sure. You can never pin him down on anything he claims to know, because he is an absolutely ornery skeptic. He's always going to fall back on, we cannot know any truth claims. What do you think about someone who holds that position? How would you just kind of instinctively respond to that?
It's not sustainable.
How
It's
do
not
we-
sustainable, Dustin. Why do you say that?
Because you can't, how do you know that you can't know?
How do you know that you can't know?
Yeah.
All right. Some would argue that to affirm that you can't know is to take a position that you can know that you can't know. Right? That it implies its opposite is true. All right. So if it's false that I can know, then it's true that I can't know, but it's true that I can know that I can't know. Right?
Sure.
So some would argue then that the opposite has to be true, and so any claim to the ability not to know is a claim that you know that you cannot know. And so there's a problem. Well, how do you know that you can't know? That's a great question to ask. Any other responses we might offer? Can you live that consistently? Can you live skepticism consistently? No one's a skeptic when it comes time to cross the road, are they? Is the bus that's coming in that lane real or not real? Well, I'm going to wait until it goes by. All right. So it's not pragmatic. It doesn't fit with a practical approach to living our lives. And so again, we could raise those kinds of questions about the claims of ornery skepticism, as it were. How do we respond to ornery skeptics? I would suggest to you that you may not make much progress with what are called ornery skeptics. We might raise these kinds of objections like, how do you know that you can't know? We may say, well, don't you have to act as though you do know to live out your life in the world? We could even make some very deep existential claims about existence being a form of knowledge and a way to understand the existence of other things outside of yourself. But ultimately, this is my personal decision, and I'm not saying this has to be your decision about how you approach your apologetics conversations. But if someone is dyed-in-the-wool committed, hard shell, as it were, skeptical, I will thank them for their time and move on to the next conversation. Because it's not possible for us to establish other truth claims if we can't first establish that we have some knowledge of the external world by which we can arrive at justification for our other truth claims. Okay, so what can we really know and how can we respond? Well, we want to reject skepticism, we want to reject Methodism, as in empiricism, and we want to affirm particularism. Okay, skepticism, this position in its most radical form says that the truth about the external world simply cannot be known. Therefore, we should refrain from making or affirming any knowledge claims. On this view, no headway can be made in apologetics conversations. Okay, so there are some arguments that we can make in response to the skeptic, but I believe the foremost argument that we can make is simply that we know certain truths. We know that we know certain truths. So what are some of the truths that we know that we know?
That we exist.
That we exist. All right, I know that I exist. Okay. There's a very developed existential argument based on existence which says that to understand my own existence, I have to understand it as in opposition to or comparison to the existence of another. So in I-thou relations, my being versus the being of another. And so to understand my own existence is to understand immediately the existence of another. I couldn't differentiate myself from other unless I understood my existence by comparison to their existence. Okay, so this is an existential argument from I-thou relations, or we might also call it aboutness, that we have the knowledge of things in the world. The philosophy of mind term would be intentionality, that all of our thoughts are about things, and it wouldn't make sense that we could have a conscious knowledge about things if those things didn't exist. All right, so there's some kinds of answers. I nod in that direction to give you a place to look if you'd like to study this further. But also we can simply assert that we do know that we know things, challenge the skeptic to deny that we know them, and ask, do we not have better evidence to believe that we do know them than to believe that we don't? Okay, so what are some of the things that we know that we know?
I'm breathing.
Okay, so we said existence, I'm breathing. Okay, what else do we know? Yes, sir?
Gravity.
Gravity. All right, we know that we know gravity. Okay, every time I've tested gravity, it's been there. It's had my back. All right? Yeah. All right. Gravity always works. I've got good reason to believe gravity. All right, my senses tell me that. What else?
A hot stove burns.
Hot stove burns. Okay, so we have this knowledge of physical reality based on our senses. When our senses are functioning reliably, we believe we have good reason to trust our senses. All right. So we can make a claim based on our senses to suggest that we have very good reasons to believe our senses and no good reasons not to believe our senses. Okay, and so until such a time as we have good reasons not to believe our senses, we're well within our rational rights to continue to believe our senses. Okay? All right, so that's argument number one with regard to senses. So we can know physical things because we believe our senses are trustworthy. Now, one of the objections to a knowledge of the external world is through perception. And the classic example is this. You see a stick in the water and the stick looks bent. But is the stick actually bent?
No.
No. All right, so your senses have deceived you. And these kinds of examples are multiplied that our senses deceive us. But do our senses always deceive us? No. And how do we know the stick is not bent?
Refraction?
Well, we understand the concept of refraction, but also we have more than one way to sense a stick, don't we? We can see it, but what else can we do? We can feel it. All right? And so there's a term for this. It's called a common sensible. It's a thing that can be sensed by more than one sensory experience. And there's some objects which have to be sensed in that way to be properly perceived. Now, that serves as a solution for the problem of sense perception difficulty. Okay, so sense perception difficulty is not a valid objection to our knowledge of the external world. Rather, our senses do not deceive us. We have every reason to believe them in the absence of a good reason not to, and there aren't any good reasons not to. Sense perception errors not being one of them. All right, what other things can we know? We've talked about natural, physical things. What else? Math. Who said math? Okay, math. We can all know some mathematical truths, can't we? In fact, we could know those mathematical truths without manipulating objects in the world. We could reason about them in our minds. We could know, for example, if I have a group of two things and another group of two things, and I combine them together as one group, now I have a group of four things. All right? So I can use reason to arrive at that kind of knowledge. But then that also gives me authority then to understand that I can use reason to gain knowledge in connection with sensory experience. All right, so we can know mathematical truths. What else can we know?
History?
History, that's a very interesting one. Who said history? How do we know history, Willie?
Documents, things throughout the years.
Were you there?
Okay. No.
How do we know history?
Experience.
Sometimes experience. Sometimes experience. We all have a knowledge of the Aaron the Atheist experience now, okay, because we were here. All right, but Desiree, what if you weren't here? And is this your wife sitting beside you?
Yes, sir.
What is your name?
Janelle.
Janelle. What if Janelle came home and she said, I met Aaron the Atheist? All right, let me tell you what that experience was like. He was super annoying. All right? He was a know-it-all. Would you believe her?
Yes, in that I would have had more reasons to believe her in terms of the telling the truth than she has not told the truth. Okay, so you've hit on the point that our knowledge of history of anything that we didn't experience personally is based on what? Testimony. Because this is a question, can we know things based on testimony? And you said that you have kind of a built-in structure for examining whether you should take something as a point of knowledge based on testimony. And you said, I know she's a truth teller. Yeah, she's a truth teller. Okay, so we can know these facts about history, but really we have to know them based on testimony, and thus we have to establish a framework for authorizing or justifying testimony as a means of knowledge. We can know historical facts. All right? Julius Caesar was killed on the Ides of March, 33 BC. I believe that's the right date. Okay? I wasn't there, you weren't there, but history tells us that. All right? So we know historical facts. What else can we know?
What's right, wrong.
Moral facts. Very good. We can know moral facts. Now, generally speaking, an atheist is going to say to you, yes, we can know moral facts. Now, they might also say there are no moral facts. But oftentimes, an atheist is going to say to you, we can know moral facts. Well, we can know moral facts. Those are facts about the external world because morality has to do with the action of a moral agent, generally speaking, in relationship with another person. All right, so we can know moral facts. We can know aesthetic facts. We can know things about beauty. All right, so my wife's face is prettier than this chalkboard. I know that's true. I know it's true. Okay. So we can know all kinds of things. And many of those things have to do with the knowledge of the external world. And so we can simply push back and say, we have a knowledge of the external world. We have very good reason to believe that our knowledge of the external world is, quote, veridical. It's true. And in the absence of good reasons not to believe that, we're well within our rights to continue to believe in the existence of the external world. Okay? Thorny issue. But I would say a good test for honesty and seeking truth. If someone is honestly seeking the truth, not just committed to a presupposition of skepticism, then they will probably say, you know what, I think you're right. I think there are good reasons to believe the external world exists. Okay? Any questions about that idea in connection with skepticism? Yes, sir.
Would we include scientific facts as well, in terms of things that we can know in this argument?
I think we should make that claim. Yeah, I think we should make that claim, but I think we should connect it with the reliability of our senses. Okay, our senses are reliable to deliver to us those answers. One way to argue for the reliability of our senses and thus our knowledge of the external world is to point to something like an iPhone and say, how did we make that? Or point to a rocket and say, how did we put that capsule in outer space or on the moon or whatever it is? And to say there seems to be evidence that we know the truth about the external world because we're able to interact with it and to produce these goods or to achieve these wanted outcomes. All right. Yes, sir, Willie.
Do you know how the thought process of skepticism even came to be?
I think it's, so Willie asks, how did the thought process of skepticism come to be? I think that it's a natural possibility of human investigation. That's my opinion.
Started with Eve.
Yeah, that's interesting. Started with Eve. Did he say that in the day you eat thereof you will surely die? Yes. Okay. But it looks good. Okay, Methodism. To address this view, we have to show that there are things that we know besides those things that can be empirically verified. All right, so Methodism says we can only know scientific truths, or that we should only place our real confidence in the claims of science, not in other kinds of claims. Okay, so again, we want to go through this exercise of saying, well, what other things can we know? Well, I can know historical truths. I can know moral truths. I can know aesthetic truths. I can know mathematical truths. There's another one we could add to that list, which is called incorrigible truths. These are things that we know that we could never be persuaded otherwise regarding. Like, for example, I did not commit the crime, right? So if I know I didn't commit the crime, I know I didn't commit the crime, right? Or I know I have a headache. Well, everyone in the world may say I don't have one, but if I know I have one, I have one. Right, so there are a number of kinds of things we can know that are not empirically verified, but yet we can be confident in knowing that we know them. There's another thing that we can do in response to this particular approach. That is that we can show that the principle of verificationism itself cannot be empirically verified. Okay, so the principle of verificationism is that we can only know those things that can be empirically verified. And yet that principle that we can only know those things that can be empirically verified cannot itself be empirically verified. All right? Now, this is what we call an internal incoherence or inconsistency. And so the position itself is nonsensical. All right, so we know several kinds of truths that are not empirical: aesthetic, moral, metaphysical, incorrigible. Metaphysical, we would argue that we know that we have a mind, that we have free will. And yet those are not physical things as such. You cannot do an autopsy and find the free will of the person or the mind of the person. You can find the brain, but you can't find the mind or the free will. And so we believe there's very good evidence in reality for the belief of for both of those things. Okay, particularism, though we do not know everything, this does not mean that we do not know anything. Okay, so brethren, I don't have to believe I know everything to know that I know some things. Okay, it's fine for us in intellectual humility to say, I don't know the answer to that. Don't have to. What's your point? All right? Okay, we know scientific, mathematical, historical, moral, aesthetic, metaphysical, incorrigible, and religious truths. And we know that we know them. 1 John 2:3, hereby do we know that we know him if we keep his commandments. and his commandments are not grievous. Jesus affirms the possibility of knowledge, John 8:32, and you shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. So our position then as Christians is going to be that we can know the truth, and we're going to have some familiarity with skeptical claims against the knowledge of the external world. But again, I want to say to you that there are some basic answers to that problem, and if those answers are not sufficient, then you may not be dealing with the kind of person that's going to be open to evidence. All right, so Matthew 7:6, give not that which is holy unto the dogs, neither cast ye your pearls before swine, lest they trample them under their feet and turn again and rend you. I do think it's right for us to say at some point, this may not be a good use of our time and energy. We're going to move on to someone else who might be more receptive. Okay, so how do we know reality? I'm going to give to you 4 ways that we know reality. 4 means or 4 avenues of knowledge. Number 1 is reason. Okay, this is the faculty or process by which we form beliefs and arrive at conclusions based on logic, evidence, and inference, rather than on sensory experience alone, emotion, or faith. Okay, so we're just using the reasoning of our minds. So if we didn't experience the external world, but we were just thinking in our minds, there are some things that we can know merely by the use of reason alone. Presumably, we could understand certain concepts by use of reason, even if we didn't come into contact with the external world. But when we come into contact with the external world and we use reason, we arrive at all of those things that science has given to us, right? All of that is the use of reason in connection with our senses. Okay, so reason, this faculty or process by which we have formed beliefs, arrive at conclusions based on logic. Okay, so we use reason to arrive at knowledge. And certainly, anybody who is reasoning with you apologetically would not deny that reason is a means to knowledge. A second means to knowledge is experience. We might also call this sense perception. Sense perception. Okay, so the process of acquiring knowledge about the external world through our 5 senses, sight, hearing, touch, taste, and smell. Okay, it's the foundation of empirical knowledge. Some would go so far as to say that nothing is in the intellect which was not first in the senses. This may be an overstatement of the case, but clearly all of our knowledge of the external world comes to us through our senses. And so as we make inferences from the external world to the existence of a God who caused that world, we rely not only on reason, but also on sense experience, or sense perception. Okay? So reason and sense perception are experience. Number 3, testimony. Testimony is the act of acquiring knowledge from what another person says, writes, or otherwise conveys. It is a crucial source of beliefs for humans and is responsible for a vast amount of what we consider knowledge, from historical facts to scientific discoveries. Okay? So if you think, for example, about a lot of the things that we believe that are given to us from science, we are in fact believing those not on scientific grounds, but on testimonial grounds. Okay, why is that?
We haven't gotten done the study ourselves.
That's right. We didn't do the experiment. The scientists did. All right, so we trust the scientist that what he is telling us is true based on what he did. Okay, so in fact, the testimony of history and of the largest part of science is testimonial knowledge, not scientific knowledge. All right, testimony, though, is a valid form of arriving at knowledge, and we want to be careful to defend that. Why? Because the Bible gives us testimonial knowledge, doesn't it? Okay, and then there's revelation. In religious epistemology, revelation is a source of knowledge that comes from a divine or supernatural source, such as a deity, a prophet, or a sacred text. Unlike knowledge acquired through reason, perception, or human testimony, revelation is understood as a direct, often miraculous disclosure of truth that is otherwise inaccessible to human beings. Okay, so 4 means or avenues to knowledge: reason, sense experience, sense perception or experience, testimony, and revelation. Now, how's it going to help you if you're having a discussion with someone who says, I'm just not sure about what we can really know, and you say, well, first of all, I think there's some truths we can know, and you give them a list, right? You rattle off 7 or 8 kinds of truths that you think you can know, and you give them examples of those, and you say, now, what do you think about those kinds of knowledge? Do you think we can have some of those kinds of knowledge? Okay. How do you think we have those? Well, here are the 4 avenues I think we can use to have knowledge. Okay, reason, sense perception, testimony, and revelation. What do you think about that? Okay, so immediately we have diffused this kind of bomb in the discussion, and we've said, no, I think there's knowledge. I think it's this kind of knowledge. I think this is how we arrive at it. What do you think about that? All right, we're in the driver's seat, aren't we, in the conversation about knowledge. What questions do you have about this section of knowing reality? Is it somewhat complicated? Yes, it is. Okay. I would encourage you to do further study here. Let me recommend a book to you. It's called How Do We Know? How Do We Know? It's by Dew and Foreman. How do we know? This is a layman's read of kind of the epistemological question. How do we know? By Dew and Foreman. And if you are in the master's program in apologetics, I believe you will read that book in your epistemology class. All right. How Do We Know? By Dew and Foreman. A good short discussion. Okay, so let's look at these questions. All right. Do you believe that we can know the truth about reality? Yes or no? I don't know. I'm not sure. Okay. Well, why not? Why not? What do you think? Why do you feel like maybe we can't know the truth about reality? All right. So those are two good questions to ask to figure out where we are with regard to step one. Okay, response one would be, wouldn't you agree that we have more evidence to believe we know the truth about reality than not? If we just had to assess the evidence that we have, we've got this wild idea that maybe we're brains in vats and there's an evil demon. What evidence do we have of that? We don't have any evidence of that, do we? All right, but we have all of the evidence of our sense experiences through all of our lives to suggest to us that we have a knowledge of the external world. All right, so here we're balancing evidence, and we're suggesting that on the balance, we should strongly believe in the existence of the external world. Okay, and of course, that is the strongly prevailing view in the world. Response number two, in the absence of any defeater of my belief in the truth of my knowledge of the external world, I'm well within my rational rights to believe I know the external world. I'd memorize that. All right? Because now the onus is on them. Will you show me why I'm not within my rational rights to believe in the existence of the external world? I think I am. I don't see any good defeaters for that belief. Do you have a good defeater for that belief? Okay. All right. You guys got that? Need another minute? Definitely want you to have that answer. Okay. All right. So we're balancing the evidence here. All right, so now let's talk about what Jesus says. John 8:32. Someone read that for us, please.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Brethren, that's a beautiful verse.
Amen.
That is a beautiful verse. It's beautiful because the Lord said it. I mean, you know, but it's beautiful because of what it means for us. There is so much said in those, 13 words? You shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. Jesus tells us, first of all, that there is a truth. Now, we could call that capital T truth, meaning that it is the true story or the true account about reality. All right. Now, Jesus uses the definite article the in front of the truth. How many true stories about reality are there?
One.
There's just one. There couldn't be two. There couldn't be two. Because if there were two, they would have to agree with each other and be identical in their claims, wouldn't they? In order both to be true. And so, in fact, there can only be one true story about reality. And Jesus says, that's it. There is one true story about reality. So number one, Jesus says there is the truth. The truth. There's one true story about reality. And our senses and our reason would suggest to us that that's what we should expect to find with reality, that there's just one true story about reality. There couldn't be two true stories about reality. Now, there might be many stories out there in the world about reality, but there's only one true story, okay? So you can know the truth. There's just one truth, okay? But that truth exists. Now, postmoderns will say, if they were asked to, when they were asked to define postmodernism, a term that was kind of squishy and hard to get at, the father of postmodernism, a man by the name of Lyotard, said, postmodernism is incredulity toward meta-narratives. That's a mouthful. But that means we don't trust stories about reality. We're incredulous about stories about reality. We don't believe there's one true story about reality. Now, postmodernism leads to wokeism. I have my truth and you have your truth, and I can construct what is true in my reality. If I want to say that I'm a woman, I can be a woman because that's my truth. All right? If I want to say that your speech about my claiming to be a woman is hateful and violent, I can say that because that's my truth. I can construct reality however I might please because there is no true story about reality. If there were, we couldn't know it. Therefore, I just have my story about it and you have your story. Now, Jesus says, no, there's just one true story. Okay? Now, that fits with, again, sense, experience, and reason. There could only be one true story about reality. But now Jesus goes farther than that. He does not merely assert that there's one true story about reality, but he asserts that it's knowable. It is knowable. Now, brethren, that's a beautiful thing. That's a beautiful thing. Nietzsche was famous for having said that if you stare into the abyss long enough, the abyss will stare back into you. And what did he mean by that? He meant that there is something that is soul-shaking or crushing about staring into the abyss of atheism, staring into the abyss of the nihilism that arises from atheism. We came from nothing, we here for nothing, we go to nothing. It is all meaningless. And that as he thought about all of those things, it stared back into him. It produced a very difficult experience existentially. Well, there certainly are philosophers who have gone insane through the study of philosophy. Nietzsche, at the end of his life, was insane. It's believed perhaps because of his having contracted syphilis. But there are others, for example, a man by the name of Kurt Gödel, who was a philosopher of infinities, also a mathematician, and for a period of time he lost his sanity because of his study of infinity and its mathematics. And so here the wonderful assertion, you shall know the truth. When we fall into a doubt of the external world, and we think about that long enough, it can be soul-shaking or crushing. It can even challenge our insanity, or rather our sanity. Descartes is known for what is called Cartesian anxiety. This is the feeling that we cannot know that anything in the world is true. Yeah, that we can't trust anything that we believe to be true. Well, that'll make you crazy. That'll make you crazy. Okay, so here the beautiful truth of Christianity, which is sanity supporting, which is that we can know the truth. We can know the truth about reality, and we can know the true story about reality. We can know where we came from, why we're here, where we're going, and what to do in between. All right? So, brethren, this is a very empowering claim, but it's also a claim that fits with our understanding of reality, that we can know the truth. Now, we take that for granted, but when we engage with a secular external world, we're going to find that they do not. They will challenge even the claim of our knowledge of the real world. You shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. Okay, the truth that we can come to know will liberate us spiritually. Among other things that it will liberate us from is the darkness and the ignorance and the existential angst of atheistic nihilism and a doubt of the external world. Okay, the truth will set you free from that. Of course, ultimately, it sets us free from our sins and from the slavery of sin, which is the context, John 8:34. Okay. So we can know the truth, and Jesus makes that claim in no uncertain terms. And the claim of Christianity is that we can know the truth. Now, here's what I want to say to you. That's a hopeful message for a darkened world, isn't it? You know, if you found yourself struggling with this Cartesian anxiety, if you struggled with the possibility of the knowledge of the external world, let's say you'd had your understanding darkened by all of the arguments against the possibility of the knowledge of the external world, but had never been given any answers to that problem, and now you come along and you say, here's some ways I think about that. I think I have some good reasons to believe in my knowledge of the external world. I want to share those with you. And I'd like to show you that this is what Jesus teaches. He says you can know the truth, and the truth will make you free. And I just think that that's, if I could show you that, I think it would change your world. All right? All right, so brethren, this is a beautiful message, that we can know the truth, we can know the world, and we can know the truth about it. So remember, that's our message. That's what we're telling the world. And remember that that world is in darkness, and so this is a ray of light in that darkness. What comments or questions do you have? All right, we're taking an early break. Okay? We'll let out a little bit early, and let's come back a little bit early then, okay? So let's be back at, as my clock says, 4 after. All right, we'll be dismissed. Okay, so let's come back. Let's come back to our discussion of truth and knowledge. Now remember that our first point is that truth about reality is knowable. That's a point not just about knowledge of reality, but about truth as well. And so we are in a battle for truth also, but perhaps primarily we're in a battle for knowledge in the skeptical world. Okay? So we want to talk a little bit about truth, about the nature of truth, so that when we say that we can know the truth, we're able to say something about what we mean by saying that we can know the truth. All right, now our second step is that opposites cannot both be true. Opposites cannot both be true, and we're going to talk about what that means as we talk about the nature of truth. So when Jesus says you can know the truth, and we say Jesus says there's a truth and that we can know it and that it will set us free, what do we mean by truth? All right, Jesus said he is the way, the truth, and the life, John 14:6. He's the summation of the story of truth. Pilate said, what is truth? John 18:38. That's a question we all should ask. We could ask that question with regard to particular details, or we could ask that question with regard to the nature of truth itself. Paul said the church is the pillar and the foundation of the truth, 1 Timothy 3:15. 2,000 years later, postmodern culture is asking the same rhetorical question. Pilate asked, what is truth and how can we know? And the postmodern culture is saying we can't know truth. All right, R. Scott Smith says Christians are increasingly accepting of ethical relativism, and in a climate that promotes pluralism, we are losing our understanding of Christian ethical and religious truths as being objectively true. All right. So as Christians, we believe in what is called objective truth. What do we mean when we say objective truth?
It's not subject to change.
Not subject to change. Okay. Sort of. All right.
Not subject to interpretation.
Okay, better. Better, not subject to interpretation. There could be an objective truth that changes if we ask, for example, about what is the temperature. There's an objective truth that changes based on time or place. We can get into that. All right, Willie?
Maybe there's a standard for the truth?
There's a standard for the truth. All right, yes, sir.
It's true for everyone?
True for everyone. Okay, yes, sir.
Our feelings and emotions have no bearing.
Our feelings and emotions have no bearing on this truth. So this is a mind-independent reality. Okay, it doesn't matter what I think about it. It doesn't matter what you think about it. It's true. Okay? All right. My dad and Michael Clark and I were discussing at lunch the philosophy of life under which my dad raised me and which he shares with his students, which is life is hard and then you die. He said this is an undefeated truth. And he said if you don't believe me, just go out there and test it. And I suppose he's got a point there. Life is hard and then you die. There's probably more we could say about it than that. But all right, is that relative? No, that's objectively true. It doesn't matter what any one of us thinks about it. That's the truth. The sky is blue. The grass is green. 2 + 2 = 4. All these things are true regardless of what any one of us thinks about it. That's what we mean by objective truth. Okay, the conditions for its being true stand outside of us. And we don't have any power to change those conditions. Okay? So it's not subject to our opinion. All right, now ethical relativism is subjectivism. That's our saying, this is what I think is true. This is what my group thinks is true. This is what my church says is true. This is what my religious book says is true. This is what my culture says is true. It's relative to me, to my group, to my church, to my book, to my culture. Okay, but it might be different for you. Okay, that's relativistic. Pluralism says that there are a number of different ways to be right. This is the idea that a number of different approaches to God. All right, these are all ways to God. Someone might claim in religious pluralism. Or in ethical pluralism, there's many different sets of right and wrong, and they're all okay. So the claim of R. Scott Smith is that Christians are increasingly accepting of relativism about truth, whether that be ethical truth or religious truth or whatever it might be. Now, as Christians, we are committed to an objective truth. Jesus says there's a truth. It's out there. It's outside of us. Doesn't matter what we think about it. It is the truth. Okay, there is a truth. We can know it. The truth will set us free. All right, so let's talk about 3 theories of truth. 3 theories of truth. You probably did not know that there were theories of truth. You probably just thought the truth is the truth is the truth. And you're right about that. But in the world, there are 3 theories of truth. And as you're studying with someone, you may encounter one of these theories of truth that is different from the theory of truth that the Bible adheres to and that we would adhere to. Okay, the classical theory of truth is called the correspondence theory of truth. It says that a statement is true if it corresponds to reality. A statement is true if it corresponds to reality. Okay, Aristotle said it this way: to say of what is that it is, or of what is not that it is not, is truth. To say of what is that it is, or of what is not that it is not, is truth. Okay, let me share with you my favorite example of this understanding of truth. Do any of you know my sister Carrie Sale? Okay. Carrie Sale has a daughter, and at this time that little girl was probably about 4 years old. One Saturday morning, my sister is lying in bed trying to sleep in, about 6:30 in the morning, and she hears something that she knows she shouldn't be hearing. She hears pitter-patter of feet down the hall and into the kitchen. And then she hears, and she thinks, I better get up and find out what's going on. And then she hears the pitter-patter of feet out of the kitchen and down the hall hurriedly. So my sister springs out of the bed, walks past the kitchen, and sees on the kitchen island wrappers from chocolate candy bars. And she sees a shadowy figure standing against the wall very still. And she recognizes it is her daughter, Stella. So she looks at Stella, and she sees that Stella has some strange brown smudges around her mouth. And her hands have the same brown smudges. And she says, Stella, what have you been doing? And Stella looks at her and says, not eating chocolate. Now, did Stella tell the truth? No, because she didn't tell it like it is in reality. She did not say of what is that it is. She did not say, yes, I've been eating chocolate. Okay, so the correspondence theory of truth says that a statement is true if it corresponds to the facts in reality. If I say the sky is blue and the sky is blue, then that statement is true. Okay, so this establishes a test for truth. What is the test for truth? I mean, what would you do if your 5-year-old said, or your 10-year-old said, I wasn't throwing the ball in the house, and you look over and the lamp is broken and the ball is sitting in the middle of the shards? All right, you might compare that claim with the truth and reality and say, well, how does that claim fit with what I see right here? All right, so we test the truth claim by the state of affairs in reality. All right, so that's a test for truth. Okay, does this fit with what I observe in reality? Okay, the second theory of truth is called the coherence theory of truth, and this says that a statement is true if it coheres with other statements. Okay, a statement is true if it coheres with other statements. So you can think about a group of criminals, and they've had time together to get their story straight before they get arrested and interrogated. Now, if they do really well, as criminals usually do not, and they manage to get their story straight, And if they consistently adhere to that story that they decided to tell before they were arrested and interrogated, could they tell a story that is coherent, that's internally consistent, in which none of their claims disagree with any other of their claims? Yes. All right, that's the condition of coherence, that everything internally to that story coheres. It all fits together. Okay? It's consistent internally. Does that make that story true? No. Because they could still be telling a story that's completely fabricated, but that is coherent or consistent internally. Right? So if you think about every story told in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, any MCU fans out there? Okay. I'm not one, so no offense or anything. It's not my thing. All right, but I understand it's quite a complicated universe these days, that there are a lot of storylines happening. And yet my understanding is that one of the unique and appealing aspects of the MCU is that those stories are interconnected and internally consistent. Is that correct? Okay, essentially. All right. I don't know. Okay, but how does that work? Well, the way that works is all those stories fit together. So you could think about any kind of work of fiction. You could think about The Mandalorian. You could think about The Lord of the Rings. Whatever work of fiction you want to think about. And that is a coherent story, right? It's internally consistent, but it's not true. Why is it not true?
It's not reality.
Doesn't fit with reality, does it? Okay, there is no Middle Earth, even though it might be very fascinating if there were, okay? There is no Mordor. There is no ring that rules them all right? So notice that coherence is a condition for truth. If I'm telling the truth, then my story will be internally consistent, but it's not a sufficient condition for truth. Okay, it's necessary but not sufficient. I need more than that. I need correspondence with reality. All right, so the coherence theory is the common theory of those who want to reject the idea that there's one true story about reality. They will instead appeal to coherence, and they will say, well, within my culture, we tell a story and it all fits together, and it works for me. All right. Then a third view of knowledge is what I call the postmodern theory. We could also call this a relativistic theory, and that simply says that a statement is true if I or we say that it is. A statement is true if I or we say that it is. So one famous postmodern thinker said, truth is whatever my friends will let me get away with. So if my friends don't disagree with me, then I'm right. Okay. So three theories of truth. Which theory is right?
Correspondence theory.
Correspondence theory of truth is the right theory of truth. Somebody read for us Deuteronomy 18:22.
When a prophet speaketh in the name of the Lord, if the thing follow not, nor come to pass, that is the thing which the Lord hath not spoken, but the prophet hath spoken it presumptuously. Thou shalt not be afraid of him.
Okay, the test of the prophet. If a prophet speaks a thing and it does not do what? Come to pass. What does that mean? Doesn't actually take place in reality, right? Then what? Should we fear that prophet? Is he a prophet of God? No. He's a false prophet, isn't he? And he's spoken presumptuously, so we shouldn't fear him. Notice the test is reality. Look at what he said and then look at reality. Did it come true? Well, then he's not a true prophet. All right, look at Genesis chapter 2. And someone read for us, please, 16 and 17.
And the Lord commanded the man, saying, of every tree of the garden thou mayest freely eat, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil thou shalt not eat of it. For in the day that thou eatest thereof, thou shalt surely die.
Okay. So here is a truth claim. The claim is, in the day you eat thereof, you shall surely die. Let's look at Genesis chapter 3. What is the serpent going to do? He's going to challenge the claim, isn't he? All right. So someone read for us, please. Let's see. 1 through 4.
Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. And he said unto the woman, Yea, hath God said, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden? And the woman said unto the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God hath said, Ye shall not touch of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. And the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die.
Okay. So now God said, you shall die. And what did the serpent say? You shall not surely die. This is called an explicit contradiction. An explicit contradiction. They cannot both be true. Okay, they cannot both be true. One is true and one is false. All right. So which one was true? Okay, God's statement was true, wasn't it? And the day they ate thereof, they did surely die. They died spiritually, certainly, but also they were cut off from the tree of life, and so began a process of dying physically. And so they died in multiple ways in the day that they ate thereof. Now notice that God and Satan couldn't both be right. One was right and one was wrong, and it had to be that way because it was an explicit contradiction. Okay? And the test for the truth of it was found in reality. They ate of the tree and found out, didn't they? All right? So notice this principle. The opposite of true is false. Opposites cannot both be true. Another way to say this is truth's negation is false. Satan negated God's claim. God said, you will surely die. Satan added a not, a negation. You shall not surely die. All right? They couldn't both be true. One had to be true, one had to be false. And so opposites cannot both be true. Why does that principle matter?
Laws of logic.
Tell me what you mean.
That's the law of non-contradiction.
Okay.
Logic. So A cannot both be A and non-A. It has to be one or the other.
Okay. All right. It cannot be true both that A and that non-A are not A. All right. That's a restatement of the principle. Why does that matter?
Because that's not the second step in the...
All right. It's the second step in the system. Why does it matter?
Because if there's only one truth, this idea of skepticism where we can't know everything is destroyed, and there is one truth that we have to follow.
Okay. All right. Might be getting closer.
Can you restate the question?
Yes. Why does it matter that opposites cannot both be true?
Because God will judge objectively, so there's only one objective standard.
Okay, because God will judge objectively. All right, if we're studying with someone and we're making the claim that opposites cannot both be true, why would that matter in our study? All right, Desiree.
I was thinking to the question earlier in terms of the consistency of living with something being true and not true at the same time. I can't make a step forward and not make that step forward.
So there's an absurdity in it. There's an absurdity in it. Okay, yes, sir.
There's got to be a truth.
Okay, there's got to be a truth.
Opposite, then neither one of them are true.
All right. How do we... Yes, sir, Jordan.
It matters because you can take that step of there is either a God, there is the God, or there's not God. And so you've gone from, is there an objective reality, to either there is God or there's not. And now we need to answer the question.
Very good. Okay, because if opposites can't both be true, then one's right and one's wrong. And we all should want to choose the right one and reject the wrong one, right? So if opposites can't both be true, then we can't all have our own truth. Is that right? Yeah. So the atheist and the theist cannot both be right. It cannot be true that your affirmation there is no God is true, and that my affirmation that there is a God is true. That's an explicit negation. That is an explicit contradiction. They cannot both be true. Okay, now this is a law of thought. This is a law of thought. If we are to think at all, we will have to think in these terms. Okay, that opposites cannot both be true. This is a logical principle. It's a law of thought. We simply see that it's true, and we don't need any further justification for it. We can simply see its truth. And yet, all of digital computing is established on opposites cannot both be true. It's either a 1 or a 0. It's either true or false. Or that MacBook you're using is built on opposites can't both be true. Right? It's a powerful principle. And if we want to lead people to truth, we've got to get them committed to opposites can't both be true. So we don't want to start with, now, you say there isn't a God, I say there is a God. Do you agree both of those positions can't be true? Now, we might start there, but we might start with something simpler Like, would you agree if someone said that the sky is blue and another person said that the sky is green, or the sky is not blue, let's say, that both those statements couldn't be true? And yes, I would agree with that. Okay. Would you agree that it cannot be true both that I'm alive and not alive? Yes, I would agree with that. Okay. So we can give some of these kinds of almost absurd examples that will allow them to say, well, yes, with certainty, opposites can't both be true. Are you willing to apply that principle to the claims we're going to consider about God and faith? Okay. So if you're affirming something that directly contradicts what the evidence supports, then can it be true? All right, so this gives us a way to carve out and say, let's start moving toward and saying some things are true and other things aren't. Okay? Let me give you 6 points about truth very quickly. Point number 1 is truth is telling it like it is. Truth is telling it like it is. So when I tell the truth, I say of what is that it is. All right? If Stella had said I was eating chocolate, then she would have been telling the truth. She would have been telling it like it is. All right, John 8:44, Satan is called what? The father of lies. All right, so when he told a lie to Adam and Eve, he was indeed the father of lies. Okay, number 2, truth is knowable. Jesus said we can know the truth. Paul said, be not unwise, but understanding what the will of the Lord is. Number 3, truth is the same for everyone. This is a controversial claim for many, but it's a very simple claim to prove true. Truth is the same for everyone. Now, that's true even about religious truths. Jesus said that he is the way, the truth, and the life. No man comes to the Father but by him. There's only one way. This is known as Christian exclusivism. Okay, is truth the same for everyone?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Can you think of any reasons why it might be hard at times to affirm that, or why some might not want to believe that that's true?
Contradicts their worldview.
Because it contradicts their worldview? Okay, sure. Can you think of any instance where someone might say, well, here's a truth about me that's not true about you?
I'm black, you're white.
All right, you're black, I'm white. Okay, good example. Yeah, so you might say, well, I've got my truth and you've got your truth. Okay, interesting example, and we could definitely run with that example. I'm going to give a different example that would be a little easier to illustrate my point. But we could say something like, you have a story about what it's like to be black, right? I have a story about what it's like to be white. And your story about what it's like to be black is true for me too, in that what it's like for Willie to be black is what it's like for Willie to be black, right? So that if someone asked me, what's it like for Willie to be black? Well, that would be the story I would have to tell, wouldn't it? So that story would be true for me in the sense that it would answer the question, what's it like for Willie to be black, and vice versa. All right, so let's see. Brother O'Dane, where were you born? Jamaica. In what year? 1996. Okay. I was born in Memphis, Tennessee in 1979. All right. So that's what's true for me, and that's what's true for Brother O'Dane, and it's not the same. So how is the truth the same for everyone?
So
We all were born. To the individual.
Yes, sir.
The flaw in that reasoning is saying that from my perception, this is true, and then from your perception, this is true about oneself. It's inconsistent in thinking all the world revolves around me, rather than thinking, okay, this person is 26, and I'm 27. I'm not 27. But this person is 26 to everyone else. This person is 27 to everyone. I lost where I was going.
Okay, you've got a good principle there. If a person's 26, it's true for everyone that person's 26. Okay, so what's true for every person in this room about O'Dane is that he was born in 1996 in Jamaica. Okay, now that truth is indexed to O'Dane Brissett. Indexed. These are called indexical truths. All right, they are about a person, a place, and a world. All right, so Nathan Liddell of the United States of America, all right, the truth about his birth date is he was born in 1979 in Memphis, Tennessee at the Baptist Central Hospital, which has since been torn down. Okay, but now if somebody asked you what's the truth about Nathan Liddell's birthplace, that would be the truth. That would be the answer. All right, so the truth is the same for everyone. Okay, but at times there are certain kinds of truths that are indexed to persons, places, or worlds. So what's the temperature today? I don't know what the temperature today is. Let's say it's 75. Well, tomorrow the temperature might be something different. So someone will say, well, see there, the truth is not absolute. And what we would say is, well, on Thursday, the 25th of September, 2025 in Memphis, Tennessee, the average temperature was 75 degrees. All right, so we index it to a place at a time. And we say, if that's what you're asking, then that's the answer, and that's the answer for everybody everywhere. Okay? So truth is the same for everyone. There may be times when we have to examine truths in terms of those people, places, or times to which they're indexed. All right, number 4, truth is narrow. Okay, it is not narrow-minded to say that there's only one true answer. All right? So if I were to ask you, what is 2 plus 2, there is an infinite number of possible answers, and there's one right answer. What's the right answer? 4. Okay, why not 5? Why not 2? Why not 11? Okay, because that's the right answer, right? And are you narrow-minded to demand that I put a 4 as the answer to that question? And are you narrow-minded if you make a red X there and you take points off of my test? No, you're not narrow-minded. That's just what's right, right? And so it's not narrow-minded to say that there's one truth about religion. All right, and that truth is that Jesus is the Christ. He's the way, the truth, and the life. No man comes to the Father but by him. All right, then finally, God's word is truth. John 17:17, Jesus said, sanctify them in thy truth. Thy word is truth. And so notice that Jesus makes the claim about the word of God that it is the truth. The truth. Now, what does that mean about our coming to know it as the truth? We can apply the test of truth, can't we? If Jesus says God's word is the truth, then there's a test for truth. We can look at God's word and say, does it tell it like it is in reality? Okay, was there in fact a man named Jesus? Did he have disciples? Did he teach these things? Did he die on a Roman cross? Was he buried in a rich man's tomb? Did he arise from the grave on the 3rd day? Did he ascend up to heaven? Did his followers die for their beliefs? Did they perform miracles to confirm their beliefs? Are those things true? Do we have good reason to believe them? All right, so if Jesus says it's the truth, then we can apply these tests of truth to establish that, in fact, it is the truth. All right, now notice it's important for us to have an understanding of truth so that we can talk with someone else about how we come to know what the truth is. All right, Brother Dustin.
And then would we use the one of the 4 ways in which we know reality, the testimony, to prove that truth?
Well, if they said, for example, that's the kind of truth claim you can't know, right, that you just can't know the truth of. You might say, well, I think it falls under testimonial truth, and so I think we can apply certain criteria for examining testimonial truth to see whether it's good testimony or not. Would you be agreeable to that? Right? There's bad testimony, good testimony, and really we just need to ask which one is this. Yeah, criteria for examining testimony. Okay? All right, so it's not possible to attack the truth without using truth claims. Okay, so if someone objects to the correspondence theory of truth or to this kind of black and white nature of truth, you may notice very quickly that they'll use some form of truth claims to set out their position against truth. Okay, consequently, attacks on truth generally result in self-defeating contradictions. For example, there is no such thing as truth. Well, this statement is a truth claim. All right, truth is not absolute, to which we might respond, are you absolutely sure? Okay, all truth is relative. All is an absolute term, and this is an absolute truth claim. Okay, that's true for you, but not for me. Now, is this claim true for you, but not for me? Okay, so notice that to attack truth, you have to use truth, and of course, that undermines your position. Okay? All right, so in connection with knowledge and truth, let's talk about the laws of thought. The laws of thought. You may not know this, but there are 3 laws at least that govern our thought. Just as there are laws that govern the game of chess, so there are laws that govern our thought. The game of chess is played between 2 opponents who move their pieces alternately on a square board called a chessboard. The player with the white pieces commences the game. A player is said to have the move when his opponent's move has been made. And so those are some of the laws of chess, right? The man with the white pieces makes the first move, and then the man with the black pieces makes the second move. If the first move has been made, then there's now the turn for the second move. That's just the beginning. But we've got to have those basic laws on which we can build other laws, and then from which can unfold this very complex and fascinating game called chess. So similarly, we have to have at least 3 basic laws of thought. And from these 3 basic laws of thought will unfold all of the fascinating complexity of the intellectual life available to us in this world. Okay? So here are the 3 basic laws of thought. The first is the law of identity, which says that A equals A. A equals A. Okay? In other words, we can say that a thing is what it is. Okay? All right, so A equals A. This is the idea that we can identify things for what they are. And in identifying them for what they are, we can distinguish them from other things. And as we distinguish them from other things, we can begin to categorize them into types of things. And then we can begin to examine relationships between things. But it starts with our being able to identify one thing as the thing that it is, having all the properties it has and no other properties. Okay, A equals A. The second law is the law of excluded middle, A or B, but not something in between A or B. Okay. All right, so first of all, we might say A equals A. That pregnant woman right there is that pregnant woman right there. All right. So that sounds silly, but it's critical for the foundation of thought. We might use the same example then. That woman right there is either pregnant or she's not pregnant, but she's not kind of pregnant. Is that fair? So binary conditions. And then the third law is the law of non-contradiction. Either she is pregnant or she's not pregnant. She cannot be pregnant and not pregnant. Okay, just like I cannot exist and not exist at the same time and in the same way. Okay, so notice those qualifiers, at the same time and in the same way. Okay. So a teenager who clearly exists might say, I don't even exist in her world. All right, well, he's not talking about existence in the same way there, is he? As we are, as we talk about absolute or actual existence. Okay, the law of identity, the law of excluded middle, the law of non-contradiction. Okay, the law of non-contradiction affirms that 2 opposite things cannot both be true at the same time and in the same way. Okay, we've talked about the importance of being able to think about that. A person cannot be in a classroom and not in a classroom at the same time and in the same way. Of course, a person could be in the same classroom at a different time or in a different way. All right? So he could be present in body but not in mind. Okay? Which I hope none of you is right now, although I know it's 2:36 and it's been a very long day. Okay? Y'all are doing great. I appreciate your attention. Okay, so why is this particular law of thought important in our apologetics conversation? We asked that earlier. This particular law is important because it's going to help us nail down, is this true or is this not true? It's going to help us push people toward a decision about what is true and about what is not true, and a commitment. We're not going to allow them to stay in that position where they say, well, maybe it's true, maybe it's not true, maybe you're right and I'm right too. Okay, we're going to do our very best to attempt to avoid the position that, well, no, you can be right and I can be right too. All right, what thoughts or comments do you have about that idea? Okay, if a statement of faith is true, then its opposite must be false. We cannot have it both ways. Okay, so if the Bible is the Word of God, then when one says the Bible is not the Word of God, that's false. All right, if God does exist, when one comes along and says God does not exist, that is false. If we say Jesus is resurrected, that's true, and someone comes along and says Jesus was not resurrected, that's false. All right, so we're battling for truth, and we want to make a firm stand for the fact that it can't be both ways. All right? There is no your truth and my truth, there is just the truth. There is no your truth and my truth, there is just the truth. All right, what questions do you have about those ideas? Do you think that the area of knowledge and truth could be challenging in a conversation with a non-Christian?
Yes, very much so.
Okay, Jordan, let me ask you this. In your experiences talking with non-Christians, with skeptics and atheists, how much time do you spend on the area of knowledge and truth?
Some, if you can get them that far, if you can even approach the conversation. Usually once you start into various apologetics lines, in my experience, they kind of just shut the conversation off.
Yeah. So once you start making particular claims about, God or the Bible or whatever, yeah. Well, I ask you because my experience is that when talking with non-believers, particularly hardened atheists or agnostics, it seems that we're always working on knowledge and truth. We're always working on knowledge and truth. Sometimes we never get out of that stage of the conversation. Okay? So just know it's difficult, and do try to have some familiarity. If you will learn the things we've shared today, I think you'll have a strong starting point for your conversation. Any more questions about knowledge or truth? If not, we're going to turn the corner. All right, anything else? All right, if you have any other questions, come to Dustin. All right, lesson number 4, the first mover. Okay, in every game of chess, there has to be a first move. This person appears to be playing D3 or E3 for some example. I don't know. Okay, pawns cannot move themselves. It has been said that the game of chess is a wonderful analogy for life, and that if someone asked, which of the pieces on the board are we like? We're all like pawns. Okay, here's an interesting rule about pawns. Pawns can only move forward. They can never move backward. Isn't that right, Brother Desroy? You move a pawn forward and regret it, it's too late. He's there now. He's gone. Yeah, he's gone. That's right. Our pawns can only move forward, and we're on that treadmill of time. We can only go forward, right? We can't go backward. All right, well, when we think about pawns, pawns are the least powerful pieces on the board. They cannot, like all the other pieces, they cannot move themselves. All right? But also, the most powerful pieces on the board can't move themselves. The queen and the king, they can't move themselves. Rook, bishop, knight, they can't move themselves. Okay, they all depend on the player who has the power within himself to move the pieces. Okay? And furthermore, the pieces can't get together and kind of develop their strategy and let the player know, hey, listen, here's what we're feeling up for. We know this guy. We've kind of overheard what the black pieces are saying about their strategy. Okay, in other words, there's got to be a mover that moved the pieces, and he's got to have a plan for how to move the pieces. All right? So there's our metaphor or analogy for life in the external world. All right? So what does this have to do with? Well, it has to do with the theistic God existing. One of the first arguments ever made in success for the theistic God is called the first mover argument. All right? And we'll talk about that as we look at our arguments for God. Okay? Does the theistic God exist? Okay, so that's what we're going to do in our lesson 4 here, the first mover lesson. So the first thing that we need to do is think about the importance of this move. Okay, the first move in a game of chess is widely considered the most important because it sets the foundation for the entire game. Okay, so no single move guarantees a win, but the first move and subsequent opening phase are critical for several reasons. Similarly, all worldviews must start with the question, is there a God? Okay, that's the first question. Is there a God? And we have to answer that question. Okay, everything else we are concerned with flows from the answer to that question. Okay, so now, for example, if we ask, are miracles possible today? Depending on how we answer the question, does God exist or what God exists, we will have a different answer possibly to the question, are miracles possible today? So for example, if I answer the question, does God exist, with the answer, there's a deistic God. This is an impersonal God-like force that was somehow responsible for initializing the existence of the universe and for initializing the unfolding of the forces within the universe, but that God has nothing to do with us now. Then I would not be very strongly inclined to affirm that miracles are possible today. Does that make sense? All right, so how we answer this first question is going to set the table for the whole remainder of what we believe. Okay, so notice that the claim is that the theistic God exists. When we say theistic, what do we mean? What is a theistic God?
A God that carries a role in the world he created.
A God that carries a role in the world that he created. Okay. What else would we say?
A God that is different from the universe once you create.
All right, good. Different from the universe that he created. Okay, good. What else?
A God that reveals himself.
A God that reveals himself. Okay, what else would we say?
Created with purpose.
Created with purpose. All right. We would say about this God that he's personal. That he's personal. Okay. And that he has a relationship with his creation. Okay, so theism, deism, and pantheism, three popular views of the kind of God that might exist. Okay, now we've narrowed theism down to monotheism. What other kind of theism is there at least? Polytheism. Polytheism being the belief that many gods exist, but the claim that the theistic God exists rules out polytheism, doesn't it? It instead settles on the idea that there is but one theistic God that exists. All right, so notice in step 3, we're not merely wanting to establish the possibility of a God of some sort. We're wanting to do more than that. We're wanting to say there's just one God, and he is a theistic God. All right, he is a personal creator God that sustains a relationship with his creation. Okay, monotheism, that's what we affirm. That is the theism of Christianity and the theism that we want to establish in step 3. Monotheism is the belief in a single, all-powerful, personal, and transcendent God. Okay, he's outside of the universe that he created. All right. Judaism, Christianity, and Islam are the most well-known examples of theistic religions. All right, so we're wanting to establish that that kind of God exists. So notice that the task before us is not merely to show that a God exists, but it is to show that a particular kind of God exists. Okay? Deism. Deism is a philosophical belief in a creator God who is not personal, who is all-powerful, and who does not intervene in the universe. All right? Has the power to create the universe, doesn't do anything with the universe, is not personal. So a kind of creative God force out there outside of the universe. Pantheism, the belief that God and the universe are one and the same. God is in all and all is in God. Okay? God is everything and everything is God. This view rejects the idea of a personal, separate creator. Okay, the universe is God. God is in everything. Okay? All right, now, I want to say to you, be prepared for someone you're studying with to affirm pantheism. There are varieties of positions out there today that are friendly toward pantheism or something like it. Okay, so we're going to want to be thinking about our arguments for God, particularly in the context of how do we show that pantheism is not the right answer to the question about God. All right, 3 possible answers to the question, does God exist? Answer number 1, yes, God exists. Okay, that is the theistic answer. Answer number 2, no, God does not exist. That is the atheistic answer. Answer number 3, maybe I'm not sure if we can know or not. That is the agnostic answer. Not know is what agnosticism means. I don't know. Okay, so yes, no, and maybe. Yes, no, and maybe. Okay. So we need to be prepared for no and maybe as we think about our apologetics efforts. All right. So we can look at a few verses that connect with these 3 positions. First, the theistic position that says, yes, God exists. What does Habakkuk 2 verse 20 say?
But the Lord is in his holy temple, and all the earth keeps silent before him.
Okay. So the Bible affirms explicitly God exists. The Lord is in his holy temple. Let all the earth keep silence before him. Interestingly, Genesis 1 verse 1 does not start with a case for the existence of God, does it? Instead, it merely asserts that in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Well, a God couldn't create the heavens and the earth. It didn't exist to create it. All right? So notice implicit then in the statements of the Bible is the existence of God. What about the atheistic position? Someone read for us Psalm 14:1.
The fool that says in his heart, there is no God. They are corrupt. They have done abominable work. There is none that doeth good.
Brethren, we are not the first children of God to interact with those who say there is no God. This is not a new problem. Been dealing with this for a long time. Proverbs 1:7, what does that say?
Fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instruction.
Fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge. Fools despise wisdom and instruction. Well, there are some who do not fear the Lord, atheists particularly being among them, and so they will despise wisdom and instruction. They don't want the wisdom and instruction of God through His Word because they don't believe God exists to begin with. All right, what about I don't know? Someone read for us John 18:38.
Pilate saith unto him, What is truth? And when he said this, he went out again unto the Jews, and saith unto them, I will find him no fault at all.
I think Pilate had good reason to know the truth. But, wringing his hands, he said, what is truth? And so there, for some, may not have courage of their convictions to say what is the truth. But they will say, well, what is the truth? I don't know. This can appear to be virtuous, but in the ultimate analysis, I believe affirming what is true as true is more virtuous, right? 2 Timothy 3:7. Someone read that for us, please.
Ever learning and never able to come to the knowledge of the truth.
Yeah, so Paul speaks of those who are ever learning and never able to come to a knowledge of the truth. You say, well, what's your position on that? Well, I'm studying it. Well, sometimes we need to study something, but we also need to come to a knowledge of the truth. G.K. Chesterton said that some are so open-minded that they open their minds and their brains fall out, right? We need to be open to the truth, but then we need to close our minds again firmly fixed on what is true. So we can say, well, yes, I have arrived at the truth. All right? So now we're going to consider many infallible proofs. Well, that's language from Luke. We're going to think about some proofs for the existence of God. Some proofs for the existence of God. Now, notice that we describe this as a modern cumulative case for God, and we say it will include the following. All right, now, this is not to suggest that these are the only arguments for the existence of God. I'm told of one philosopher of religion who offered something like 36 different arguments for the existence of God in one lecture. And so were we to examine history and the arguments made through history, would probably find a great number of arguments for the existence of God, many which have been left, as it were, on the cutting room floor because they're not as valuable or useful as they might once have seemed to be. Okay, but here is what we might call a cumulative case for God's existence of a more modern sort. And so we're going to look at these arguments. Two of them we're going to look at in greater detail. But what I would suggest to you is notice, please, that we're not making just one argument for the existence of God. We're not making just one argument for the existence of God. Why is that? Well, first of all, the more evidence we can pile up in support of a claim, the stronger that claim is, or the stronger the persuasive power of the evidence is. So the more evidence we can provide, the better. But second, it's very likely that some of these arguments will be more persuasive to one person than some others of these arguments will be. Okay, and so I can say to you that amongst my apologist friends, we don't all agree on which of these arguments is most persuasive to us. There's at least one of these that I think is a horrible argument, but which my friends think is the fantastic argument. All right, we'll talk about that. Okay, so notice that when you're studying with someone, it may be that if they're scientifically minded, then the fine-tuning argument for the existence of God is just going to blow their minds. They're going to say, that's it, that has to be right. There's no way it couldn't be right, okay? But for someone else, maybe that the moral argument is the thing that really grabs a hold of them and shows them God exists. And I would say for me, that was the truth. Okay? All right, so notice, please, we're using a cumulative case. We're using several arguments to try to make the case for the existence of God. I'm going to give to you 3 or 4 of these in nutshell form. We're going to look at them briefly. We just can't look at them in detail. Okay? The first is called the fine-tuning argument for the existence of God. You'll notice that this sounds a little bit like a design argument. It is not the same as a design argument, but it falls within the same family of arguments, which are called teleological arguments. All right, teleological arguments argue for the idea that there was some creator that had a goal in mind, a telos in mind in the creation of the universe, and that's evident through some properties within the universe, that the proper inference based on those properties is that mind had its telos and reveals it through his creation. So if we were to make the design argument, design demands a designer, we were to appeal, for example, to Paley's watch, we would say, well, see, here's a watch that is complexly put together, and so it seems that it must have been made by a mind that had an intention to order it in this complex way. Okay. So that would be a kind of teleological argument. The fine-tuning argument is also a teleological argument. It says this: premise number one, the universe's physical constants and initial conditions are finely tuned for life to exist. We could get even more specific, and we could say carbon-based life, which is what we and everything in the universe is. Carbon-based life. We're not like silicon-based life, right? All right, so number two, this fine-tuning is due to either physical necessity, chance, or design. Okay, there's three possible ways to explain why the initial conditions and the physical constants of the universe were what they were, which disposed the universe to supporting life. Okay, perhaps it was physical necessity. That's the only way that those initial conditions and constants could have been. Or perhaps it was chance, just a random luck of the draw. Or perhaps it was design. Number three, the fine-tuning, the apparent fine-tuning of the universe is not due to physical necessity because the values of the physical constants could be different. All right? So the constants of the weak nuclear force or the strong nuclear force, the constants of gravity or the speed of light, all of those things could have been different than what they are. There's an infinite number of possible values they could have been set at besides the values at which they are set. And yet it is only at those specific values that subatomic particles could form, could adhere together in atoms, and could come together to form complex life as it exists. All right, so these values could have been different. Therefore, physical necessity is not the explanation for the fine-tuning of the physical constants and initial conditions of our universe. Could have been chance, okay? But we would argue it could not be chance because the odds are astronomically improbable. The odds are astronomically improbable. So we could say something like if there's 60 physical constants and initial conditions, and each one of them could have been set at an infinite number of different positions, and each one of them had to be set at only one position, and each one of them together had to be set at that only one position in order for life to exist. And if we were to come and look at the machine that's generating the universe that has these 60 knobs, and each one is set at exactly the right value within that infinite range of values, we would look at that and say that couldn't happen by chance. That's just too improbable that it would happen by chance. Okay? And so this points our conclusion to the fine-tuning is most likely a result of intelligent design. Fine-tuning is most likely a result of intelligent design. Now notice the modesty in the final claim. The modesty of the claim is it's most likely a result of intelligent design. Notice it's not saying absolutely, period, okay, but most likely. Now, what's that allowing for? Well, maybe you are convinced by chance. That doesn't seem very likely. It seems far more likely that there would have been a designing mind that set all of those constants and conditions at the values that they were at to allow for carbon-based and human life to exist in the universe. All right, so there is an argument that's made from the physical properties of the universe, from their values, and from the high improbability that our universe would have had exactly those values if it had been generated randomly. Okay? Brother Willie.
Is that kind of like the argument when people use like the Earth is in like the Goldilocks zone or whatnot? Is that kind of like...
Similar.
Okay.
Yeah, similar. There's an argument made, sometimes it's called the anthropological principle, which says that the universe is built around the existence of man, that it was made for the existence of man, and looking at our solar system, the placement of the Earth at the position that it's at to support human life would establish that anthropological principle. So yeah, that would be another kind of teleological argument. Yes, sir?
It's not clear for me how two premises ends with an argument that says like, well, this is likely, this is the result. Is that meaning that that's not the whole truth, or?
Well, what they're saying is that they couldn't say it with absolute certainty because of the probabilities involved in chance in the second option in the premise. All right. So I will say to you, I think this is a good argument. I don't think that by itself it's a good argument, or that it's a sufficient argument for the existence of God. Now, some may. But for me, it's an argument within a cumulative case for God's existence. I would not rely on this argument by itself to establish God's existence. But for those who are physics-oriented, this may well be all they need to believe that God exists. Okay, so for someone who is scientifically oriented, this can be a very powerful, persuasive argument. It seems very strange that it just would have worked out that way. Okay? All right, so it looks like we're right up to our break here. We'll keep on looking at arguments for the existence of God after our break. Okay, listen. Get your coffee, get your soda, get your water, do your lap around the building. We've got 1 hour left, y'all. All right? So come back energized. We're going to make it through our last session for the day, okay? All right. We have at most 50 more minutes today. It's been a long day, you guys. I really appreciate y'all's attention and participation in our classes. I hope that you're seeing the value, and I hope that you're learning some things, and that you see that it will be helpful for your ministry. But I know that it can be very challenging. It kind of be like drinking from the water hose a little bit. A lot of this is somewhat foreign to your normal way of thinking or your normal subjects of thought. And so I appreciate y'all's good engagement and look forward to that again tomorrow as we keep going with our system of study. Before we move forward, are there any questions about the fine-tuning argument? One strategy for defeating the fine-tuning argument is to suggest that premise 3 does not exhaust the possibilities of explanation for the fine-tuning of the world. So if someone wants to take that tack, they would be hard-pressed to show that there could be any other possibility. But just know that that is the likely strategy. Yes, sir?
He had his hand raised first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
I was just curious, I guess I'm not fully understanding, what does it mean by physical necessity? Because
Great question. Could not be any other way. Okay, necessity means it must be that way. It could not be any other way. And it seems instinctively true to everyone that it could be slightly different than what it is. Right? So that's one where, generally speaking, the scientists will not take up the physical necessity position and say this is the only way it could have been. They will ordinarily say, no, it could have been any of those other ways. And so chance will be the best answer. Now, someone was asking me, and I don't recall who was it that we talked about the multiverse? Where are you? Multiverse. Yes, sir. What's your name? Ezekiel, that's right. So Ezekiel and I were talking about the multiverse, which is this hypothesized universe-creating machine. Okay, so here is our universe in this great sea foam, as it were, of universes. And there's something about this foam of universes where universes like molecules or like bubbles are bouncing into each other on this vast foam of universes, that it creates different universes. And the suggestion is that with near infinite resources as a multiverse, it could actualize all possible universes such that ultimately it would actualize the universe that we observe. All right, now, the strategy of this response is to do what we call increasing the probabilistic resources in support of the chance hypothesis. Okay, to suggest that there is more evidence than we think there is for the probability that this universe would arise regardless of how fine-tuned it seems to be for our existence. And so if you have an infinite number of spins, eventually, you'll land on the dollar at the prices, right? Okay, all right. So then what we have to do is argue against the concept of a multiverse, and Dustin will have a report on that tomorrow. Brother Willie.
You're talking about the way that people would defeat this argument?
Yes. The way they will try to defeat it is to deny, one way they'll try is to deny that premise 3 exhausts the possibilities for explaining fine-tuning. They'll suggest that there's some explanation besides physical necessity, chance, or design. Okay. The second way they'll try to defeat it is to increase the probabilistic resources by suggesting that chance is more likely given a multiverse that is creating an infinite number of universes, in which in the course of time every kind of universe would be actualized, including our own. Why do we not believe in a multiverse? There's no evidence for it. It's completely ad hoc. Okay, there's no evidence for it whatsoever. But second, as Brother Jordan was arguing earlier, it kicks the can back a step, but it doesn't get rid of the can. Okay, so entropy would apply to the multiverse like it does to the universe. And there's something called the Borg-Guth-Vilenkin theorem, which would apply to any universe subject to entropy, that would suggest that at some point that universe would have had a beginning point in the past, and so it could not have existed for an infinite amount of time, and it could not have created an infinite number of universes. All right, and so we could argue against the possibility that the multiverse could have created an infinite number of universes based on the same principles that we would use to argue that our universe itself could not have been infinitely existing in the past. Okay? All right, let's move on from the fine-tuning argument. Let's look at what's called the contingency argument. This argument arises in various forms through history, but particularly with Leibniz. Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz had a fairly powerful formulation of the contingency argument. This is a very simple formulation of the contingency argument. Everything that exists contingently has a cause of its existence. The universe exists contingently. Therefore, the universe has a cause of its existence. Now, when we speak of existing contingently, what do we mean? Well, something that is contingent exists but could have not existed. Okay, get that in your head. Something that exists contingently does exist, but it could have not existed. Okay, can you give me an example of a contingently existing thing? Humans. Yes. I am a contingently existing thing. And so are you. I do exist, but I could possibly have not existed. Now, we could trace a whole number of contingent factors through history, which would demonstrate to us just how unlikely it would be that we exist here today, and yet here we are. I learned recently, sometime in the last 8 or 10 years, about the hair-thin odds of my having come into existence. My grandmother's grandfather was struck in the face with what is called a small ball in the Civil War. Small ball is like the size of your fist, something like that. So it's a small cannonball. He was struck in the face with a small cannonball, and it went in his mouth. But instead of going out the back of his head and killing him, it went out the side of his ear, or his head through his ear. And so he survived. And he was sent home to Jasper, Alabama, and there, of course, went into rehab and lived. Now, he was married to a woman with whom he had many, many children, something like 8 children. That woman passed away. And so he married another woman. And he had 5 more children with her, if I'm remembering the story correctly. And his wife was pregnant with his 6th child when he finally passed. He passed at a younger age. Seems like maybe he was in his early 60s or something like that when he passed. And the local newspaper story said that the small ball finally did its work. It was related to his injury with the small ball in the Civil War that he died that premature death. His 6th child that was born after he passed was my grandmother's father. So, millimeter of difference in the trajectory of the small ball, and I wouldn't be here. That's one example, right? And we all probably could look for some example like that. But we could look at the human race more broadly and say the human race didn't have to exist, but it does exist. And we're right to ask the question, well, why is it that the human race exists? To feel as though we need some kind of answer for what we understand to be a contingent existence. All right, so a contingent thing is a thing that exists but could not have existed. Its existence depends on something else. Its existence depends on something else. Now, there's a sense in which we could all think of our existence as contingent, in that it required the union of our mother and father to produce our existence, right? And so it required the union of their mothers and fathers for their existence, and so on. We could trace a lineage of contingency all the way back to Noah, all the way back to Adam and Eve, right? Okay, so the example then being that you are a contingent being. Your existence depends on your parents, who in turn depended on their parents, and so on. All physical objects in the universe, stars, planets, and people, are considered contingent because they were brought into being and will eventually cease to exist and did not have to exist. All right, so this is the concept of contingency. Did not have to exist, do exist, or does exist, and therefore needs some explanation. What is it on which they depend and because of which they exist? All right, so necessity is the counterpoint to contingency. We talked about necessity in the previous question. A necessary being or thing is non-contingent. Okay, it exists by its very nature, it exists of itself, and it cannot not exist. All right, so a necessary being cannot fail to exist. Who does that sound like? God. Very good. God is a necessary being. He exists of himself, by himself, for himself. He does not depend on any other for his existence, and he could not fail to exist. Okay? The argument concludes that the cause of the contingent universe must be a necessary being to avoid an infinite regress of contingent causes. This necessary being is traditionally identified as God. Okay, so when we speak of an infinite regress of causes, what do we mean?
The buck doesn't stop anywhere.
The buck has to stop somewhere, right? There has to be some cause that is necessary that can be the cause of all the other things. Okay, so we can't have an infinite regress of contingent causes. It has to stop somewhere with a necessary cause. All right? So there's the old saying about, asking the Indian man, what does the earth rest on? And he says that the earth rests on the back of an elephant. And you ask him, well, what is the elephant resting on? And he says the elephant is standing on the back of the turtle. And you ask him, well, what is the turtle standing on? And he says it's turtles all the way down. We could say turtles all the way down to what? Right? There's got to be something that the first turtle is standing on, right? There's got to be some necessary being that serves as the foundation for the existence of all contingent beings. Now, by the way, when we speak of contingency, that means not only with reference to our beginning to exist, but it also means with reference to our staying in existence at any moment. All right, so to be contingent at our beginning is to be contingent in every moment. In every moment, we are still dependent on a necessary being for our existence. So it is in him that we live and move and have our being. It is by his word that he upholds all things. All right? All right, so in essence, the argument reasons that the universe itself is contingent, therefore it requires a cause that is not contingent, a being that exists necessarily. Okay? What questions do you have about the contingency argument? Yes, sir, Willie.
Can you dumb that down?
Yeah. For all of those things that cannot come into existence on their own or do not exist on their own, there has to be some being that can exist on its own that can cause those things to come into existence. All right. There's a great video on the contingency argument on YouTube. Okay, and it's probably called like Dr. Craig videos. Look up the contingency argument. It will be animated of a sort. Okay, look that up. That'll help you with that concept of contingency. All right, so if I'm dependent on my parents, they're dependent on their parents. We trace that lineage backward and backward and backward. There's got to be someone that starts that line of causes that isn't dependent on a cause themselves. Does that make sense to you? Yes, sir. Okay. All right, so that's the idea of contingency and necessity. Contingency is a very simple argument, but it's very powerful. It's very powerful. All right, so if we can demonstrate or if we can make a strong claim that the universe is contingent, then we can make a strong claim for God. Okay? So don't overlook the contingency argument. It's a very powerful argument. The modal ontological argument. This is the argument that doesn't work. Okay? I'm just telling you the truth about it. All right? But now people like this argument. I personally don't believe it works. Okay? But I want to share it with you because it's one of the tools in the tool chest. Some believe it's valuable. It is possible that a maximally great being exists, premise number one. Premise number two, if it is possible that a maximally great being exists, then a maximally great being exists in some possible world. Okay? If a maximally great being exists in some possible world, then it exists in all possible worlds. If a maximally great being exists in all possible worlds, then it exists in the actual world. Therefore, a maximally great being exists or exists in the actual world. All right. Now, I don't believe that this argument works, but I want to explain to you what it's based in. It's based in something called modal logic. Modal logic. Modal logic has existed for a long time. It was revolutionized in the 20th century by a philosopher named Saul Kripke. What kind of man was he? Well, he taught himself Hebrew at the age of 4. He was exceedingly brilliant. He was a savant. And he developed new systems of, quote, modal semantics, one of which was called the S5 system, which made it possible to make the modal ontological argument. Okay, Alvin Plantinga came along and applied the modal semantics of the S5 system to a pre-existing argument called the ontological argument, making it the, quote, modal ontological argument. Okay. Now, what this argument attempts to do is to argue from the very concept of God to his existence. Okay, the nut of the argument is that if God is a maximally great being, and he must be to be God, then a maximally great being must exist. Therefore, God must exist. All right? So we're reasoning from the concept of God to God himself. Now, in my view, this argument does not work. Okay, I agree with the critique of Immanuel Kant, who said that existence is not a predicate. Okay, existence cannot be established a priori. In other words, we can say all of the things that should be true about who God is, but then we have to go out into the world and ask, is there any evidence that he actually exists? Okay, so existence can only be determined a posteriori, that is, after I go and look in the world and see if it's there. Okay, now what this tries to do is establish the existence of God, quote, a priori, that is, before I examine the world in any way, simply by analyzing the concept of God itself. Okay, so I reject it outright on that basis, but you should be aware that this is an argument that's used by many and thought by many to be persuasive, and if you find it interesting, then more power to you. Okay? Brother Dustin, do you have a question?
Is that argument circular reasoning?
I would say no, but what are you thinking?
Because is it possible that maximally great being exists? Well, you're taking an assumption of that one, but then the second one, if it is possible that a maximally great being exists, then a maximally great being exists in some possible.
Very good. Notice the language of possibility. That's modality. Okay? Possibility is a term in modality. Okay, modality having to do with modes of existence. Okay, so possible existence versus actual existence versus necessary existence versus impossible existence. Okay? So those are modes of existence. And here the argument is made that there's nothing obvious that would suggest that it's not possible for a maximally great being to exist. So if I examine all possible worlds, surely there's some possible world in which a maximally great being exists. But now, if a maximally great being exists in some possible world, then a maximally great being exists in all possible worlds, because he would only be maximally great if he existed in all possible worlds. All right. There's also a principle of reciprocity between worlds in S5 modal logic, which is at play there. Okay. Don't worry about it though. But the point is, it's not actually circular because it's trading on the issue of possibility and possible worlds. Okay, so if it's possible that he exists in some possible world, then he must exist in all possible worlds because he would only be maximally great if that were the case. But if he exists in all possible worlds, then he has to exist in this world because this is one possible world. Therefore, he exists in this world. Okay, that's the modal ontological argument. I share it with you because it's out there. It's popular to many. I would urge you not to spend a lot of time on it, but be aware of its existence. Two arguments that I want to focus your attention on, the Kalam cosmological argument and the moral argument. Okay, we're really going to try to get our feet on the ground with these two, okay? I know the others have been somewhat challenging. I think these will be easier. One reason I want to share these with you is because they're the most powerful and the most persuasive, respectively. The Kalam cosmological argument, generally thought to be the most powerful argument for the existence of God. It is the argument to which there have been the most academic responses. So the one taken most seriously philosophically. The moral argument, the most persuasive. On college campuses, this is the argument that turns atheists into theists more than any other. The moral argument. Okay? So the moral argument hits us in our hearts. And so it's very persuasive. Immanuel Kant, the attractive Prussian in the middle picture, a diabolical philosopher, but a very effective one. He did make an important observation about human existence and the questions that we raise. What's interesting is that as he looks at these two questions that we raise, they point our attention to the two arguments that are the most powerful and persuasive. All right, so Immanuel Kant considered himself a Christian, but he did not believe that we could know the external world. In fact, Immanuel Kant is the fountainhead of that view in modern philosophy. He said, we cannot know das Ding an sich, the thing in itself. All right, instead he said that the world conforms to our thoughts. We impose our structures of thought onto the world. We can't know the world itself. All right, so Immanuel Kant is saddled with the responsibility for relativizing all knowledge of the external world. Okay, so we don't appeal to Immanuel Kant in general as one that we'd want to follow. But he made observations about the human nature relative to faith in God. And those observations were insightful. Immanuel Kant said we have to set aside reason to make room for faith. He said, based on his understanding of the world, that we cannot know the world and use reason to infer the existence of God. We just have to set all of that aside in order to just believe. All right, so Immanuel Kant's final conclusion was we just have to believe. Okay, but he in this statement, he says something that I think is very insightful, gives us insights into why these two arguments are especially valuable. He says, two things fill the mind with ever new and increasing admiration and awe. The more often and more steadily we reflect on them. The starry heavens above me and the moral law within me. Okay, so what two things? Stare out into space and see if that doesn't fill you with awe. Okay, I spent almost 19 years living in Colorado. Any of you heard John Denver sing about the Rocky Mountain High? I'm sure that was a double entendre, where he was speaking not just about being on a high mountaintop, but also about being high. But people in Colorado will go up to high mountains and they will sit out and look at the stars, and in particular, they will watch for shooting stars. Or they may do photography, and they may capture the Milky Way and the movement of the stars through the night sky and so on. And they will be filled with awe as they look at the starry sky above. Okay, so I think we're all affected that way still, just as Immanuel Kant was in the late 18th or early 19th century. Okay, so the starry heavens above and the moral law within. What is the moral law within? Conscience. Okay, certainly. Yep, conscience. We might could add more to the idea of conscience than merely conscience. What else would we say about it? The moral law within.
Right and wrong.
Right and wrong. We have a sense of right and wrong. Okay, how many of you have had a guilty conscience? My goodness, that should be all hands. Okay, if you haven't. Okay, all right. How many of us feel as though maybe we've had some sense of right and wrong all our lives? Yeah. Maybe we have some sense of a responsibility to somebody to account for how we act. How do we account for all of that that's going on inside of us? And so there's a law of morality that's inside of us, and who put it there? All right? So he goes on to say, I do not merely conjecture them and seek them as though they were veiled in obscurity or were in the transcendent region beyond my horizon. I see them before me and connect them immediately with the consciousness of my existence. And so he says, I see them out there. They're out there. I can't deny them. They're a part of my conscious existence. All right, so notice the power of the starry heavens above and the moral law within. Well, these are the two powers that are harnessed in these two arguments. The Kalam cosmological argument dealing with the existence of the universe, and the moral argument dealing with the moral law. Okay? Before we go to the Kalam cosmological argument, how many of you have heard of the Kalam cosmological argument? Show of hands. Okay, shorthand for this is the KCA. And that's what we're going to go with from here, or the Kalam. Okay? So the KCA, the Kalam, is a cosmological argument. When we say it's a cosmological argument, what do we mean by that?
Relates to the cosmos, which is the universe.
Very good. So we're doing something with the existence of the universe. We're trying to appeal from the existence of the universe to the existence of God. Okay, so the cosmological argument is an argument type. Okay, there are argument families. I said to you that there are teleological arguments. That's an argument family. There are ontological arguments. That's an argument family. There are axiological arguments. These are arguments based on morality. This is an argument family. And so there are cosmological arguments. This is an argument family. Okay, so within the cosmological argument family is the Kalam cosmological argument. Okay, this argument makes an inference from particular alleged facts about the universe, the cosmos, to the existence of a unique being generally identified with or referred to as God. Okay, so generally in a cosmological argument we say, how did the cosmos come to be here? There's got to be an explanation for that. Okay, that explanation has to be God. Okay, so here's the old cosmological argument. This is a bad argument. Don't use this argument. Okay, I was taught this argument when I was a kid, and it was a bad argument. Okay, whatever exists has a cause. The universe exists, therefore the universe has a cause. Why is this a bad argument?
That would mean God would have to have a cause.
Okay, it would mean that God would have to have a cause because God exists. Okay, whatever exists has a cause. God exists. Premise 2, therefore God has a cause. All right, so which premise is wrong?
Premise 1.
Premise 1. It is not true that whatever exists has a cause. Please do not ever use this argument. If you do, you will find out that it is not a good argument. Okay? Don't use this argument. Here is the Kalam. Whatever begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist, therefore the universe has a cause. Okay, what's different about this argument versus the old cosmological argument? Okay, the language of begins to exist. Begins to exist. All right. So we could say there's a time T1 at which, being X exists. And we could say there's a time 0 at which being X does not exist. Therefore, being X begins to exist at time T1. Okay? The language of begins to exist. Okay, so if something begins to exist, it has to have a cause. Now, how are we going to defend this argument? I believe it's an excellent argument. How do we defend it? How do we explicate it? Sir?
Looking at God's timelessness.
Okay, do we have to believe in God's timelessness to make this argument?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We could talk about that. But I would argue that we don't have to believe in timelessness to make this argument.
We don't.
Sir?
We don't.
Yeah, I would argue we do not. Yeah. And you agree. All right. You agree strongly. Okay. All right. How do we defend this argument? Let me give you the answer. Any way you defend any argument, which is by defending the premises. All right. Now, we're presenting an argument, and I know that not all of you have logical training. Presumably, you will have logical training before you've completed your study at Memphis. This is an argument. It's a syllogism. It has a major premise. That's premise number 1. It has a minor premise. That's premise number 2. It has a conclusion, premise number 3. Now, if the premises 1 and 2 are true, and if the structure of the argument is valid, that is, if it fits a particular formal structure, then its conclusion must be true and follows necessarily from the premises. Okay? So truth and validity lead to the soundness of the argument. All right, so what we would want to show is that both premises are true. There's no argument about the structure of the argument. The argument is sound. The structure of the argument is valid. Okay, so are the premises true? That's what we have to ask. All right, so is it true that whatever begins to exist has a cause?
Yes.
Okay, why do you say that?
Law of cause and effect.
This law of cause and effect, where do you find that?
Observing, observance in general, observation.
Okay.
Whatever. I mean, you got it.
Okay. All right. To be an effect is to originate from a cause.
Yeah, we reason from effect to cause.
Okay. All right. So causal inference. Okay. Good. So what cause are we inferring from?
We're creation in this instance will be the effect. We're reasoning from creation to the cause, which would be God.
Okay. Good. How do we know that whatever begins to exist has a cause?
Because at some point it did not exist.
Okay. At some point it did not exist. That's true. That would just be implied in whatever begins to exist. So how do we know that whatever begins to exist has a cause?
Because it had to go from not existing to existing. That doesn't happen naturally.
Something cannot create itself. In order for it to create itself, it has to exist before itself.
So it goes from a state of non-existence to a state of existence, and there has to be something that causes it to do that? Okay. Have you ever seen anything that began to exist that didn't have a cause for the beginning of its existence? No. Whatever begins to exist has a cause. Nothing comes into existence without a cause, and none of us believes that it does. Nothing comes into existence without a cause, and none of us believes that it does. Okay. Let's see. Let's say that I desperately wanted a 96-inch TV, 4K UHD, for watching Alabama football. Is that 96 inches right there? Okay. Do you think that I would be, you think it would be good for me to hope that I might just come home one day and it might just have popped into existence on my wall? No. All right, so those kinds of things don't just pop into existence. Is that what you're affirming? All right. You know, at my house, there is a 120-pound German Shepherd dog named Maxwell, a.k.a. Maxwell Doggy Pants. All right. Big old teddy bear. And there's also a little lawn tiger named Kit Kat. Okay, he's about 8 pounds, and he's ferocious. Okay, now, whenever I go home and I open the door to my house, I expect to find a dog and a cat. I have never worried that I would open the door to my house and there would be, let's say, a crocodile in my kitchen floor where the door opens. Okay, I don't believe that things pop into existence, and you don't either. You've never seen anything pop into existence. Anything that comes into existence came into existence because of a cause. Okay? And so there is this classic statement, ex nihilo nihil fit. All right, out of nothing, nothing comes. Out of nothing, nothing comes. It's not possible that something can pop into existence out of nothing. Okay, so it seems obvious that whatever begins to exist has a cause. That seems obvious, and it seems that most people would admit to that. They would concede that. Okay, so premise number one is true. Nothing comes into existence without a cause. All right, what about premise number two? The universe began to exist. True or false?
Yes.
True. Can we argue strongly in favor of the beginning of the universe, and if so, how? Okay. Entropy, the second law of thermodynamics. And who wants to tell us what that says?
That as energy is being used, it becomes less useful each time it transfers a different state. And therefore we can see from how the universe is essentially winding down because of the loss of energy and coming to a point of equilibrium.
Okay, good. So would it be fair to say that in a closed system, the energy within that system will be used up, will run down to the point that there's no more available energy to be used? An illustration would be this. If you fill up your car's gas tank, let's say that it holds 22 gallons, and you put the cap on it and you start driving. Okay, you've got a closed system. All right, there's nobody riding alongside you putting more gas into your tank while you go. Okay, it's closed. It has all the energy that it's going to have. And you take that 22 gallons and you drive and drive and drive and drive and drive and drive and drive. Maybe you manage to drive 450 miles. Maybe you manage to drive 500 miles. Eventually, what's going to happen?
You're going to run out of gas.
All of the gas is going to run out, right? So similarly, our universe, if it is a closed system, there's only so much energy available in that system. And given an infinite amount of time, what would happen with the energy in that system? It would run out, wouldn't it? Okay? And so what about our universe? Has all of the energy run out? No, the sun is still burning in the sky. It's still imparting energy to our earth. Energy has not yet run out. And so this universe has not existed for an infinite period of time in the past. It must have had an absolute beginning point at a finite time in the past. Okay? There is another way of arguing for the absolute beginning point of the universe in the past. The Borguth-Vilenkin theorem, also known as the BGV theorem, says that any universe which on average throughout its history has been in a state of expansion must have had an absolute beginning point at a finite time in the past. So we could argue, by reverse extrapolation that the universe has been expanding throughout its history. But I would make you aware that the Borguth-Vilenkin theorem is generally used in the context of a Big Bang cosmology. And so for some, its usefulness is limited to that cosmology. But now if you're studying with someone who holds the view of a Big Bang cosmology, then you certainly could invoke the Borguth-Vilenkin theorem and say, well, on your own view, you can't believe that the universe is infinite in the past. You have to believe that there was a moment in time when it began to exist. Okay? But now, if you believe that that universe had a beginning point, a moment in time when it began to exist, then you have to believe that it has a cause for its existence, because nothing pops into existence without a cause. All right, so premise number 2 is true. Now, what's going to happen is when you establish that premise number 2 is true, they're going to circle back and say, well, there must be something wrong with premise number 1. All right? Because what they're going to want to do is avoid the implication of premises 1 and 2 that the universe must have had a cause. All right, now Robert Jastrow said that when all of the physicists and cosmologists climbed the final hill to find the truth about the universe, they found all the theologians had been sitting there all along. Okay? Because theologians for thousands of years have been saying what? In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. All right? So this argument connects directly with Genesis 1, verse 1. The universe had a beginning, and therefore it must have a cause. Now, I want to say this to you. Let's look back at the Kalam argument. I don't see God's name anywhere there. So how does this argument prove the existence of God? Okay, so there has to be an initial cause. Now you're saying that initial cause is God. That seems very convenient. All right, how do we get God from the initial cause?
That initial cause has to be transcendent and different in nature from this physical world.
All right, so Brother Brendan says that initial cause has to be transcendent. It has to be different in nature from this physical world. All right, so let me suggest to you this. Whatever caused the universe, it's outside of the universe. All right, because the universe is the sum total of space, time, and material reality. Whatever caused the universe, it's outside of the universe because it caused the universe. It can't be the universe itself. All right, now the universe is the sum total of space, time, and material reality. All right, so here's what we have to do. We have to make a conceptual analysis of the idea of a cause within the Kalam cosmological argument. We have to say, what would that cause have to be if it is the cause of the sum total of space, time, and material reality? And here's what that cause would have to be. That cause would have to be timeless. We'll come back to it. That cause has to be timeless, spaceless, immaterial, incredibly powerful, and personal. Timeless, spaceless, immaterial, incredibly powerful, and personal. All right, now I would argue here that God as a timeless cause only needed to exist timelessly prior to the creation, or we might say without the creation. But that with the creation, God likely exists in time with the creation. Okay, so a little bit of a quibble on the concept of timelessness. Yes, sir, in the back.
How do you get personal from the cause?
Very good. How do you think I get personal?
I do not know.
What is your name?
Caleb Birch.
Caleb Birch. Birch.
Yes, sir.
Are you related to Robert?
I am.
Oh, bless you, my child. I see it. I see it. Love your father. Great dude. He and I went to school together. Maybe, do you know that? Did he tell you that?
Yes, you're his roommate.
Yes, we were. Ignore anything he told you. How do we get personal? Because the universe is impersonal. Because a creator has a creative will. Because a creator has a creative will, but wills belong to persons. Creator has a creative will, but wills belong to persons. Timeless, spaceless, immaterial, powerful, and personal. What does that sound like? Sounds like God, doesn't it? Okay. So what have we done in the Kalam cosmological argument? We've proven, in the sense that we can, that God must exist, and we've proven his nature. Timeless, spaceless, immaterial, powerful, personal. Now someone may say, well, that doesn't prove that there are not other gods, and we could talk about that. But here we would have proven the necessity for only one creating God. Okay? And the only right we would have to infer the existence of a creating God would be to the existence of one creating God. We don't need two creating gods. We don't need one creating God and several other gods. The evidence would only point to one creating God. Okay? But also, if there is a maximally great being, there could only be one. All right? He alone would be the greatest of all possible beings. Okay? All right, that's Kalam cosmological argument. Here's the moral argument. I'm going to give it to you in its nutshell, and we're just going to pause right there. We're not going to get into it today. Okay, the moral argument says this: if moral facts exist, God exists. If moral facts exist, God exists. Moral facts exist. Therefore, God exists. Okay? Another way to say this would be if objective moral truths exist, we're using moral facts as a shorthand. If objective moral truths exist, then God exists. Objective moral truths exist, therefore God exists. There's another way to frame this argument, and this is perhaps the more popular way to frame it in modern day apologetics. If God does not exist, then moral facts do not exist. If God does not exist, then moral facts do not exist. Now, what is very powerful about that statement?
It starts with a presumption that God exists right away.
Okay.
Some bias?
Well, all right, let's say we're talking with someone who believes that God does not exist, and we're trying to show them an implication of their position. Well, now you know, if you affirm that God does not exist, are you comfortable with this implication that moral facts do not exist?
No.
Right. Okay. What is somebody going to say usually if you say moral facts don't exist?
You're crazy.
You're crazy. Moral facts do exist. All right. So when we say something like, if God doesn't exist, moral facts don't exist, people are going to say, now hold on a second. I believe moral facts exist, but that doesn't mean I have to believe God exists. What we're going to show is, yes, it does. If you believe moral facts exist, then you have to believe that God exists. That's the only good explanation for the existence of moral facts. All right? So these are two formulations of the moral argument. I believe the moral argument is the most persuasive argument that there is. Can any one of you share with us as we close this afternoon an example when you were just gripped by the fact of the existence of moral facts? Yes, sir.
I didn't catch that. You said the alternate phrasing was if God does not exist, then moral facts do not exist. And then
That's right. But moral facts do exist, therefore God exists. Yeah, on the screen up there if you want to look. All right, so has anyone ever been gripped by the absolute obviousness, the very clear fact that moral facts exist? Yes,
I don't
sir.
know if that fits. I had one time with this argument and it didn't work for me. I was too young. That person said like, how we tie directly moral to God's, because morals for that person was part of social construction of society in which we grew up, and that it was necessary for development and growing up. But nowadays, it's like there's a lot of chaos in the world, and it's dependent on survival of the best suited. So actually, we don't need that anymore. But that person has his own strong belief.
All right, so they said moral facts don't exist. They're just opinions relative to cultures. They have a value for survival. They helped us survive, but now that we've overcome those previous threats to our survival, we really can jettison the large majority of these moral claims, right? Okay, so let me give you guys the example of when this argument really hit home with me, and then we'll close it up, okay? All right, so there's a period of time in my life when I was struggling very badly. And I was struggling in my faith, and I was trying desperately to hold on to my faith. And so I went through all these struggles connected with all of these questions that we're asking in our apologetic system. I was really, really, really struggling. I just almost lost my faith. I think I got as close as I could get without losing my faith. And one evening, I was coming home from whatever I was doing that day, and I heard news about the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting. Any of you familiar with that shooting? This happened probably, I would guess, 15 years ago now. Probably might have been 2010 or 2011 maybe when it happened. And I heard the story. You know, the story was that a young man who had some kind of mental difficulties stole one of his mother's guns, maybe several of them. First thing he did was that he went into her bedroom and shot her in the head in her sleep and murdered his mother. And then he took those guns to Sandy Hook Elementary School, and he killed something like 20 first and second grade children. Went in with a rifle and just shot them indiscriminately. Killed 20-something. Killed another 5 or 6 staff members. And I believe he killed himself or was killed in the process of their attempting to capture him. And as I thought about all of that, at that time I had a little girl who was in probably first grade, maybe kindergarten. And I looked at her and I thought, if somebody had come along and killed her in that way, that would be absolutely evil. And I know that. That would be absolutely wrong. There's no other way to think about it. All the evolutionists say these are just different physical states. And our claims about moral qualities and these actions are really just illusions because physical states don't have moral qualities. I realize that cannot be true. There really is a right and a wrong. There really is a good and an evil. And people really are responsible for their moral actions. And so I was gripped by the fact that moral facts do exist. But if they do exist, physical states cannot account for their existence. Rocks and cacti and trees do not have moral qualities. And if we're just a complex collection of atoms, we don't have moral qualities either, but we do. And therefore, moral facts exist. But if moral facts exist, there has to be some lawgiver. There has to be some perfectly moral being that makes it the case that these moral facts exist in this universe. And so that grabbed a hold of my heart, and it convinced me I can't doubt any longer. I know God exists, right? That turned me around. And so I think that's a very powerful influence for college students, especially who are struggling with questions about right and wrong and good and bad. But one thing they're not struggling with is whether right and wrong and good and bad exist. They all know that it does. So this argument is powerful because we can say, take that thing that you most strongly believe in and tell me how you can believe in it without believing God exists. All right? So that's the power of the moral argument. We'll pick back up there, Lord willing, in the morning. All right. Thank you, guys. We'll be dismissed.